You are watching the Vodka stream.
What's happening, guys? Welcome to the Vodka stream. Oi, hold on a sec. Where is my... Sorry, a little bit late. And my glasses are very smudgy, so I'm like, geez, good Lord, I gotta get my little cloth here to get some of these smudges out. But welcome to the Vodka stream, everybody. Welcome. All right, we made it through another week. We got plenty to talk about tonight. Do we ever? Jesus. Tell you what. All right, man. See, I'm like totally off here. Jeez. Sorry. Hold on. Moving it up like that. There we go. That's better. Great start. Great start to the Vodka stream, of course. All right, let's go ahead and put some mood music on and cheers, guys. We got plenty to talk about. I tell you what. My God. Cheers, guys. All right. Hopefully you guys are doing well. How we doing out there? We got Ghoul. What is happening? Good to see you. We got Taladia. Having a great Friday. Yo, what's going on, Mr. Raw Frequency? Great to see you. We got Andrew Hughes right here. What's up, Dave? Been a minute since I've been on here. Yeah, it has been a minute there. Well, good to see you. Life has been very busy, but I have kept my membership to continue to support the channel. I appreciate it. Keep crushing. Appreciate you, sir. You know, you guys are awesome. Like I said, when I see you, the same fans that are always in the chat and stuff like that, it's just awesome. It's awesome to see that. The community, the film junkie community that we've built over the years, it's always great. Yes, it's, interchangeable, but, I love it when I see the consistent names and everybody. It's cool. Doing pretty good there, Jay. I'm thinking about going to Hail Mary, but I'm on the fence. Is it worth it? Yes, go see it. I'm going to give my full review in a little bit here, but if you saw my first reaction, yes, go and enjoy yourself. Go to an IMAX. Go and enjoy yourself. Also, with the hand being in Spider-Man, do you think they are going to add Daredevil or Iron Fist? At least, I think they're going to add one of those. I hope. See, Ghoul knows. Yes. Scott is out there. Let me not so subtle shove you off the fence and see it in IMAX if we can. There you go. What's going on there, Dell? What's going on? Good to see you, my friend. All right. If you have T-Mobile, they are offering $5 IMAX. No shit. Ooh, I have T-Mobile. And I know Mama Film Junkie wants to see it, so I might have to do something with that. That'd be interesting. Nicholas Brennan. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Today was just like, what the hell? But yeah, Nicholas Brennan from Buffy, who played Xander, who was essentially like the comic relief. Like I said, I wasn't too much into Buffy, but I watched reruns. I watched some reruns, and he was funny. He was like that, the kind of the comic relief when it came to things. My necklace is on backwards. Is it on backwards? Yeah, it is. It's on backwards. Jesus Christ. Everything is off right now. I was like, wait a minute. The silver side is up. All right. We're good. Nobody would have noticed that, but I was noticing that, of course. But yeah, I'm like, and of course, Chuck Norris passed away. So yeah, it's just been like one of those kind of days where but it was so crazy because of the Buffy revival series, being canceled. It's like crazy timing. And I assure that he was probably going to show up in that revival series at one point, right? I don't know how much he would have been in it, but I would imagine that he probably would have showed up. I'm guessing the revival series would have, as more information's coming out, where they said like Sarah Michelle Gellar was only in for like one scene, but I'm sure that they were probably going to have some of the other characters just pop in. There's no way that they weren't going to do that. So Jason McKenzie, cheers. Thank you for the $50 super chat. You are helping out the pirate ship. Thank you, sir. Man, always helps. And yeah, like I said, super chats are welcome for sure. They're definitely welcome. And yeah, when it comes to the panel, if you guys want to have a question for the panel, by all means, super chat, because I'll see those. for sure. So I'll bring those up to the front of the line for sure. So what a week this week. My birthday was Wednesday. Well, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Dell. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, man. Hopefully you had a good one. Do some celebrating maybe this weekend, or if you did some celebrating on Wednesday. But yeah, so your birthday is on the Snyder Cut, release date, I guess you could say. So that's cool. Zack Snyder's. I didn't get to watch it. I'll probably watch it tomorrow. I'll probably put it on tomorrow night, because I didn't have time to watch it this week, with doing everything. So I didn't have time to just put it on. And, but I'm going to put it on probably tomorrow night. What's going on, Dan the man? Good to see you. As long as Project Hail Mary it is. Don't worry. It is. It's like one of those movies where everybody can enjoy. There's no, and I know some people had a problem with some of the stuff, when it came to Mickey 17. I still liked Mickey 17. I still enjoyed Mickey 17. But yeah, don't worry. It doesn't have any crazy social commentary that's going to appease one side and piss off the other. There's none of that stuff in there. Don't worry. That's what's so good about that. Yeah, rest in power, Chuck Norris. There you go. Yeah. If they actually do the Buffy reboot, his twin brother. Oh, he has a twin brother who plays Xander for 2 episodes when Nick couldn't. Well, he had some addiction issues. I know that. That's what I'm kind of wondering, and it's very weird because they said that he just died in his sleep for natural causes. I'm going, he was 54. 54, and I'm like, natural causes? I that's what I read. I didn't go into the details, but I don't know if there's more details that are out there. But that was the one thing I read was the fact that he died in his sleep, which is the way that every one of us would love to go. I mean, Jesus Christ. I think even Chuck Norris went in his sleep. Of course, yeah, there's jokes. And throughout the night, guys, I think every half hour or whenever I feel like it, I am going to bust out some Chuck Norris jokes, okay? I'm going to bust out some Chuck Norris jokes tonight because he embraced them. He loved the Chuck Norris jokes. Everybody loved the Chuck Norris jokes, the memes. So I have an article from Men's Health that has a bunch of them, and I'm just going to read off randomly throughout the stream tonight. So expect that. But yeah, it's just very interesting. Very interesting when it comes to all of that stuff. Let's see. Who else we got? We got Gilmer right here. Tom Holland and Zendaya are going to rule this. Yeah, they basically are. I know. It's so crazy. I know. It's hard not to think like that, though. It's he died from natural causes. I'm like, he's 54. How was that? Chuck Norris was 86. I can understand that a little bit, but, it's yeah. But yeah, it's so crazy because... and good to see you. Sorry, El Hombre, 1899. Yeah, but raise it up for for Nicholas Brendan as well, but also raise it up for the legend that is Chuck Norris. I mean, I think we all thought that Chuck Norris was he was gonna live to 157 years old. I mean, let's face it. Chuck Norris doesn't age. Chuck Norris. I don't know. There's so many ways to do jokes. I saw some really good ones. I'm like. Chuck Norris didn't die. He just decided to take on death. Or Chuck Norris, the Grim Reaper. Chuck Norris actually died 40 years ago, but the Grim Reaper was too scared to go after Chuck Norris. So he went after him in his sleep. There's stuff like that, but I'm going to read a couple right now too. But yeah, cheers to Chuck Norris. And it's funny too, because, obviously when somebody like this dies, you think about the relationship that you had with this big iconic character. And when it came to Chuck Norris, it's you watch your Delta Forces and you watch your, the movies that he made cameos in, and people were, and I didn't really watch Walker, Texas Ranger. I mean, every now and again I would watch Walker, Texas Ranger, maybe my mom was watching it or somebody else was watching it. Maybe I'd sit down and watch Walker, Texas Ranger, which fun fact that at first, when it came to Walker, Texas Ranger, that pilot episode, and this is just stuff I read today, that pilot episode of Walker, Texas Ranger, which I think they tried to do a reboot. I don't know if that went anywhere, but when they were going to do the pilot, apparently the pilot, they ran out of money. They ran out of money, and CBS was like, this is going to be a disaster, and they almost canceled it. But they decided to basically just turn it into like this CBS like 2 hour, obviously not really 2 hours with commercials, but like this like CBS movie that's Walker, Texas Ranger. And it ended up being a huge hit. And then it ended up going on for like 8 or 9 seasons. It's just crazy how stuff like that works, where like people were just like all about it, so many things. So yeah, but cheers to Chuck Norris, and of course cheers to Nicholas Brendan too. But yeah, let's start off the stream when it comes to, let's read off I'll probably read off like 5 or so Chuck Norris jokes right here because they're all great. All right, so let's just do that. And I have a little drop, of course, that you saw at the beginning. Jack was nimble, Jack was quick, but Jack still couldn't dodge Chuck Norris's roundhouse kick. In the beginning, there was nothing. Then Chuck Norris roundhouse kicked nothing and told it to get a job. Chuck Norris once roundhouse kicked someone so hard his foot broke the speed of light. If you ask Chuck Norris what time it is, he always says 2 seconds till. After you ask 2 seconds to what? He roundhouse kicks you in the face. Chuck Norris appeared in the Street Fighter II video game, but was removed by beta testers because every button caused him to do a roundhouse kick. When asked about this glitch, Chuck Norris replied, "There's no glitch." All right. There you go. Just a couple right there. We'll have some fun with that tonight, all right? Good times? All right. Anyways. All right, so let's get everything started. Let's see what we got here. All right, so we got all that. We got all this. Oh, cool. Just looking at the Twitter feed and everything. So, all right. Let's see. He was one of the first actors to be a meme on the internet, along with Nick Cage and Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, he was. I mean, but the Chuck Norris jokes, just you can't get tired of the Chuck Norris jokes. That's for damn sure. So, all right. So first off, let's talk about Project Hail Mary. Let's give my full review. If you saw my first reaction review, of course, you knew that I very much enjoy the absolute shit out of this movie. This is just one of those movies that comes around, and when it's a sci-fi movie, when it has to do with something like this, I mean, when everything's just firing off, when you know that just everything clicked, you just have a movie that was like, all right, the studio is like, we're going to pour money into this, and this is an Amazon Studio original, which of course they have the money to do it. You have the team up of Andy Weir, who wrote the book, and then you have Drew Goddard, who wants to adapt it to the screenplay. You have them two working together, and then you get a director duo that brought us the Spider-Verse movies and has brought us other movies that are very enjoyable. And yeah, Philip Lord and Chris Miller. It seems like everything just comes together, and then you get the leading man that is Ryan Gosling, who can carry a movie. I mean, that's the thing, is like, when it comes to Ryan Gosling, I was like, when is the Ryan Gosling train just going to come to a halt? It's not. There's something, and it's not like he's, with every role he's being a different person. He's essentially just being him, but there's something so likable about Ryan Gosling. He's got this dry sense of humor. He's got this laid back kid-like, I don't know. He should be studied. He's an alien. I think he's an alien, I don't know what it is. He's a fucking alien, where there's just something about the dude where he's just got this presence to him, and they needed somebody to drive this movie where they were going to be talking to an alien that looks like a spider rock. And I'm arachnophobic, guys. The fact that I would gladly cuddle with a rocky stuffy, even though he looks like a spider, that just tells you something right there. Luckily, it's he's got a rock looking body and everything. It's just, I don't know, like they just found it. And apparently he wasn't all CGI. There was some practical, he was practical as well. There's some animatronic stuff that was happening. Of course, there was CGI as well, but there was like a blend, which again, good on the directors for doing something like that. That adds to it. But the relationship, the chemistry that Ryan Gosling and this alien creature, this rocky creature has is just so freaking great. Visuals, Greg Fraser, another piece of the puzzle. You have a cinematographer like Greg Fraser that is going to be like, oh, I know what to do when it comes to this. And you have the Earth scenes that are in one format, and then you got the space scenes in another format. Fucking phenomenal. Great. And the space scenes, look, I don't have a gripe. I really don't have a gripe for this movie. This is one of those movies where I would put this on if I'm having like a shit day and I'm like, whatever. This is one of those movies where I like, this is a feel-good movie. This is something that's going to put you in a better mood. Even though there's things that happen, yes, where you go, it's not, there's going to be drama in the movie, but, it's still a feel-good movie. And it's a good space adventure movie. The humor doesn't feel forced. The humor just flows nicely. The score, I don't know. I forgot who did the score. Somebody might have to tell me who did the score, but I'm just like, 2.5 hour long movie. It doesn't feel like 2.5 hours long. They do such a good job of telling the story because obviously Ryan Gosling's character, Grace, he wakes up and he doesn't really know what the hell is happening, because he's, to send you off in deep space like that, you have to go into a coma. And I'm not going to like talk about, a lot of things when it comes to that, but I'm like, they do a good job of just like bouncing back and forth within, the two. It's almost like it's like the same story, but it's two different stories. It's like what led to him going up into space as he's dealing with what's happening in space. And it's really cool how they just balance that, and I'm kind of wondering, because I haven't read the book, and of course we're going to have some people on the panel that have read the book. I'm kind of curious of the comparison to the book, Daniel Pemberton. Okay, Daniel Pemberton. Well, again, that score was fucking fantastic, fucking fantastic when it came to that score. So anyways, I'm raving on and on, but I'm like, go see it. It's on. I think it's my favorite movie of the year. This and what's that one movie? The Sam Rockwell AI movie. Be Good, Be Bad. I don't know. I can't remember that. I can never remember that title. Survive, whatever the AI movie with Sam Rockwell. I can't remember. Be Good, Survive, Don't Die, whatever the hell it is. That movie. So yeah. Cheers. I think good luck, have fun, don't die. There it is. Thank you, Scott. I was like, I was like just totally brain farting that whole thing right now. But yeah, those two are like that's like 1 and 2 right there. And they're both science fiction movies because I'm a science fiction nerd. I love me some sci-fi, baby. So cheers. All right. Zack Snyder's Justice League, 5 years. Man, crazy. Now, of course, we had a Film Junkie Live, but it was a members-only Film Junkie Live, so there wasn't like a lot of like celebrating and everything. But it was a 5-year anniversary when it came to, of course, Zack Snyder's Justice League, and being a voice in that community, and meeting a lot of people that I'm still friends with today. It's kind of surreal to think about, with everything that was happening during that time, pandemic, being locked down, all the stuff, wearing masks. I even had a Zack Snyder's Justice League mask that somebody sent me, which was cool. I got stuff sent to me from people who were making things when it came to that. It was really, really crazy. But yeah, it's just like, it's crazy to think of it, to reflect on that. And then, of course, mainly positive, And I'm one of those people that say, yeah, even like the people who hate me and I can't stand them, that are still like, around being super toxic and negative out there. And even like the grifters and whatever the hell that have taken advantage of certain things. It still took everybody. I'll still credit everyone. I know they probably they don't want to credit me as if I didn't do anything. Yeah, Zack didn't come on here to. Anyways, so I'm just saying, like, no matter what, it took the whole fandom to do it, everybody involved. But yeah, but so thinking about it, and like I said, I can't wait to watch it again, and then seeing people saying that they're watching it. I mean, it's crazy that the movie does exist. It's one of those things that it's going to be it should be studied in film classes. I mean, I know timing was everything, and it was an interesting time. And then when we found out, I mean, it was before the pandemic that he pitched it and then announced it right as the pandemic started, which was crazy. And then it got 20, that was like 2019, at the end of 2019, he was pitching it. And then 2020, at the beginning of 2020, just like right after like the pandemic was basically happening, that's where it got announced. Or I think it was after the pandemic started. And then, of course, a year later, on March 18th, it was just like, yeah, it's just crazy to think about. It's really just crazy to think about how everything just kind of worked out and everything. So, and I know people like to just say like, oh, they only did it because of this. And I don't care. It doesn't matter. The thing came out. It's glorious. People, when I see people reacting to it to this day, 5 years later, that are doing reaction videos to it and going, holy shit, this was fantastic. What the hell? It's always nice to see that stuff. It's always nice to see new fans. Of course, there's going to be always the crazy discourse. And of course, there's going to be the loud fans out there that do shit. But, but for the most part, like I said, the journey was pretty fun. We had our times where it was like, oh, what is going on? But for the most part, like I said, some of the people, Scott and, other people too, like William and people that show up on the panel, Phil, I wouldn't have met these guys unless, this whole thing happened. We all just kind of got involved in this thing, and we all became like our own voices and support and stuff. And then other people too that, that are not on here anymore, but I still talk to, like Stephen Colbert and, Ben as well. Ben will show up every now and again. There's just so many people that I've met through this whole journey. It's crazy to think about. And then to think about when I first watched it and everything, because I remember the day of, and Scott and I kind of talked about this on DC Fanimated on Wednesday, was the fact that we both got screeners, and it was on a Saturday. And I remember getting the email and got sent the screener. And then I was part of the whole premiere thing of the Snyder Cut. Like I got chosen to be part of like this whole fan thing that they were doing online, because obviously pandemic and everything. And so it was pre-recorded. And man, I tell you what, I was like going, okay, I can't start watching them. When I got the screener, and it was at, I don't know, 10 o'clock in the morning. I don't know when it was. It was in the morning, and I got the screener. And I went, oh man, but I got to record this fan premiere question trivia thing. I got to do that. So I shouldn't start watching it, but I couldn't help myself. I was like, no, it's here. I can watch the Snyder Cut. What? I can watch the Snyder Cut. So I fired it up. I couldn't help it. But then of course I kept looking at my watch going, it's getting close to that time. So I had to stop. Right when Diana was down into, looking at all the murals of everything and Darkseid and the parademons and all the stuff. I had to pause it. To do this fan thing on Zoom with other people too, like Steven was there, and other people who were in the community were there as well. And it was a good time, but it was 2 hours. It took 2 hours to record. And I remember we were backstage, and some of us were like, hey, did any of you guys started watching the fucking movie? And I'm like, yeah, I literally got it paused on Diana holding the torch. And I'm like, this is killing me, because I'm like, we're sitting here waiting, and I just want to watch the rest of the goddamn movie. So what a day that was. But that, of course, I think that was on I forgot how many days. That was like probably 5 days before it came out. But then, of course, the day of, I was actually part of the Uche, who, may he rest in peace, when he was holding his charity stream with Zack on it, and I was still like I said, I was talking to Zack a lot during that time. So he was, we were talking about, going on, and then of course there was some controversy when it came to that stream, which was ridiculous, which I found more things about that recently, which is kind of funny. You still find out shit 5 years later. I'm not going to say exactly what things, but I was like, oh, you got to be kidding me, because there was controversy when it came to that stream that night. And then of course I remember there was the controversy of they released it when Tom and Jerry movie got put on HBO Max. When you clicked it, it was actually Zack Snyder's Justice League. So people actually got to watch Zack Snyder's Justice League because they clicked on that because somebody fucked up. I mean, there were so many. It was just like, of course. And then of course, when Kevin Smith was having the post, when he was having like the little questionnaire, like a little Q&A when it came to Zack and Debbie, that whole thing wasn't working. I mean, it was a lot of things, but the fact of the matter is the movie still exists. I have a physical copy of it, so you can never take it away, as well as Man of Steel and Batman vs. Superman. That trilogy can't be ever taken away from me, never will. And Zack Snyder's Justice League is just one of those movies where you don't feel the 4 hours. In my opinion, it is such a great balance of the characters, and I just love it. I love it. I don't know how many times I've watched it, but I do plan on watching it again sometime this weekend. And cheers to Zack Snyder's Justice League for sure. Now, when it comes to people out there that assured me and assured people too, and then of course you have those grifters out there, those certain YouTubers, that kind of just like play into the fandom and everything. They assured that something was going to happen. They assured that something was definitely going to happen, and nothing happened. I mean, this is where, like, on Monday's Film Junkie Live, and then of course I posted a video, and it was kind of funny because when I posted, I took that segment of Film Junkie Live when I was talking about, like, is there a countdown to something? Is something going to be announced or whatever the hell? Anytime I post a video, I'll spend some time in the comments now. I'll freaking, most of the time it's positive, but I knew this one was going to be a little bit, and of course I got people throwing shit at me, saying I'm the grifter, of course, and saying all this kind of stuff, saying I'm trying to capitalize on something. I'm like, no, I talk about Zack all the time, and I'm one of those crazy assholes that talk about his new movie, The Last Photograph, a lot, and would love to promote that as much as possible to because I think that's going to be a special movie for sure. But so of course, naturally, that all stuff's going to happen. But anytime that this kind of stuff happens, people get upset about things. But I always just say, pump the brakes, pump the brakes, pump the brakes. Can we pump the brakes? Can we stop? Can we? I'm just saying. I mean, we something we gotta stop. Like when we have like people just like trying to take advantage. When it comes to all the stuff, and that's where my mind just goes like, okay, what are we doing here when we have YouTubers and everything that are just like trying to like basically go like, oh hey, yeah, something big is going to happen. I mean, my God, I don't know, have you seen that thumbnail around? I've seen it. When you see stuff like that. That is from one uptight YouTuber out there who is very negative about the DCU, and yeah, you guys can probably guess who that is. But I'm just like, stuff like that, and I just go, pump the brakes. Can you just celebrate and just realize that Zack is just having fun and everything? Not everything is some cryptic thing. Now, he did do a good job when it came to the 214 thing, but the 214 thing was like crazy. Like, I was like, oh yeah, he probably figured out, oh yeah, my 214 post should be when Zack Snyder's Justice League came out. And that's where his brain goes. That's where his brain goes. But, but it's just, like I said, it was funny because I go down my For You page and I'm seeing these guys, oh yeah, something's definitely going to be announced. And then, I don't say anything. I'm not one of those guys. I don't jump into other people's mentions. They jump in my mentions. I don't jump in their mentions. That's for damn sure. Okay. And, I've already, last week I called out a certain YouTuber who's also doing the exact same thing, grifting the fucking, the fandom. And he was also, riling people up. He wasn't doing it. I don't think he was doing anything as bad as that thumbnail right there. Something big. He literally just posted the Hallelujah trailer, which that works because that Hallelujah trailer is fantastic. Because Hallelujah, man, the thing came out. And I'm like, it just kind of gets frustrating. And then I'll be like, we just have hope. Hope, okay. But I've always said that, yes, I think that there's always a great possibility that Zack will come back to do some kind of legacy sequel. But you could just count, Zack, Justice League 2 and 3 are not going to happen. That's going to be in a comic book one of these days. That's going to be an animation one of these days. But I could see him doing a legacy sequel. I could totally see that, But when the sheer confidence when it comes to all that, and and then of course these guys taking advantage of that as well, because some of these guys, that make videos and all this kind of stuff, they weren't around. They weren't around in 2021. They were not around. They were not around during 2021, and I keep on saying that. I'm like, oh yeah, look at when they started joining. I'm like, I didn't see these guys. I didn't see these guys during that time, and now all of a sudden they're trying to take advantage and trying to do all this and whatever, and it's like, and I'm sitting there going like, and then it's funny because then like the night of, I'm scrolling through my For You page and I'm seeing like these accounts that are very loud, that were very sure that something was going to be announced. They're getting dragged. It's like, yeah, now you're getting dragged by people. Now you made an ass out of yourself, and you're helping make the fandom look even worse than you've already made it look, by thinking that something was going to be announced. As if, again, I don't know why these guys thought, and then of course I could put Cosmic Book News in here, but they're just taking advantage of these guys. Again, they know Cosmic Book News knows what they're doing, and these YouTuber grifters know exactly what they're doing too. They know what they're doing. They know what gets the hits, because you have these fans out there that they're just holding on to this like so much, and there's nothing wrong with holding on to it and celebrating. Nothing wrong with that. But when you're constantly every day just throwing shit at James Gunn and the DCU and trying to just fight some just never-ending battle, that's where I just go, man, is this like just your whole identity? What's real life like? What is real life like? It's just weird, really interesting. But I'm just like, come on, guys, come on. And it's the thing that pisses me off the most. It's not so much the faceless Twitter accounts out there, because all these guys hide behind somebody else's profile picture or a drawing or something like that. They just hide behind that. But when it comes to the actual YouTubers out there, that some of these guys, the people that are posting videos, that's where I just go like, what are you guys doing? What are you guys really doing? I mean, do you guys just, you're new here. Of course you're new here. One in particular, one that I talked about last week, he's not new here. He just knows the game that he wants to play. And naturally, he's just playing that game. And we don't have to go down that road again. If you watch the beginning of last week's Vodka stream and me calling that guy out for all the shit that he's put out there, and all the people, all the relationships he's burned, and all the weird shit that over the years, I should say. But when you got the new people out there, I'm like, man, you guys are really trying to take advantage. So it's just like, yeah, it's just crazy. But what can you do? But yeah, it was just like, hey, and I had a feeling, I was like, all right, what is that going to post? Because again, I was one of those people that said, there's no way that he's been working behind the scenes with the Saudis or Paramount or Netflix. That's not the case. And sure enough, he just posted that. And then the next day he posted about Dawn of the Dead, which is great because he's celebrating that anniversary. And then of course, next week we got BVS. So he's probably going to be posting a lot of BVS stuff. Okay. So hopefully now people are just going to really pump the brakes and just be like, all right, let's kind of relax right now. Let's just relax. we can relax and just appreciate the man, okay? But stop building yourself up. You're building yourself up only for disappointment. This is how many times, I just ask, how many times are you going to build yourself up when it comes to restore the Snyderverse? Why are you just going to constantly just build yourself up for disappointment? Why are you're gonna gravitate towards these people that are taking advantage of you through videos and posts and everything? Why are you going to just do that when you're just going to be disappointed at the end of the day? Use your logical brain when it comes to this. That's all I ask. That's all I keep. Be smart about things. Be smart. And the sad fact of the matter is, when people just start typing into, this space right here, they start doing all this stuff. That's just not going to happen. It's really just not. It's not going to happen. It's all going to go right out the fucking window. Because it's like that. Because I think people latch on to the very thing that got them followers, that got them attention, that got them this, got them that. So they have to hold on to it. This happens in all fields. This happens politically. This happens in sports, anything that has to do with anything out there. People have to latch on to this one certain thing, and they cannot let go. They cannot let go. And I'm not even saying that you have to let go or move on or anything like that. I've never said you don't have to move on. There can always be something in the future. Like I said, a legacy sequel, I would not be surprised that it would happen. I would not be surprised. So I'm just, Anyways, cheers, guys. Everything's all good. But cheers to Zack Snyder's Justice League, 5 years and everything. And we'll get some people on here and we'll start talking about it a little bit more. Good stuff. But what can you do? Oh man, I think what irks me the most, even though like they're taking advantage of the people that don't like me, I still get upset about it. It's like I still get upset, when I see these, the sills out there, the cosmic book news guys out there that are taking advantage of fandom. I just like even though it's like, oh yeah, well, if you're gonna listen to this person, you deserve to be fooled. I just kind of go like, well, you did it to yourself. But at the same time, I can't stand it when like these guys do that. These guys do that shit. So yeah, it's all freaking crazy. What can you do? You can't do anything. You just got to let them, it's like you just got to let them learn from their mistakes, but they don't do that. They don't do that. They're not going to do that. What are we doing? Anyways, all right. Yeah, it's a lot of them. Yeah, you know who they, I know. When I saw that thumbnail, I went, oh yeah, okay. Something big. Yeah, something big there, bud. And it's funny too, because, these guys, like, the YouTuber guys, the people that are doing, they'll build it up and they'll be like, something's happening. I don't know that. And then they'll just be like, oh, well, whatever. I guess we'll just move on and keep on trashing what's currently happening. We'll keep on trashing this artist. We'll just keep on trashing this artist and root for him to be out of making art, because that's what we fought for when it came to the Snyder Cut movement. We just, we fought for artistic integrity and all this kind of stuff. But if it's James Gunn, fuck that guy. We want him out. Get him out of here. He's evil. He's this. He's that. I'm not even saying that you have to like him, but it's just the fact that, these guys that were supposedly like all about the movement and all this kind of stuff and artistic integrity, they throw that out the window when it comes to James Gunn. Everybody's a hypocrite. I just logged into my Vero account. I'm shocked that Zack is still active. Yeah, he's active. I mean, he's still going to be posting things on there. He's still very much going to be because that's, he doesn't want to get rid of that. He's friends with the owner of that site, so he's always going to be on there. So that's good. When you say legacy sequel, are you referring to something like Michael? Yes. Like I'm referring to like a Kingdom Come version story of the Snyderverse. You know, like you could have like where is his versions of the characters at 15 years later, 10 years later? I don't know. That's what I'm talking about. Because Jay Oliva said that they bounced ideas back and forth about having a Kingdom Come type of story. So, yeah, where are his versions of the character? And he probably could do a fucking trilogy with that. You know, and I keep on saying that. Of course, when I get all the shit sent to me, when they say like, you know, I'm not a Zack Snyder fan, I turned my back on the Snyderverse. I'm like, do you listen to anything I fucking say? I literally go like, hey, there is a great potential and a possibility that maybe 5 years from now, Zack could come back and do some kind of legacy sequel. You know? It's like, it's kind of crazy. Crazy, right? Grifting and rage baiting is profitable, and they know that they are negative no matter what, even if they privately like something. Oh, I know. And that's the thing. It's like, and it can be frustrating. It can be frustrating. And it's so funny when I get people like, oh yeah, you know, you're just grifting, you're kissing the ring of James Gunn and the DCU and all this stuff just for views and clout. I'm like, no. If I wanted to get more views, I could just be super negative all the time. But then I would hate myself. I have this thing called integrity where I just enjoy shit. I enjoy movies. I enjoy DC. I don't have James Gunn derangement syndrome. So, but then I will criticize when I feel like I should criticize. I'm not sitting here glazing every little thing. I didn't say like Superman's not a perfect movie. I have my critiques on it. I have my critiques on everything in the DCU so far. But yeah, I could just be like, nah, I could just totally flip and just be negative nonstop. And my views would probably go up. But I'm not going to do that because I would hate myself. I fucking hate myself. Well, Zack doesn't help by not saying, hey, chill, guys. Yeah. And I know it's kind of gotten to that point somewhat where I when I see people go, you know what, like, what is he doing? Like, what is he doing? You know, and I just go, to me, I'm just like, hey, you know, the man's just celebrating. But yeah, I mean, yeah, sometimes I just go, you posting that Green Lantern thing like a week after. I'm like, yeah. But at the same time, I'm not going to sit. I'll still defend the man. But I understand. But at the same time, I go, well, I understand why some people are at least going like, what the fuck? Like, what the hell is he doing over here? And he's just like, he's riling up these guys. And I'm like, yeah, sucks. And then, of course, like I said, and then you get the grifter YouTubers out there that are just going to try to capitalize on that. And yeah, I'm kind of wondering what were their. I wonder what those guys' follow-up videos and stuff like that were when they were building up this whole thing, saying that something was going to get announced on Wednesday. Did they do follow-up videos? I don't know. Is there a bigger franchise in the Snyderverse that never got a proper conclusion? Oh yeah, I'm sure there's. I can't off the top of my head. I can't think of. I mean, I don't know about bigger, but I'm trying to think of like there's other franchises that didn't get proper conclusions, of course. What's going on, Droga? I watched all the Final Destinations movies this week. I'm also seeing Ready. Oh, yeah. I had no idea that Ready or Not 2 was coming out the same weekend as Project Hail Mary. I thought it was coming out. For some reason, I thought it was coming out in April. You know? And then I was going, oh, man, because I really want to see that movie because I really enjoyed the first one. I might have to try to squeeze that in. I might. I don't know. I'm supposed to have dinner with my mom and her friend tomorrow. And then I'm supposed to go with my mom, too, to go watch a spring training baseball game. I don't know when I'm going to fit. Yeah. Me and Mom and Film Junkie will be hanging out a lot this weekend. And she wants to see Project Hail Mary. And I'm like, fuck. But we're going to the game. I'm like, let's not go to the game. Let's go to IMAX. Let's go watch that. You know? But, you know, it'll still be fun. Baseball. I love baseball. Baseball's coming back. Opening day. Wednesday. Hashtag ask Zack about his. Yeah. Apparently that was a question I was supposed to ask Zack. Ask him about his Saudi friend. Because, yeah, I was supposed to do that. Who knows? Apparently his Saudi friend is still just... I don't know. It's all crazy. You're one of the pillars that... Yeah, I remember that. The whole pillars thing, that was funny. That was funny. Cheers. And then, of course, what up? What's going on? All right. James needs to lock it in. There's no middle ground with this stuff. It's either peak or amazing or trash. Can't say things. But look, all right, I wonder how we got to this point. And it's just because, I don't know. But what I love is, like, we still got, a lot of people just still are very much, we got this, you've got Project Hail Mary that came out, which seems like no matter where you stand on a lot of things, people are just totally praising this movie. And it's just like one of those feel-good movies. And we'll start bringing some people on right now. But first, like I said, as promised, more Chuck Norris jokes. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure I got my drop ready because, we're celebrating Chuck Norris tonight, guys, with Chuck Norris jokes. Since 1940, the year Chuck Norris was born, roundhouse kick related deaths have increased 13,000%. Chuck Norris once roundhouse kicked a coal mine and turned it into a diamond mine. Chuck Norris doesn't strike gold. Gold is the byproduct of Chuck Norris roundhouse kicking rocks. All right. There we go. All right. Expect more of those. It's fun stuff. Fun stuff. All right. Let's go ahead and start bringing some peeps on here. See that. Let me make sure I send it all send all the links. I think we're good. Oh, I forgot one link. There we go. All right. Turn that off. And first person we're going to bring on is... Scott! What's going on, Scott?
Fist my bump.
Yes. Oh, so good. So good.
By the way, you asked for this after Fanimated. Here we go.
You're popping the whiskey. Oh, yeah, that sound. That sound. You got to love that freaking sound.
Not just whiskey. Bourbon from Kentucky.
Of course.
This was my Christmas present from my sister who lives in Kentucky.
There you go.
Oh, this isn't just the Woodford Reserve. This is the double oak. I've been waiting years to have a bottle of double oaked all for my own.
Yeah.
And since my vacation started today.
Yes. Scott's in good spirits tonight for sure. Cheers, man. Cheers.
Mm. Oh, that tastes so good.
Goes down smooth.
Oh, it's so smooth. That's the problem. See, that's what's so dangerous about this stuff. It's why it comes in a much smaller bottle.
Yeah, because you get little too. It's so smooth. It's so nice, and just
it doesn't.
Then all of a sudden, you're like, you're pouring your third glass and you're slurring.
And then I'm looking like I was 5 years ago. So
when we celebrated
the release,
and you got pretty.
I got plastered.
Pretty toasty.
Oh God, I got so plastered.
Yeah,
Drunk Scott is fun, Scott.
Drunk Scott was fun, Scott. That was a fun stream. That definitely was a fun stream. I remember Liz. That what she goes by? Liz.
Yeah,
who dressed
Liz
like
Wonder.
Wonder Woman. Liz Wonder. There you go. Sorry. She even was on that stream. I remember she was like, I think she wasn't even feeling all that great. And obviously she was like East Coast. So it was like a little late for her. So she was kind of bundled up in like a hoodie. But she was laughing her fucking ass off at you. We all were, because you were just like, you wanted to just hug all of us. And I did. I was feeling pretty good too. So
2 years later, I did.
Yes, and we all got to do all that. Yeah, I know. It was such a fun time.
But I am here. You were so excited after Fanimated when I told you that I was going to be on the Vodka stream.
Yes.
Because, this movie.
Oh my.
Okay, so
we're talking about Project Hail Mary now, folks.
I read the book 5 years ago.
And so now I really wanted to get your take on it because of book and movie.
Okay. Oh my God. I mean, what it does is that it just truncates the first part. It just
Okay.
moves faster.
Gotcha.
The whole I'm gonna not ruin too much, but let's just say
Try to be spoiler free, but
try
you
to
know,
be
yeah,
spoiler
the little
free.
details are fine. Yeah.
Right, but Ryland waking up, like the whole
Yes.
process of him waking up moves faster, and the flashbacks move a little bit at a brisker pace, and it doesn't. The beauty about the book, the beauty about Andy Weir in The Martian and in this is that if you read the book, all the science you get, like because it's hard science fiction, everything is based on actual scientific fact.
That's what
Well,
I
of course,
love.
for the movie, it's like that's there, but they just kind of, you know, they glaze over it. You know, they're not going to spend the time on it like the book is actually going to teach you the science.
Yeah.
So all the movie does is just moves through that first part a lot quicker than the book does. Which, you know, it's a movie. You know, when you're a book reader who also loves movies and you enjoy good adaptations, there are just certain things you go, "Hey, I get that." Like
Yeah.
that's what you do.
Mhm.
But the non-linear structure of the film is the structure of the novel. Because
I love that.
the
I
movie
you know, I'm a
doesn't.
sucker for that too. I love it when
Oh
it
yeah, yeah.
bounces back and forth, you
The
know?
movie doesn't quite represent it the same way, but this is a slight spoiler, but I really feel like that if you
Okay.
paid any attention, you know. But you know,
Yeah.
when he wakes up at the beginning of the movie, he doesn't remember stuff.
Yes.
The flashbacks in the book are placed as he's remembering. Like,
Gotcha.
so the flashbacks are the memories coming back to him.
Okay.
So it
So,
doesn't
yeah, because
quite.
the movie picks particular parts to start flashing back. It's not like every time he's like, you know, he's starting to remember, it's not like it just constantly just going back. So you're saying in the book, it goes back a lot.
Well, no, but like
Yeah.
it's when he needs it, it's
Yeah.
that thing where when something triggers a memory,
Gotcha. Gotcha.
that's when a flashback, and then he'll come back now with that information about what happened before he was in space.
Okay.
But but no, that is it. So um I have my Letterbox review out there. I had my first reaction post out there on X and on
Yeah.
Vero. Um it
Dude,
is it,
it's just one of those movies where I mean, I got choked up, I teared up,
I laughed my
I
ass off.
I laughed. I mean, I don't again, I
And
don't
there
know.
are also moments that almost like there are moments that blend the music and the cinematography in a
Yes.
way that I say it is a compliment when I say it is up there with 2001: A Space Odyssey and Interstellar. The
Mhm.
way that the film will marry the music and the visuals in that, once again, hard science fiction. Like if we're going to present a science fiction movie in the realm of realistic possibilities, and Interstellar in 2001, I think, are like cinematic gems of hard science fiction.
100%.
I feel like Project Hail Mary is up there. And I even had someone ask me on X.
And The Martian.
Well,
Yeah.
and I had someone ask me about like how's it compared to The Martian. I said, well, the movies are as different as the source materials are
Of
different,
course. Yeah.
because while Project Hail Mary is a little bit more fantastic, while being
Yes.
hard science fiction, it
Yeah.
goes a little more fantastical than The
Totally. Well,
Martian does.
he's makes friends with an alien.
He makes
You
it
know?
with an alien, which
Yeah.
once again, I will still to this day bitch
Yeah.
about the fact they blew that in the trailer.
I know, but they needed to sell it because, you know, it was marketing. I get it.
But
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. But the thing though is that this is a little bit more. This has a completely different feel. Some people will say, "Well, isn't it just a smart guy figuring out problems by being smart?" Well, yeah, but I'm still going to say The Martian and the Project Hail Mary, they're two different kinds of science fiction stories.
Totally. I mean, like when it comes to the Martian, the Martian is about survival, and obviously they didn't want to just like, and it almost the Martian almost feels like, yeah, this feels more, more realistic in the fact that if we were to go to Mars and this were to happen and he had to survive, and then they try to get him back.
And
I mean,
actually, scientists have gone back and said, with the exception of one fact in the book that only was disproven after the book was written, everything in The Martian, basically everything in The Martian works based on knowledge at the time that the book was written. And there's only one thing in The Martian that has been scientifically disproven, but it was disproven years after the book was written.
See,
so
I mean, it's about a dude fucking making potatoes out of his own shit. I mean, it just, a lot of the stuff just, you kind of just went, oh, and it's not like he made friends with an alien. I mean, that's why when it comes to this movie, this one's crazier because it's like, okay, why is the son dying? Which they don't really give away at all in the trailers. They kind of just do a really good job.
By the way, we talked about this on Fanimated. When he has the moment in the classroom where he's explaining that, that's when my dad leaned over and went, oh, yeah, I did read this book. I went, told you. For those of you who didn't watch the Fanimated, I have been, I bought my dad a ticket to come see the movie with me because he read the book 5 years ago. But since I've been talking about the movie the past few months, my dad has sworn up and down to me that he hadn't read the book. And I'm sitting there going, Dad, you read the book. I know you read the book. I told you to read the book. And then within that moment in the movie, he leaned over and went, oh, yeah, I did read this. And I went, thank you.
Yeah, because there is a very specific reason why the son is dying. And it's like, they don't mention really what at all in the trailer.
No, the
trailer totally just goes, they just say, hey, the son's dying and things are going to be happening, but we got to get over to this. There's a star over here that is not dying, so we got to figure out why. And then it's basically it. And then he meets an alien, and then the alien, Rocky, his same thing with his where he lives. The son is also, it's the same thing. But man, you got yourself a fucking Rocky Stuffy, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
No, dude. I have gone whole. Okay, listen. This movie has become a personality, and I have no regrets. I got the popcorn bucket and the mission patch at AMC.
Nice. I saw you post that.
Yes. Today you posted about the Rocky plushie, and I bought it.
Yeah.
I found a t-shirt, like an actual official t-shirt from Amazon, because once again, this is an Amazon MGM Studios film, so all the official merch is there on Amazon. So I got a t-shirt with the mission badge on it. I got the trucker hat that they wear in the movie.
Nice.
And I just I pre-ordered the double LP, the vinyl of the score, because oh my God, that score is so amazing. It's incredible. It is. I have used the word transcendent.
Yes.
I mean,
fit all the visuals. Oh, and those visuals.
And it was weird how it wasn't a one note kind of score throughout the movie. Like there were different styles being used. It was fun how the style worked with what was happening.
Yeah.
And the moment, like there's one moment, and I'm just going to visually, because I don't want spoilers, but this moment.
Yes, I know what you're talking about. Yes.
Like that is one of those moments that like the visuals and the score was just like, and my audience, listen, my movie started 40 minutes late. We sat there in I was, because this happened to me last year. Remember how I didn't get to see The Accountant 2 at that early preview?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
I was sitting there going, you fuckers better not come back to me and tell me that I don't get to watch the movie right now.
Oh, that would have sucked.
But they came back. They came in like 10 to 15 minutes before they actually started the movie, and they let us know that they were working on, I couldn't really hear because the person wasn't speaking loud enough. But the best thing was that even though they started 40 minutes late, they went straight to the movie, skipped all the trailers, skipped all the previews, no trailers, no previews, because the movie was already starting 40 minutes late. But of course, then the sad part is that they cut off the end credits. So I didn't get to sit there and watch the end credits because they had to get ready for
Yeah,
the,
of course. Yeah, they
the,
had to
the,
cut out that.
the next showing.
And it's a 2.5 hour long.
It's a 2.5 movie, and once again, you don't feel it.
Oh, you don't feel it at all. Like yeah, did not feel it at all. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Ryan Gosling, he's just one of those guys where it's like, man, why are you so goddamn likable? Why?
Ghoul mentioned it in the chat because I was going to bring it up because I think I saw the same interview that Ghoul in the chat saw.
Yeah.
But apparently, Andy Weir sent the manuscript before it was published to Ryan Gosling, asking him to be a part of a movie and to be a producer, which was funny because I've heard this before. Like Jack Carr did the same thing with Chris Pratt when it came to the Terminal List, because before the book was even published, he had a SEAL buddy who had worked with Pratt on Zero Dark 30 and got him the manuscript to say, hey, I see you as my main character.
How do you? I'm sorry, go ahead.
So once again, it's that inside baseball stuff that I love. That's like the book isn't even published yet, and you're already selling the options to it, and you're already approaching the stars going, I see you as my character. Here's the manuscript. Read it before the book is even published.
How do you not, like, when you're writing a novel that you would hope would be, good enough to be adapted into a movie, how do you not think of, because that these authors they're watching movies and they're not sticklers about that. How do you not have, like, when you're thinking of your character, your main character, how do you not think of like someone? There's no way. I mean, I've written things and I'll have a certain actor in my brain when I've written. I'm like, oh, this would actually, and I'm visualizing, whomever, it's like, and it's so, like, when you say stuff like that, I'm like, that's awesome, because again, Ryan Gosling, I'm so kind of mesmerized by his career. He's had just this crazy career of, like, and then he's like this heartthrob, and it's like he could have easily went here, boom, and then just died down. But
also,
it's like,
but okay, so like you go with like
so
Crazy Stupid Love, and and he's heartthrob and he's sexy and all that in that movie, because that's a great movie.
Totally.
But then he can do the turn and do something like The Nice Guys, and he even jokes about it and he did with the actress who plays the German lady, the head of the project. And they did one of those letterbox things where they do the trivia where they read you a review of one of your movies and you have to guess which movie it is that someone wrote a letterbox review for. Mm-hmm. And he talked about the scream, and it's so funny is that you hear his nice guy scream in this movie,
like towards the beginning.
Yes,
I know. I immediately was like, when you hear like his little, his scream that he has, you hear it at the beginning of the movie. And I just immediately started laughing. I'm like, oh, this movie's going to be great. I'm like, I already was like, I have confidence. I already had confidence, but now I have more confidence the way that this movie is starting. Because, essentially, like I said,
and the whole audience, like I saw a 2:45 matinee on a Thursday, and it was it wasn't full, but it was well attended for a 2:45 on a Thursday. And I want to talk about, when you want to look at the demographics of the audience, it was a cross section.
Mixed bag. That's a good thing. That's a good thing about Ryan Gosling too, is like, he puts, he gets the ladies' butts in the seats, but then the dudes too, where we just go, we like the guy. I want to like have a conversation with this guy.
Book, and we want to see the movie.
Or that too.
Trailer just looked so good that they just want to see and people were having those conversations. Have you read the book? Have you read the book? And it was a healthy mix of, no, I just saw the trailer. No, I read the book. And it was this, I like The Martian. It was just
like
nice.
One of those things.
I mean, so it made like $71 million.
Oh yeah, they're talking about like that. It's going to be projected. It made over 12 million on Thursday.
Thursday alone.
Yeah, Thursday alone.
So that's Thursday and the Monday, because Monday they had.
Yeah. But no, this movie's gonna it's Amazon money, so they knew. And I even saw something where Drew Goddard was like, there's no way we were not going to be able to like put some money into this. But I mean, but again, I'm like going, I would say, like, yeah, obviously they're going to spend a lot of money on the visuals and the set pieces, big time. But it's like, it must be kind of nice where it's like you have basically the most of the movie is just one actor and an animatronic slash visual effects creature.
And it was a puppet.
Yes,
it was a
was
puppet.
it was an animatronic, or was it just a puppet?
It was a puppet.
Okay,
and
so it wasn't. Okay.
the puppeteer was
Yeah.
the voice.
Oh, that's awesome. Love
Because
that.
he was not originally cast as the voice of Rocky, but because of the banter that he and Ryan Gosling had during filming, they made the puppet kind of like Frank Oz being the puppeteer
Yeah.
and the voice of Yoda. James Ortiz is his name. He didn't start off to be the voice of Rocky, but he became the voice of Rocky because he and Ryan Gosling had such great chemistry.
See,
as he was puppeteering the puppet.
Yeah.
And which of course then brings me to my other point that, you know, Ray Porter was in the movie, just not the way I thought he was going to be. But
I totally forgot that he was supposed to be in there. I'm like, oh yeah, what is he?
The voice algorithm when he's trying out different voices.
Oh, he's in there.
He's in there. Yes.
Oh, damn, that's right. Oh, that's funny.
I think, and if I'm guessing correctly, I think he's the first one.
Okay.
The one that's very like the one that's very much like your video
Yeah.
at the beginning of the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
that's so funny. I
'cause
remember you said that. You said
Yeah.
because he reads the audiobook.
he's the narrator of the audiobook. Because back
Yeah.
in 2021, the audiobook of Project Hail Mary was audiobook of the year, and
Yeah.
Ray Porter won narrator of the year for the book. And Audible, because Audible is owned by Amazon, and Audible has been using Ray Porter in all of their social media marketing for the movie. It's like, hey, the movie's coming out. Why don't you listen to the audiobook?
Yeah,
And so I've been seeing him all over my
So
Facebook, because I follow Audible on Facebook, and Ray Porter's been popping up because they've used him as marketing.
And it comes out the day after the Snyder Cut anniversary. It's just like, what do we like? It's crazy when you think about this stuff. I'm sorry.
I know.
There's something about it where you go, what are the odds that he's part of this movie? He won an award for doing the audiobook for his voice. He's in the movie. And I remember you told me about that, but I totally forgot. And I'm like, okay, that makes sense when he's trying to, because, you know, there's a process of trying to, the communication between Grace and him, and
which is one of those places where the movie moves a little bit faster than the book,
because you kind of just go, wait, how is okay? Well, I'm just gonna accept it, you know, because
in the book it actually
you could tell there's a big times, but I was like, that probably would have taken a long time to figure out how there was going to be that translation thing. You kind of see a computer screen, you see kind of how you get the gist of it.
You get the gist of it.
Yes.
Well, the book, it actually would like.
But at the same time, I remember like kind of going, okay, like I don't exactly know exactly how he figured it out, and then I even thought, I bet you the book really explains how he figured it out.
It really does.
The translation stuff. You get the gist where you accept it, where it's like, oh, okay.
Because it's a movie and it just keeps the story.
Yeah, because it would drag if it was a whole thing.
And I'm not saying that it drags in the book, but once again, watching a movie and reading a book are two completely different experiences.
1,000.
But and another thing I'll say, for those out there who have read the book, all I can say is it is faithful. The movie ends the way the book ends. Like they don't change, like that's the way the book ends. And I'm so happy. Like it is one of those movies, it's like Sinners from last year, where I want to be able to turn right back around
and just watch it again.
Watch it again. Like Sinners, I saw it on Thursday and I went back on Sunday to go, because it came out almost the same, you know, time frame. Actually, because I remember Sinners came out Easter weekend, actually. So I'm like, but it's kind of fun though, because I've got my 13-year-old reading the book. I got my mother-in-law listening to the audiobook, and because she was listening to it, my father-in-law heard some of it, and she went and bought him a copy of the book. So now I got my father-in-law reading the book. And of course, I want to take them all to go see the movie, but I want them to finish the book first. So
yeah, make sure they do that first. Yeah, I know I know my mom wants to see it, and I'm like, let's go. Like, I'm ready. I'm ready to see it again. Let's go to you have the IMAX right up there. We'll go and see that. But all right, well, there's our discussion right there when it comes to that. I'm sure some of these other peeps are going to be
I know a couple of people coming on tonight who want to talk. Yeah,
I want to talk about it. But first off, we got Taladia. What's happening, man?
Hey, what's up, man?
How's it going?
There he is.
Yeah. I take it you probably didn't. Did you see Project Hail Mary?
Not yet.
I'm
planning to see it.
Okay.
Oh,
okay,
dude, make it.
You're in for a good. You're in for a treat. You're definitely in for a treat. And then right now we got actually somebody that's returning to the Vodka stream who hasn't been on here for a while. So
I'm an idea.
Yes. He's like, gotta be. Oh, you got to turn on you're muted.
Yeah.
I knew he was looking. I knew he was looking for some stupid drop to give me. I always get the worst ones. And lo and behold, I get Jared Leto's Joker from a version of the movie which I purchased. I purchased the deleted, whatever the I don't know what they even called that.
They called it the extended cut.
The extended cut. I purchased that because I'm a sucker for Joker and Harley. Still was dissatisfied. And this is what I get. It's Jared Leto's Joker. And I actually got it. Jared Leto's Joker's hair right now. So
you do. I was about to say.
That's sad.
I don't slick back hair going on.
I don't love it, but I am happy to be back. Barring that clip. So not much. It's Friday night. It's great. I'm outside because my house is wild right now because it's spring break here in Canada. So the kids are.
My spring break just started too. So.
Yeah. So it's not exactly bedtime yet. This family. So that's why hopefully I get no traffic. Usually around this time it's quiet, but no, it's been a while. But I'm happy to be back on and excited to talk about lots of good topics tonight. And I saw Hail Mary, and it was all right. It was fine. No. I
saw your review.
No,
lying dog.
It's a very special movie, and I've not read the book, which was great because our listeners really like. Because Taylor had read the book and I hadn't, so it was a fun review to kind of go back and forth when we did on GV. But no, I loved it. I'm the same thing, Scott. I'm going to see it on Sunday with my wife Emily because she was watching the kids at that point. But she sees she sees movies that we're interested in, but I'm like, no, we got to see this, and we got to go to the extreme screen, which sucks because we don't have an IMAX here. It's called the extreme screen, so it's a bit bigger, but it's not an IMAX. But it's about like a half an hour drive, and she's like, do we really gotta go that far? I'm like, no, you gotta see it on the biggest screen possible. Because I'm with you, Scott. That was a movie right when it ended. I could have saw it right again. It's 2.5, flew right by. So no, I definitely recommend people seeing it. And I loved it.
And like I said, the beauty of the IMAX cinematography is when there's going to be an IMAX movie, that the entire film is not going to stay in the IMAX aspect ratio.
Yeah.
Too many cinematographers now have gotten very thoughtful and ingenious about the aspect shifts. And I'm so happy to report that Greg Fraser chose a delineation between Earth and space. And one gets one aspect ratio and one gets the other. And so it's not like a cool transition like the way that like Tom Cruise like turns the wheel and suddenly it goes to IMAX. It was literally an indicator of location to which aspect ratio you were getting. And so I have gotten more of an eye for that, and I'm so happy that more directors and cinematographers are making very intentional choices if they're not going to have one aspect ratio the entire film, about saying, well, this is when it's going to be full-blown IMAX, full all screen, and this is when you're going to have the bars on the top and bottom.
Well, last year, talking about Mission Impossible, the other good one you just talked about watching it back to back, like within days, was Sinners, when they did the whole opening of the barn, everyone's getting ready,
yes,
and everyone backs up, and it's on that's cool because I think I didn't notice that until it might have been The Dark Knight Rises when I had them Blu-ray and I was watching at home, and it has a vicious switch cycle between the standard and the IMAX in a way where there's no style, there's no nothing, because I feel like you said, now I feel like people are more cognizant of that, we don't want that take you out moment. But I feel like when you're in the theater, you don't notice as much, but at home, when I'm just watching a 60-inch, you do notice like the Dark Knight Rises when it's switching in and out. It can sometimes take you out, especially if it's in. I don't mind if it's different kind of scenes, like we transition, but there's a couple in Dark, and other movies do this too. I'm just saying as like an example when I first noticed it.
I understand.
Yeah, when it's like mid-action scene, that's when it's tough. When it's like, I think it was like the Bat or something, or maybe one of the Bane fights where it's regular aspect ratio IMAX, and it's going back and forth. Oh, you know what? I get it. It's great to have this great IMAX, but I'd almost rather just have one or the other for the whole scene. So it is great that people, if they can't shoot that way, because obviously very expensive. It's not everyone gets that privilege, right? Of you get all this in IMAX. Go and the space one, like that's what worked about this is. Like obviously they want to shoot those scenes for the visuals, but it works because you feel like you're in a much grander unit, like you are, but you literally feel like you're in a great, like you're in space. It's bigger than you, you know?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's very well thought out, and everything about this movie is very well thought out. I put it in my letterbox. It just feels like this is that movie, kind of like Sinners was for Coogler. But when you like look at directors' careers, like a Fincher or Spielberg, there's always that one movie. Like Spielberg had done a couple before, but Jaws was he's here. And even though Lord Miller had been working for a while, this is like they're on a different step now. They've evolved, and I can't wait to see what they do next. I know they're developing Artemis. I think it's like 50-50 if they're directing it or not. But
and also right? Artemis is not a great book. Like I mean, it was that sophomore slump of a book. Yeah. That it's the reason why when everyone talks about Andy Weir, I mean, they talk about The Martian and they talk about Project Hail Mary. I will be interested to know that if Artemis adapted as a movie, like, is this one where the movie actually like improves? Because I've seen those. Like, I've definitely had movies where I go, wow, that was way better than the source material, and maybe Artemis is that. But there's a reason people talk about The Martian and Project Hail Mary, and they kind of, oh yeah, there was a second book, you know, and they kind of just scoot over that one.
Oh, interesting. So yeah, I mean, I know they're in an interview they said like, because there's something about they said like we didn't know how you can achieve like 1/6 gravity or something like that. There's like this whole concept about like, you know, something like that, where I saw a quote from one of them two, and they said like they didn't know how they could achieve that. Like, how would you film something like that has 1/6 gravity? And then they're like, well, we might have figured it out, so we're thinking about it.
Well, because there's less gravity on the moon than there is on Earth, so and that's kind of a plot point. I mean, because the whole idea of Artemis is that there's a city on there's a city on the moon. It's kind of like it's a heist movie on the moon. Is basically what
that sounds cool in concept.
That sounds really cool.
Sounds cool in concept. Yeah. But when I read it, it was kind of. Even though Rosario Dawson does the audiobook narration, so that was
there you go.
So that was nice. But it just didn't have. But that was really. But that's also coming off The Martian, and it just didn't have the punch that The Martian had. And then he comes back with Project Hail Mary, and it's just like, we're back.
Yeah, now we're back, folks. We're back to it. We're back to it all. We're gonna bring on some more people.
Hey, Christopher, what you up to?
What's up, Chris?
Amaze.
Hey, jazz hands.
Yes, that's what he sent me in DMs. Amaze. Because yes, Chris is a fan of the movie too, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
you just got out
the
of
audiobook in 24 hours.
Yes, I was so proud of you. So
it was just that good, you know. And even when my wife was the one who kind of saying, oh yeah, I've got it in my queue for Audible, and I just keep on hearing it's the narrator at that point. And at the time I didn't realize who narrated it. I was like, oh, you're in for a treat when you read this.
It's awesome.
And I do want to say before you bring on the next person, the chat and everybody, if you haven't, wish Chris a belated birthday. It was his birthday yesterday, so happy birthday, Mr. Chris Balga.
It was.
Chris and I are like birthday buddies. We're just a few days apart.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Well, then when's your birthday? We should celebrate it now. When is it?
Celebrate also Scott's.
It's March 30th.
There you go. Okay.
10 days. 10 days. There you go. Cheers to you guys. March birthday, guys. You know, Zach's birthday is also March. You know, cheers to Zach and everything that's.
Anyone else got a March fucking?
I know. Geez,
put it in the chat. We'll wish you a happy birthday.
Yeah, if you got a birthday in March in the chat, let's.
Oh yeah, it was one of my fans out there, Dell, it was his birthday on Wednesday.
Dell, hell yeah. Happy birthday, Dell.
Happy birthday.
So many birthdays in March. Gotta love it. Now we got
Phil? Hey, Phil? Phil?
what's up, Phil?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Your birthday's
Chris.
next
Hey,
month,
Phil.
is it?
No, my birthday was in January.
Yeah, that's right. I remember. Yeah.
Chris,
good to
happy
see you.
birthday, my friend. Cyclops was right, just FYI.
No.
Phil's right on that one. Yeah.
No, that is the ongoing joke Chris and I have with each other.
Oh no, Chris has this argument with almost everybody. He has this with David as
I
co-host
do.
because David's with me. I'm a Cyclops is right guy. I don't know where Brent is. I think he's somewhere in the middle, but I think he leans more to Chris's side. But Chris, you know, he's gonna get his moment this year. Doomsday.
I mean, no offense, I don't really give a shit about any of that. That's just this just kind of
No,
between me
I've
and
already
Chris.
proven my moment at that point within the
Yeah.
within the trailer. What's he doing? He's blasting there. The villains are back there. The Sentinels are back there. Where are you blasting?
Maybe there's
Wrong
one we
way
can't
there,
see off
guy.
screen. Maybe he's falling from the sky. You know.
Wow. Inside baseball, everybody. So yeah, good to see you, Phil. And before we start getting into more stuff, hey, let's read some more Chuck Norris jokes right now because we're
Hell
celebrating a little bit Chuck Norris. Let me get the drop ready because
Oh,
it's
man.
fun. So this is talking about Chuck Norris's strength. So Chuck Norris once shattered the space-time continuum. He felt so bad he put it back together. Mission Impossible was originally set in Chuck Norris's house. Chuck Norris uses pepper spray to season his meat. Norris plays Jenga with Stonehenge. Chuck Norris is able to slam a revolving door. All right.
I got a couple. Get the drop
Okay.
ready.
Okay, I'll get ready.
I got a couple. There we go. Death's worst fear comes to life. It meets Chuck Norris. Death doesn't beckon
Topical.
Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris beckons death.
I love it. Oh man, it's so funny too because like as soon as it was announced, it was like, oh shit, and then people were immediately doing the jokes,
Yeah.
and it was just like
It's like
you
a
know,
real
partially you're like, is this in poor taste? But then it's like, no, I think this is what he actually would have wanted because he loved the jokes, the memes, and everything. So yeah, it was. But yeah, again, rest in peace, Chuck Norris. Cheers to him, of course. Legend.
He doesn't
Yeah,
do push-ups. He pushes the world down.
Yeah, I know. I always love that joke. Yeah, he doesn't do push-ups. He pushes the world down. Yeah. Good times, good times. But yeah. So yeah, talking a little bit more Project Hail Mary. Like I said, we're not going in spoiler territory. It's just again, it's when
I
you have
haven't
a
seen
movie like this. When are you planning? When are you going to see it, Phil?
I don't know.
Yeah,
We'll see.
yeah.
The answer, Phil, is as soon as possible. That is
Scott, I would love to, but the real world kind of gets in the way of things sometimes.
I get that. I completely get that. But if you want to be able to leave the real world
For a bit.
leave the real world behind for about 2.5 hours, I'm writing.
I hear you.
I'm writing a prescription. You know,
Tell you what, you guys want to crowdfund or like do a GoFundMe for a ticket? That'd be great.
you know what?
Right.
I will text it to you. You tell me the theater. Fandango allows me to text tickets. Tell me the
Are you for
theater,
real?
and we'll make the. Yeah, that's how I get my dad a ticket because
Wow,
we don't
okay.
go. So he doesn't have to like wait on me or I have to wait on him. I can buy the ticket, and then when you get it, you can put in a number to text the ticket, and then you have the digital ticket on your phone for them to scan when you show up at the movie theater.
Oh wow, that's pretty fancy.
Yeah, good stuff.
You want?
Yeah.
I have worked out all the I know all the ways. Just
Scott is like a master at like.
you want to know how to
try
go to the movies?
Yeah.
I can show you how to go to the movies.
I mean, that's the thing is like when I hear
Aladdin
the
over
complaints,
there.
when I hear the
Yeah.
complaints from people, like when I hear like when people just like go like, I don't know, when you hear about like, yeah, movies are dying and then people, and I'm like, and they're like, obviously there's always the biggest thing is always taking the family because it's going to cost a lot. And yes, movies
Right.
cost a lot. But man, when I just go like, this guy over here, it's like, yeah, I just like go, he's figured out the way, and I'm
I
like,
play the game and I play
plays
it
the game.
well.
This is like, I mean, even like I have a certain little thing that I have where I get rewards through Fandango. I don't have to pay the fees, do all that, and I get, you figure out the different ways when you're going on a weekly, of course, but yeah, but like I said, but I'm sure everybody here is like jazzed to eventually.
Phil, I'm serious. Send me a message. Tell me the theater. Tell me your showtime. I'll make it happen for you.
Well, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I tried to get your number a while ago, and you left me on red.
Oh,
What? I did?
Oh,
Yeah,
Oh,
it's either on Vero or one of the messengers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, life has been unfortunately.
Like, I wasn't sure if you were like super protective of stuff like that, so I just kind of let it go. But
Oh no!
I'm
Hold
not even
on.
trying to be a jerk.
Check.
Can you just put it in the YouTube chat there, Scott? Just so we
No,
can
not gonna happen. Now the sad part is Dave and Chris already have it. So.
Oh yeah, I already have his number.
Yeah,
And his
And I-
address.
and the ironic part is I also have Dave and Chris's number too.
Yeah.
Well, Phil, now you have my number.
Yep, and I have it right now, and I'm sending
There
you a
you
message.
go. All right.
Anyone want to give away numbers at this point that feels left out?
867-5309.
See, I don't want to make international calls to Travis. That just feels feels
No.
like just asking for trouble.
No, and it's expensive too.
All right, I
legitimately
just text
is.
you.
Cool. Yeah. So yeah, we'll get Phil. To Charlie go to see it this week because I'm telling you, Phil, this is gonna be. You're gonna walk away. It's just one of those movies.
Oh
where
my
you just
God,
go,
you did that joke, Phil. Oh my God.
Yes, I did. Listen, Stifler has been popping up in my TikToks lately. I'm sorry.
Oh, so he did a Stifler joke.
Oh my God. Well, it's so funny is that, because you guys know I work for a grocery store now. And the guy who used to be my Bluebell ice cream rep, this is when he would show up at like 5 a.m., when I've been there at 4 a.m. This was how he would. And now my produce manager does the same joke to me like every time he sees me. So it's like this suddenly has become like the Scott. I grew up on Beam Me Up Scotty, and now I get Scotty Doesn't Know. So you know what?
That's funny.
Well, I mean, he's accurate. You didn't know.
I didn't know. I really didn't.
Yeah.
So Chris, did we already talk about it? I'm trying to remember. Did you read? You didn't read the book beforehand, right?
No, he did.
No, I did. I did.
Oh,
read
that's
that.
right.
Yeah,
That's right. You
'cause
did say you caught it
because I was
before you. That's right.
Yeah, when I was on break, we've been going back and forth where she chooses a novel for me to read, and I give her graphic novels to read based on the number of chapters of the book. So
Nice.
I'll always win because it'll be like 60 chapters. So keep on
Okay.
going like that point.
Yeah.
So what's interesting though too is that I just kind of thought about is like, so Scott, when did you read the book?
Back in 2021, like the
When
day it came out.
Yeah.
'Cause
So
it was
I
one of
remember you
those
talking about this book when it came out.
What'd you say?
I remember you talking about this book when it came out. I think
I
you
know,
might have got a
'cause
Scott shot for it.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Because
There it is.
It was, because it was just perfect because like it was Ray Porter narrating it. It was really, Ray Porter had a long narrating career, but that was kind of like that audiobook was like his coming out party as far as like getting a wider audience like hooked.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's really been that and him reading the Terminalist books, all of Jack Carr's books. But it was funny because he just got inducted into the Audible Hall of Fame this year. And they even said that he's one of those narrators that people will listen to the books
Because it's his voice.
because he's reading it.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Mhm.
But I read the book and it was one that I got the audiobook. And it was funny was that I really think the audiobook is an excellent way to experience the book because of the way Rocky communicates. But then it's also fun to get the physical book and see how the way Rocky communicates is represented in print versus the way it's presented in audiobook. So it was like one of the first times that I felt like that the print and the audiobook gave you two different experiences of the same story because of that one plot element about Rocky's communication method. So, and I'm staying vague intentionally, but I just think it's really cool the way it's done in the book and the way that it's done, you know, in the audiobook. And but I read it 5 years ago, back when it first came out.
See, well, what's interesting about that is like, so you read it before you had any kind of visualization of what, you know, who's going to star in it and what it could look like. Mm-hmm. But with Chris, you kind of already had that visual. So when you're hearing it, you're already kind of seeing Ryan Gosling, and, you know, so it's kind of interesting, like to get that, you know, because, you know, it's just, I'm not saying that's going to change a lot of things, but at the same time, it's like, Scott, you had you made your own movie when you read it. Chris, you already kind of was like, well, it's Ryan Gosling, and it kind of looks like, you know, and that's what, you know, Rocky looks like, and blah, 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 you know?
Well, with Rocky, I'd only seen that first trailer, so I'd only seen his hand, and at that point, I kind of cut off trying to see anything else. And thankfully, I only started seeing like the full-on Rocky when people, like, I think the first time I'd really seen it was a couple of days ago with the La La Land that poster.
Was
And that was the first time I'd kind of seen what Rocky was going to look like. I was like, okay, in the book, I had a little bit bigger image in my head of what it was, just because of the description that was kind of given, but it didn't take it away when I was like, oh, okay, this works. I get that now. You know
what's funny is, like, I retweeted, you know, a tweet when I was like just kind of scrolling through my For You page, because I have, you know, I'm arachnophobic. I don't do good with spiders. And this girl right here said, the ability of Project Hail Mary to make me feel so deeply for something so closely resembling a spider needs to be studied. And I went, yes.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, because at first I'm like, yeah, he's very spider-like. I remember it was funny too, because I saw it with my dad. And my dad, one of the last times that we hung out, he said, hey, have you seen that one movie, that Adam Sandler movie? I think it's called, what's it called? Spaceman or something like that? That Netflix Adam Sandler movie?
I think it is
Spaceman. Yeah. So. He asked me, he goes, have you seen that? I'm like, I can't watch that. And he was like, what? I'm like, it has a big fucking spider in it that he talks to. I can't. When I saw the trailer, I went, no, I want to watch this, but why did they make him a big fucking spider? Why is Paul Dano a spider? You know, and I'm like, I can't do it, because
it is called Spaceman. I just confirmed 2024.
Yeah, Spaceman. Yeah. And I would love to watch it, but I can't.
I was going to watch it, and then, you know, I think it was also Life, and just, you know, but it's like, oh, that reminds me, I need to go put that in my Netflix queue and make sure I like. But
yeah, I can't. There's no way I can watch a big giant spider like that. I'm like, I mean, I have trouble with big giant spiders. I just do.
Have you watched Chamber of Secrets in its entirety?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I know what scenes you're talking about.
Okay.
Now, what if it was called Thanagarian Snare Beast? Would you be okay with it then?
That's true. How did you make it through The Flash?
Oh yeah. There's sometimes, I mean, like, sometimes you just gotta, like, you know, sometimes there'll be just times where I just have to, like, just kind of.
Or what about It Chapter 2?
Oh yeah, there's sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, there's sometimes
where
I have to just kind of go. I have to, like, just rub, you know, my head a little bit, kind of close my eyes.
Oh, that's why.
So then here's the important question.
We'll never move to Australia because Erin's definitely afraid of spiders. She's like, no, Australia.
If I go to Australia, I'm staying within the city. There's no way I'm going anywhere out where all the monsters are.
Okay, then how the fuck are you going to make it through Brand New Day if Man Spider shows up?
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll try my best.
Okay, so that's a really, because even, I mean, of course, Declan's watching YouTube shorts, and so it's like, it's like, how do you know about Man Spider? You haven't, you haven't even watched. You've watched.
He's not
some
on your
of
time.
All right, let's say this is a good
segue. Man Spider's in early in the show, so there is that.
It was like
Spider-Man
season 2 or season 3.
Season 2.
Season 2. It was season 2.
Episode 7 and 8. Yes.
Yeah.
It was in animated, right?
Yeah,
the 90s one we're talking, right? The Fox one?
The original
Spider-Man the Animated Series, 1994, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
How we get the X-Men crossover, it's great shit, you know?
Yeah. Same season.
Sure.
Yeah. Same season, because he's still dealing with, you know, I love it how Steven retweeted and called it Neogenic Nightmare, which was what the arc was called in Spider-Man the Animated Series. And then someone else brought up it was either Neogenic Nightmare or maybe The Other.
Yes.
I think it's a combination of both, but definitely the other, just because of the visuals of him going into cocoon stages.
Exactly.
The organic webbing, the increased senses. I mean, I don't think they're going full inheritors, and
Probably not.
and Moreland yet at this point. I don't think that's where they're going. That'd be way too much for this movie that's already jam packed with a lot of different things. But I do like the idea that Peter's going through a lot, and he is freaking alone. Like Travis, you even brought it up on your stream, just talking about, we're not even talking about stalking. We're talking about this man is visually punishing himself by trying to.
If he actually lives a couple doors down from Ned
Exactly.
and MJ, because they said, "Oh, it's our neighbor,"
Yeah.
right? So maybe that's a joke.
Yeah.
But if he literally lives in that building beside them, he's putting himself through traumatic mental depression throughout this entire.
I mean, to be
40
fair, he was
years.
already in that building. It might be the same building at the end of No Way Home. They could have
That's
moved
what
into
I'm
the.
saying.
They could have moved into the building. And
But it's
He's
also-
gotta move.
They're making
stat.
him
He's
feel
gotta
bad.
go.
That's it.
and it's been 4 years since the
Yeah.
end of No Way Home. So he's been going through this for 4 years. I'm curious. Well, of course, when you talk about the fact that, if it's going like through the other and he does get organic web shooters, I do love the fact that No Way Home has already happened. So I'm hoping for some sort of reference to Tobey Maguire because that was such a great moment between the three of them when they were
You
like,
can't do that, huh?
well, if you think about it, he's kind of going through, a little bit of what Toby and Andrew went through in their second films.
yes, exactly. Yes.
It's a little bit like that. More so, the Toby stuff is very visually apparent because obviously of the organic web shooters, but him cutting himself off and being superbly isolated, that is what Andrew did after he lost Gwen Stacy. That is exactly what Peter's doing right now. And honestly, like everything he's feeling in that trailer, everything he's going through in this movie, I feel on such a fucking personal level. Like, no joke.
Where's
man,
Andrew's? Where's Andrew's web shooters then? Are they gonna meet again in Secret Wars, and the poor guy's still gonna be using the stupid machine? Poor
Yeah.
guy.
I remember.
I've
Go
always
ahead,
loved
Scott.
mechanical web shooters, so you know what? Watch your slander there, sir.
I'm organic all the way, baby.
to that point, Scott,
He's like
that-
Andrew's Spider-Man, and he misses out. He doesn't fight aliens. He doesn't fight certain people.
No organic web. Maybe that'll happen in Secret Wars. Maybe something will happen. You'll literally see him get it, and be like, "Whoa," But
It just
I'm
seems like
still banking
Andrew's the one that's left out when it comes
Yeah.
to.
I am banking on the fact, I'll probably be wrong, but I would be fucking ecstatic if Andrew Garfield ended up getting the black symbiote suit in Secret Wars. I think that would be fucking awesome.
He'd
But I don't think it's
become
gonna
the
happen.
alien.
yeah.
You
That would
get
be
best of both
cool.
worlds.
But I remember when they did that with Tobey Maguire to the organic, and just the community just saying that's what makes Peter Peter. He's a scientist. That's why it's not like unlimited. He's always a threat of like coming out.
Running
And I
out.
saw both sides. Yeah, but going back to that whole loneliness thing, like this is a thing that Peter's done. We've also seen in different things. When Bruce does it with Batman, Clark does it, like when they decide, particularly Bruce has done it many times, and he's already dark and alone to begin with, but when he goes down that path, like one of the things that sticks out in my mind was No Man's Land. He said, I'm never doing it again. I'm going, like, even with Fugitive, I'm never going back, things like that. Like, despite what he thinks in his psyche that he doesn't need Bruce Wayne, that's a key part of him that he ends up realizing, no, I need to have this. That's the same thing Peter's needing to realize. He needs to find some sort of life to have, or else he looks rough. Like,
Oh, no,
really,
yeah.
like he's
And that-
never
and-
looking good throughout the
And
whole
that's-
thing. He looked terrible.
And that's
And
why,
then-
other than he's like a good actor and the character, I
Yeah.
do think that's why Punisher is in this movie, because he is
Yeah.
that, though, right? Punisher is the person that is, yeah, sure, you can say he has Karen and Matt, but he doesn't really, right? He's always on his own. He's gone down a very deep hole, and I feel like you're going to get to see that kind of mirror reflection with one another as far as
Well,
the
and they
trauma. And
said-
the
That's what
it
he's going to
is-
warn him about, saying, don't become
Yes.
like
because
me.
they said that there's going to be like a big brother little brother rivalry
Yes.
between the two, and
Mhm.
what I loved is that because we haven't seen Spider-Man and the Punisher interact before, I love this idea that probably happened in the 4-year, because of Daredevil Born Again, and the fact that they are now fully 100% pulling the Netflix Marvel Defender shows into the MCU continuity. And I love how it's kind of fitting into this more street level Marvel that I am really digging. But like that interaction between Spider-Man and Punisher is like one of my favorite parts of that trailer. Like, I like it when
he calls him Frank.
He calls him Frank.
What you whimpering?
What do you say? And I love it. He goes, mother, go home.
I'm really excited to see the dynamic between Bruce Banner and Peter Parker. And it's
That's
gonna
pretty
be
interesting, and I love it that obviously he's not Smart Hulk. I think obviously we saw that in She-Hulk. Where
what's funny is like I was actually scrolling on Threads and someone had the audacity to be like, "Why does he have that thing on his fucking wrist?" And I was like, "Well, maybe if you watch She-Hulk, you'd understand."
For being so woke, Phil.
But between that being She-Hulk and I saw this on video because once again, there's so many Phase 4, Phase 5. I've been so catch as catch can on some of these things, but apparently it also it's there in the post-credit scene for Shang-Chi. It's he's wearing the device there.
Yeah, we see it established in She-Hulk, and
I know he's got the sling still in Shang-Chi.
But apparently if you look at his hand in the sling, the device is there.
And it's like,
that makes sense. That makes sense.
We live in a world in Endgame where Tony Stark just like built his own gauntlet, like if people really don't watch She-Hulk, like how did he do this? It's like, how much stuff is happening in the MCU? You don't think Bruce Banner could maybe find some device to maybe just not be the Hulk for a little bit? Like we've seen much bigger stretches before. We didn't even see, there wasn't even a show to explain how he became Smart Hulk. We just got to Endgame and I worked on myself and this is the way it is, right? So it's not like a big
he said I took the brain and the brawn, I combined them in the two. It's pretty
exactly. So he can say the same thing. Oh, what's the device do? Oh, it does this. Okay, great. We move on. It's like if anyone's like, why do we need to, like, what's going on? Like, I don't know, man. It's comic books.
I mean, that's the wonderful thing. Like, you can explain it with one thing, and like it makes absolutely like weird science at that point.
Yeah,
right.
So like that shot in the trailer where he's in that, and he's getting like the scanned. Is that Bruce Banner doing that?
It's Bruce Banner doing that.
I think I'm pretty confident Bruce Banner's going to find out Peter Parker's Spider-Man in this movie.
Oh yeah.
There's no doubt about
he's
that.
He's going to work. When you guys were talking about the Human Spider in the animated series, the way Hank McCoy worked for Spider-Man in that series, where he kept going to Hank to do like experiments and look at his blood. That's how I think Banner's going to work in this one.
Like in the comics when he would go to the Baxter Building and it would always go to Mr. Fantastic and have him, scan him up. Because Peter had that relationship with the Fantastic Four in the comics. So,
even with Hulk in comics, when the world forgot who Peter Parker was, Hulk still remembered.
Yeah,
Hulk was the only one who remembered. Bruce doesn't note. Hulk never forgets.
Yeah,
that didn't affect the Hulk.
Hulk never forgets.
Hulk never forgets.
That's a T-shirt.
Yeah.
See, what I'm wondering is how the Hulk is going to be in this, like how
we're supposed to get Savage Hulk back.
Yeah,
we're gonna get that Savage Hulk back where he's just gonna go,
allegedly
gonna go. Yeah, well, yeah.
I'm also interested in the fact that we haven't seen the Hand since the Defenders.
Yeah,
see, and that's back, which I always think is funny. Like it took forever for Fandango at Home / Voodoo to finally put Defenders on sale, but now I own digitally every season of Marvel Netflix. Because the only things I haven't watched is season 3 of Jessica Jones and season 2 of The Punisher.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, I'm gonna watch.
Don't worry about Jones. Don't worry about Jones. Yeah,
Travis,
Punisher's great.
I am a completionist. I
know.
will do it.
I know. I'm just if you have a hierarchy of things you want to watch, Jones.
Oh, no, trust me, Punisher was already going to be higher on my list. But Defenders, I always said was unofficially Daredevil season 2.5 because you can't watch season 3 of Daredevil without watching Defenders.
To that point last year, to catch up, because Kirkland and Tay had never seen it, they watched all the Daredevil shows, and that was their biggest thing, that they didn't watch Defenders, they just watched Daredevil, and that extremely hurt their enjoyment of season 3, because they're like, all this stuff happened with Matt and Elektra, and they said, well, you're gonna have to go back. But yeah, if you watch, it's like some of the MCU stuff, right? You can't watch the Captain America trilogy without the other ones, because he's in World War whatever, he wakes up, and then in Civil War, if you just watch the Captain America movies, who are all these people in Civil War, and even Spider-Man, I did that recently with Far From Home. I just watched that with the kids, and we didn't watch Endgame with them. And you go from Tony Stark's alive to dead. It's like, some of these things you just can't. They just can't watch in their own world there.
Yeah, I remember.
It's like Book of Boba Fett. If you didn't watch Book of Boba Fett, you jump from Mandalorian season 2 to Mandalorian season 3, and you're like, Why is Grogu
please,
back?
get him
What's
started.
What's
Yes.
the new starship?
Please.
No, I mean that's what's funny when you introduce somebody to this stuff who maybe hasn't watched these movies. I remember that happened with my ex, where I was like, "All right, you want to dive into Marvel movies?" I'm like, "All right." I kind of went, "All right, we'll watch that. No, we need to watch that." Thor: The Dark World. It's like we don't need to watch like certain things. And I was like, "Yeah, that you need to lead into that." And then I'll just tell her what happened to lead to this. We don't need to watch that. It's like one of those things.
Well,
where,
Dad watched the movies. He just pick and chose which movie he wanted to watch, and then I was like, "Well, buddy, you kind of want to watch it?" No, I don't want to watch that. I'm like, and in 5 seconds, you're going to be asking Daddy to explain a whole bunch of stuff.
But we got Ronan joining the stream right now. What's happening, man? New
Ronan.
location. What's going on?
So
he's
what's up, y'all?
isolating.
Yeah.
No, yeah. I had gotten sick for a while, and so I was like, instead of keeping my 2 spots from the room and the desk separate, just put them all together and make sure no one else gets too sick. So I was like, you know what, let me stick around for a little bit and see how it feels.
No. Did you get that flu bug that's going around?
I think so, yeah.
I had that a month ago. I still have
You were fucked up, man.
I was fucked up. I got fucked up from it, And yeah, I'm still like I still just like have to, I don't know. It seems like there's still some mucus. Anyways, we don't need to talk more.
Do you know what you need? You need a nice glass of bourbon.
Oh, I wish I had some bourbon. Oh, I actually do have some whiskey over there.
Yeah, well,
I should give
this is going to be my second glass, and I'm going to stop because drunk Scott is not going to make it up.
Oh no, have one more.
Oh, there we go. He said it. That's not going to happen.
Yeah,
he's on break, so.
But anyways,
woo, spring break.
Yeah, good to see you, Ronan. We're just talking. So we're talking about the Spider-Man Brand New Day. And then speaking of the hand, I mean, are they doing the thing?
They're doing the thing.
They're doing the thing.
They're doing the thing.
Is there going to be a Daredevil that's going to be underneath him? That's also
he's fighting the hand. Of course, there's going to be Daredevil.
And I love that. I'm like, thank God. I wanted Daredevil to be in the movie.
There's a spider in the kitchen.
If it's going to be a street level type of movie, which it looks like it, and I'm glad that it is. Like, it's not what we saw with the previous 3 movies, even though maybe the first one was street level, they were establishing that, and then it got international, and then it got
multiversal.
Yeah. So I'm like going, okay, now this feels very street level. You got the Punisher, and it's feeling very more like that and gritty and everything, and I'm going, yeah, there's got to be
Phil has a comment. Phil is raising his hand.
That's him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So it's funny because there's some people online who are under the impression that a certain Spider-Man character can appear in Marvel movies.
Oh, Miles?
No.
Oh.
Kingpin.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So I put this out there either yesterday or the day before that if you've ever wondered why the Kingpin has not appeared in a Marvel Cinematic Universe movie, it's because the character rights are owned on film by Sony Pictures. And the amount of, but he's a Daredevil character I got was nothing short of fucking hilarious. Because when you tell people that Kingpin...
Spider-Man.
No, yes, because his first appearance falls under Spider-Man, I believe it's 51 or 71. I don't remember which one, but he's pretty early on in Spider-Man's history. And much like Kang the Conqueror, depending on when that character is debuted and introduced, that is where their fucking film rights fall under.
It's number 50.
50, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It's with the shot, the cover of like Peter walking away. Yeah.
So when I tell people that, sorry, he's a fucking Spider-Man character, they are so quick to go, no, he's not. He's Daredevil's villain. I'm like, that's great. Yes, he is now. But guess what? As far as contractual obligations are concerned, the man is a fucking Spider-Man character, and I fucking hate my neighbor's dogs. Jesus fucking Christ.
Kingpin being with correct me if I'm wrong, because I could be, but I feel like Kingpin becoming a Daredevil villain is another one of those indelible marks that Frank Miller made on the character during his run.
Frank Miller needed him. He needed a crime boss.
Frank Miller made Kingpin a Daredevil villain, along with creating Elektra, creating the Hand. I mean, when you go back and you read when you get like that Marvel omnibus that is Frank Miller's entire run on the character, I just look at it and go, Frank Miller put a stamp on Daredevil that, like, there's a reason Frank Miller
I
has
like
a
that
cameo in the Daredevil movie because it's like, you know,
Great cameo too.
it's a great cameo.
Yeah.
I love that he's gets killed by Bullseye. It's great, you know, but it's just one of those things where you go, he's made that indelible, he's made that indelible mark on that character. It was funny. It was because he made that indelible mark on that character. That's how DC was like,
hey, come over here.
come over here, do Batman.
Yeah.
You know?
When you look at his work,
and then look what he did to Batman. It's like,
it's
oh
the
yeah,
blueprint. It's the blueprint to the Dark Knight Returns.
Yes.
And then we talk
And it's
about
crazy. Like lots of creators might get one of those, right? That become like, oh, you're gonna inspire multiple generations. In fact, he did that with Daredevil and Batman. Is pretty crazy. So
within like 10 years of each other, like
Yeah.
that. When you look at when did his Daredevil run start? I want to get my years right here. Frank Miller, Daredevil. You know, when did that start?
Mid to late 70s, probably. My guess is because I know he was still doing it into the 80s, but it was around.
No,
mid-80s.
he did it in the 80s. So
Right.
he did Daredevil and Batman within 5 years of each other.
Mid-decade is when he went to DC, and I think he did.
86 is when he
Ronin,
did
and
Dark
then-
Knight
Yeah,
Returns and Ronin.
he- like the upcoming Omni that's coming out for Daredevil, I think it's volume 4. The very last issue in the book is the very first issue that Frank Miller draws, and that is the beginning. He doesn't fully take over, but that's how they're ending.
He
it with
draws
the
it before he wrote
He
it.
draws it at that point. That is the
Where they're like
first
that,
issue
like-
drawn it.
Figure with a hat is jumping over him in the cemetery. I think.
Mhm.
I could be wrong. Yeah, I know. It was 158, and then 168 is when he introduces Elektra. I think I could be wrong.
Good job, man. Good job. Well, you guys too, but also Frank Miller for giving us Elektra. You know, thank you, thank you, Frank, for that one. But to your point, Dave, I think if he is in that scene, I actually don't think Matt Murdock is in this movie a bunch. I think if you get this, which I think we all kind of figure these comic book covers are a montage of what have I been doing for years. I think you could easily just have a quick scene of Daredevil doing a little bit something, and then you move on. I feel like this movie is kind of packed because like people kind of forget, but like Hulk is in Deadpool and Wolverine, right? There's that quick scene where he fights Wolverine and then they cut away, right? So I feel that's what I feel like. To me, it's going to be something to that. I don't think Matt has a big role in this one.
Space right here.
Yeah.
I'm going, is there a Daredevil right here and maybe a Hulk?
Or a Hulk.
Right here, but maybe,
Even the way some of the ninjas are looking too,
Or all
you
three.
know. So
yeah.
Can you guys correct me if
Yeah.
I'm wrong? But when I think of shots like this, I usually think it's Wolverine on the other side. Like
All right.
again, Frank Miller.
Well-
there's a shot from the Wolverine miniseries where like
Yeah.
it's literally
It's
this.
such a great
right, I
shot.
forgot.
and
Yeah, fuck.
And here's something too that they could have done. We pointed this out last night. It's like, yeah, they're all mostly looking up, but they could have digitally altered that very quickly, so that
Absolutely.
way it would
Well,
throw
all
and
thi-
the actual footage is looking.
To your
Wait,
point, Chris,
wait,
in the I don't know if people watch this, but in the leaked trailer, this scene took place indoors. This
Oh,
was
yeah,
not
yeah. Somebody
So
was pointing that out.
That's why it's like don't believe anything you really see with like the trailer. Like
Infinity
of course, at some
War.
point, but
Infinity
yeah,
War.
Infinity
right? So it's
War,
like,
yes.
we could even be sitting there in July and that scene's not even in the movie whatsoever. Right? I mean, you're like, oh, this looks cool. Spider-Man find the hand, do that. So that's where it's like,
Well, I mean,
we
look
get-
at
you
the,
know.
look
You
at the
really
first-
think that
look
shot's
at-
not going to be in the movie?
No,
there's
no,
a chance.
no,
There's
no.
tons of Marvel stuff that's not in the movie.
I mean,
like
remember-
I'm just
remember the
saying to
first
not get too
Spider-Man-
worked
remember
up
the first
about it.
Spider-Man movie, they had that shot of him swinging with
Right, the last shot of the trailer with
Yeah.
him and Tony.
That was particularly all for just the trailer because that
Yeah.
shot was like nowhere even existing in the movie. They do that shit. Yeah,
They do it all the
kind of
time,
mislead.
yeah.
I think that shot will definitely be in the movie. I just think there's going to be a fucking dude who's blind underneath him. You know, that just
100%.
Yeah, it just seems like.
Well,
And
and
then,
it's
of
also
course,
great.
They're building up Daredevil. Did you see that shot of him actually putting the double D
Oh,
on?
it's
Yeah.
nice.
Awesome. Oh, it's so.
I'm
it reminds me
really
of
looking
Batman
forward-
Begins.
I'm really looking forward to Born Again season 2 because it's not going to be the bastard love child. It's like it's going to have one creative vision from the first. Because when I watched Daredevil Born Again season 1, you felt this is what the original concept was, and this was the reshot stuff. Like you felt that
Yeah.
pull and tug. So I'm really-
Frankenstein.
yeah, it was very much a Frankenstein. And that's why I'm really looking forward to season 2 being, okay, let's lean into the stuff and make it, you know, I feel like I can judge
Look
the
at that.
season.
Tell me that doesn't give you Batman Begins vibes.
Oh, absolutely. It gives me Batman
Yeah.
Begins vibes. I mean,
Yeah.
I will just say that you won't be disappointed.
Yeah.
Love it.
I'm excited because I do love Daredevil's character. You know, and pretty much because of the Frank Miller, the Frank Miller run.
Did you just say 4, Ronan?
Yes.
Oh, yes. 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 I know exactly what you're referring to. And yes.
Yeah.
Let me just say this, Ronan. Ketchup.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, yes.
Man. Anyways.
That's fine.
Go on, Scott.
But no, it's just, once again, for me, it's just about, it's so nice to just have shit to be excited about. Like the Spider-Man trailer. Some of the CGI I'll be a little wonky about because it's like, the web swinging doesn't look like, I feel like older movies had better web slinging effects in them. But what I do love about this trailer is that there is a color palette and there is a texture that's got sort of that. I hate how cliche this sounds, but it's got a deeper, darker tone in the colors, in the cinematography. Like it just
Zack Snyder was the blueprint.
Oh, stop it! But I'm just saying. But it doesn't look all that washed, blown out stuff.
No, I know.
The sun chip, color grading. That's what always looked like to me was the sun chip. It's just like it's very, these bright like oranges and just area. And those movies, like there's some certain shots, but just anytime they're out in the streets or on the public, not even CGI stuff, just in the school. It's not a favorable looking trilogy, the Spider-Man movies. It's very dry.
But I'm talking about the MCU movies in general.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. I meant just with this trailer already, because I know some people have had problem like it's too dark, it's too gray, it's too blue. But for me, I like the vibe more of this look versus what I've gone with the other Spider-Man
like
films
why
so far.
I love like the vibe and look of Thunderbolts. Like this.
Yes,
I'm getting that kind of color palette, and it's just something that it's more my vibe. So I'm enjoying, like, and I will say now, to give something I did enjoy about the CGI, I did love him like taking the nosedive off the building and actually watching like the fabric of the costume like
flicker
and flapping because it wasn't like
it doesn't look all clean.
Right.
Like,
it's like, no, it would actually like there would be a little give and which would get hit by the wind resistance. There's just a reality to that I notice, and I
wrinkles in a costume. How about that, guys? Yeah.
So I was enjoying that, especially since this is the homemade one. Like, and it's got the blue and the red. It's got a little bit of that Ditko look, like we saw at the end of No Way Home. Like I remember at the end of No Way Home going, "Please give me the freaking Ditko costume." Just give.
And it's funny too because I mean, we bring this up all the time, and I see people talk about it. But even like there's like a recent interview with Gore Verbinski. Obviously, when people talk about how CGI was, they always go back to Pirates 2. When it's
always Davy Jones. It's always
It's always Davy Jones. And he was in an interview, obviously, when he was promoting, Good Luck, Don't Die, whatever the hell it is.
Good luck, oh my God, Dave,
Good luck,
and
have
names.
fun, don't
Good
die.
luck, have fun, don't die.
And I love the movie. But at the same time, it's like, I remember I even retweeted it. I was like, he was watching something and the CGI ships in the ocean and was like, really? That literally looks like a video game. That's not a movie. Those effects are not final. How are they ending up in the final movie? And it's like, and then I saw some other things too, where lighting has changed in movies as well, like the certain type of bulbs they use. There's all kinds of like theories out there of why movies don't look as good as like when you look at, I mean, as much as people give shit to Amazing Spider-Man 2, my God, are those fucking web slinging, those slow motion web slinging sequences just so goddamn good looking, I mean, the beginning one in Times Square, and then of course the Gwen Stacy Tower Goblin scene is so fucking good. It's so just crisp, and everything is just looks so good. And even what Sam Raimi did, when it came to like people were passing around like the shot of Spider-Man in Spider-Man 3 where Peter like crashes through the window and the ring is flying out and he tries to grab it. It looks so crisp and clean. And this is a movie that came out, 2008? I mean, or probably before that, right? 2007?
No, it's 7. Yeah, because it was delayed from 06 because their idea was to put them out between.
But it's crazy when you don't see that type of CGI you know, and then even like I said, it goes back to the Davy Jones and everything. It's
Well,
like,
and the other thing that you pointed with all those too, many people that work in the visual effects industry just say they don't get as much time as they used to, right? Because it's all
They don't
about
get
hidden
time.
release dates, a calendar, and it's like because I can't
Deadline.
remember which movie it was, but it was like the one of the Black Panther effects artists talked about. They got the third act as good as they could because they said, hey, but they said, hey, you guys are moving on. I think it was Captain Marvel, someone else, just like you've done all you can do here. You're moving on. Where not all the time, but you would hope more back in that era. It's like, hey, the movie's gonna be done when it's done, right? But now with some of these bigger franchises, they don't have that luxury of. I'm sure some of these visual artists kick themselves when they see and go, "Oh man, we could have done that better with a couple more months." But it's like, nah, you gotta get those Q1 bonuses, right? You know, so
you got to do that. But
yeah.
Hey, I just got my Q1 bonus, so you know what? You can. And I'm not joking. I got my Q1 bonus, and you know what? I'm happy. So you know, some of
There
us
you go.
get those, and
Right.
we're happy to get. We work hard for those, Travis.
Oh,
not
yeah.
the
Works
executive,
hard
not
for the money.
money.
Work hard for the money.
Money makes
right.
the valve go around. The
All
valve go
right,
around.
we're continuing our celebration of the passing of the late great Chuck Norris. So it's been like a little over half an hour. We got some more Chuck Norris meme jokes. Chuck Norris can dribble a bowling ball. When the tooth fairy comes to your house, she takes your tooth and gives you money. When Chuck Norris comes to your house, he breaks your tooth and takes your money. Chuck Norris won an arm wrestling tournament with both arms tied behind his back. When Chuck Norris lifts weights, the weights get in shape. If Chuck Norris were to travel to an alternate dimension in which there was another Chuck Norris, they both fought, they would both win. All right, there we go.
Okay, so Dune Part 3 trailer.
Well, let's we got somebody else that's going to be joining right now.
Ray.
Hey,
There he is.
I think Ray wants to talk a little Spider-Man. You know, before we get off the Spider-Man.
The shirt
topic.
gives it away.
Yeah,
I was about to say the shirt was blue.
yeah.
It's the MCU's fault.
Is that really
Ray.
that bad?
I'm coming in hot on this one.
Yes, you are.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
Because look, the whole time you were talking about the whole visual effects thing, the first words that popped in my head, assembly line.
Yeah.
The assembly line process, unfortunately, and you, Travis, you brought up the example that boils my blood to this day is the first Black Panther movie.
Yeah.
I love that movie. It is a top 5 MCU movie, but the third act visual effects, we know what happened. We know, and what really burns it even worse is I compare that movie a lot to Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings, a whole lot, because they're very similar in terms of what they do, in terms of structure, and the biggest difference, you know, the reason I have Shang-Chi 4th on my list and Black Panther 5 is because they were given time, COVID or otherwise, to finish that third act visually. And the third act of that film is gorgeous compared to the rushed schedule of Black Panther. And that boils my blood. And it's just the assembly line process of the MCU and those Q1 bonuses and all that. That's what causes it. That's what causes it a lot of times. And you know, it's funny because you bring up, I love how, because I saw this on threads earlier today, I love how now all of a sudden people like Amazing Spider-Man 2, you know, compared to this. Oh, really? Like people are using that shot, that opening shot of you know, like him swooping down into the sea. Oh, now you like the movie. Yeah, okay. No, and that was a movie that, you know, it was only it was Garfield's second movie. Like there was time. Like Sony, whatever you feel about Sony's Spider-Man universe, they had time. The assembly line wasn't quite what it is. You know, they weren't putting 3 and 4 movies out a year. So maybe that's a reason.
It wasn't really that much time though, Ray. The first one, Amazing Spider-Man 1, came out in 2012. The second one came out in 2014. They fast-tracked that sequel really quick.
And they, what else did they have in between it though, Phil? Like there wasn't anything, like as far as VFX teams, like the Venom stuff was later, right?
That's a fair point. This is also, you know, 15 years ago. It's a good point.
Yeah, so it's just I you know, I like the MCU, but when it comes to the assembly line stuff, that's what really boils my blood, and I really think that plays a part into this in terms of how it looks.
Absolutely. It is funny you bring up the Spider-Man 2 thing, though, because, again, there could be also different generations, right? Because now I feel like there's a group of people that grew up hating the prequels, right? But then there's people that grew up that love them, and there's probably those people that maybe weren't online at that time, but the sentiment after 2014 was, when can Spider-Man go to Marvel? When can he go to the MCU? After that movie, that was the... Can't trust Sony anymore after what they did with Amazing Spider-Man 2. And then, obviously, everyone kind of got their wish, right? Only 3 years later, 2 years. Oh my God! 2 years later, he's in Civil War, right?
2 years later.
That's such a quick. That's crazy to think about.
If
Those
Sony didn't happen, that probably wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still think it would have.
I still remember
I don't think so.
2014 watching the Amazing Spider-Man 2.
I don't.
Knowing that that there was a general hatred about it, and then I saw it and I was just like, "What's everyone got up their butt?" I enjoyed that movie.
I've never hated that movie. It has its issues. I still probably like Amazing Spider-Man better than that one, but I've never disliked that movie. I've never understood why.
It's not a bad movie. I think
honestly, in my opinion, it has the best cinematic Spider-Man costume in it.
Oh yeah,
that's the best. I love the costume in Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Like I said, like the visual effects and the web slinging is pretty top notch in that. And like I said, all the close-up stuff and the reflection of the the eye lens and everything, especially the Gwen sequence when she dies. I mean, Jesus Christ! But I remember like they were trying to set up the Sinister Six.
Yes.
Drew Goddard talked about that. Drew Goddard talked about how the Sony hack killed his Sinister Six movie.
Yeah. So it was just like there was so much, and then like you said, like part of it also was going to be like Marvel is like going, we got the Avengers already, and they're already in phase 2 and everything. So everybody's just like, well, can we have Spider-Man interact with Avengers? Can we get
was
to
once
that
upon
point?
a time where the Avengers Tower almost made it into the Amazing Spider-Man.
I remember that.
Yeah,
I remember
that too. Yeah.
So many things, man.
I
I
mean,
mean, it's like, and it sucks because Andrew Garfield could have just stuck around. I'm not nothing against Tom Holland. I like him as Spider-Man, but it would have been kind of interesting if they just went, well, let's just kind of just bring him over. And they probably could have done that, but they didn't do it. They decided to go with somebody else.
Yeah.
And
Also, I don't know, like, contractually if he was obligated to, but if you listen, there's a good variety of actors on actors. He did with Amy Adams. How he just talked about Amazing Spider-Man 2 just fucking broke him. He hated that whole experience because he saw that he kept trying to make it a better movie and do this, and he saw them just trying to make it commercialized and like, oh, let's do this. No, Andrew, we got it. And maybe again, contracts or maybe he still would have done it, but that's why for a while I was wondering if he was ever going to come back because that experience, and obviously MCU, different team and everything, but it's a good interview where he just talks about, man, I grew up loving this thing and they made me hate it because of all the things I had to kind of sacrifice for it,
because you see him at Comic-Con dressing up as as at that point expressing love for it. Even Sean O'Connell's book about like the whole history of Spider-Man, he goes really deep into everything behind the scenes, and they just outright destroyed everything. They took a good thing and feel like Ian Malcolm was like, you took it, you did it, and you just killed it. You did it just because you wanted
you packaged it, you slapped it on a plastic lunchbox, and now sell it.
That's what that was, and that's what the ending of that movie was, right? When a guy walks by and here's the wings, here's that. And I remember, Chris, when you and Brent interviewed Sean for that book, I remember too, he tried to talk to Mark Webb, and Mark Webb really wanted nothing to do like with Spider-Man anything in general. So I think he had the same experience of
he had a bad experience.
I think that crew had a real bad experience on too, and that's why it's like who knows if it would have happened. But I just think eventually, even if the Drew Goddard script got made, it's like based off what like Dane DeHaan's Goblin and his crew. It's like I don't know, man. Like I think we were kind of craving that way because it's like the other Sony stuff. Like okay, they partnered with them, and then what they did Venom, which obviously was successful, but then Madam Web, Morbius, Craven, they didn't go anywhere, right? And they just, I don't know what their plans are now, but other than the animated stuff, it just sounds like they're like, well, I guess we're just going to do the Tom Holland stuff with Marvel for now and just make some money and,
Yeah, I just want Beyond the Spider-Verse to come out.
Yes.
I know. It's like, it's been how many
Getting it awkward in that phone, those booths with Haley and...
Oh, that's gonna be remote location, Chris. She ain't showing up.
Oh God, those those press tours are gonna be fun.
Yeah.
The other crazy thing, to think about with 2014, like the year that movie came out, is think of how loaded that year was back then. And I know, Winter Soldier, which Shonda will never let me live this down to this day. She told me that year that Winter Soldier was going to be the best movie of the year. And I said, no, there's no way. And she's still right. Winter Soldier was the best movie of that year. But Days of Future Past came out that year.
That's my favorite of that year.
That's my favorite.
And then after even after Amazing Spider-Man 2, you had Guardians. Where's Guardians?
Guardians is the one for
That also put me to sleep the first time I watched it.
But
that's cinema.
2014 was a crazy year.
2014 was so that all could have played a part into which one?
Oh, that was
TMNT 2014.
Oh, the
was that the first one?
Was that the first one?
Yeah,
that was the first one. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that was I don't dislike that movie either, but people have.
I think between the two, there's a decent movie to be made. Between the two TMNT movies.
I could see that, especially the direction.
Yeah, there was something there, but there was. I mean, the
I still need to watch the second movie.
They took a really hard turn into the cartoon in the second movie, like a real hard turn, and like
the big disappointment is Stephen Amell's Casey Jones because his character
that was
is
horrible.
Nothing like
that. Megan Fox. Megan Fox's April O'Neil wasn't even good either.
That wasn't. That was not a.
That was when I said miscast. It was those two characters were big time miscast.
Chris Evans and Sarah Michelle Gellar in animated form were far better.
I remember seeing that in the movie theaters. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, the 2007 movie is pretty fun.
Yeah.
It is very enjoyable. Yes. I remember how it gets on Blu-ray. It got packaged with the 3 live action movies for Blu-ray. So I was a little. I mean, I know it's why it's not, but when Arrow put out its 4K box set of the original live action trilogy, there was a part of me that's just like, could you just slip the animated movie in there as like a bonus or something?
You may also like, and then
I feel you because I remember at the time wasn't that supposed to be like the direct movie after Secret of the Ooze technically, like in the canon, like somebody I remember somebody saying that like they had made some that like in the movie they make a mention about how they finally defeated Shredder, which the
animated movie is intended to be I'm not sure if it's supposed to be directly after Secret of the Ooze, but it is
parallel.
It is canon, air quotes, with the live action movies. Like that's the intention of the animated movie. But
I take the Greg Weisman approach to it. It's parallel in canon.
Okay, explain that. I'm very interested in this.
Greg Weisman did the Catwoman Hunted movie.
Right? Yes, right. Yes.
Okay. His words. He says, "This does not take place in the Young Justice universe. However, things that happen in this movie canonically happen in the Young Justice universe too."
Okay, I think I get that.
And if you look at like
Green Lantern the animated series, that's a
and Razor. Yes,
with Razor showing up. In Young Justice.
Exactly. Or like how in other versions, Jason Todd dies, Tim Drake takes over. What happens in Young Justice off screen? Jason Todd dies, Tim Drake takes over. It's a parallel thing that happens across the DC multiverse.
I like it.
So in terms of like Turtle canon, you have the live action movies. Secret of the Ooze happens. You have this animated movie. Chances are something similar happened in that past. You could argue that it was the one and the same, but that's just kind of how I've learnned how to headcanon shit.
Of course it's Greg Weisman because
it's Greg Weisman.
I respect the hell out of that man. I mean, Gargoyles. I got Declan to watch Spectacular Spider-Man because he asked me what was my favorite animated Spider-Man. I said watch Spectacular Spider-Man, and he did, and he loved it, and I was just like, that's my boy, and just between Gargoyles, Spectacular Spider-Man, and Young Justice, Greg Weisman is just like. He understands animation for not for grown-ups, but like
for everybody,
for everyone. Right. I'm going to write a show that can it can appeal to, any age group who watches it, because you watch his shows and there's stuff going on, especially with the Shakespeare references he likes to make. That's like when you're a young kid watching Gargoyles, spoiler alert for that, but like when Macbeth shows up in season 1, you're gonna be like, who?
I'll try to forget that when I finally watch that show.
Oh god, dude, you gotta watch that show.
Oh, dude, when Phil mentioned Grey West, I'm like, wait a minute, I know that name, and then I'm like, Gargoyles, and I was like, and he also worked on Rebels as well.
He worked on the first season of Rebels. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
That I have seen.
Yes. But once again, he's just someone who like he makes animated shows that he's not making them exclusively for adults, but he's also not making them exclusive for kids. Like he's writing them in a way that can appeal to a broad audience that doesn't talk down to the kids, but also isn't. Well, maybe some of the later seasons of Young Justice get a little. I wouldn't let my kids watch some of the stuff in the later seasons of Young Justice. But he was also writing.
Does get a little risque at points.
It does get a little risque. But the idea would be that, like, if you talk about Gargoyles or Spectacular Spider-Man, like, there is entertainment value in those shows for any age group. Kind of like what Dave and I would say was the intention of Batman the Animated Series. Now,
you know what the sad part about that is, Scott? The sad part about that is that that's not an old idea. It's funny you bring this up, and don't worry, we're not going to go down this rabbit hole because William isn't here. But I was just thinking earlier today about Star Trek. The
Animated Series. He's going to go down
fucking Star Trek. I knew
he's going to walk out of his Project Hail Mary screening and phone right now.
And the thing is like that was 1971, 1972, and you watch any of those because there are people out there that are like. They go to these fan shows like Star Trek New Voyages and Star Trek Continues. Like that's the 4th season of TOS. It's like, no, the animated series is the 4th season of TOS because they're 22-minute long episodes in 1971 that were written by the original writers from the original series, brought the entire cast over except for Walter Koenig because of budgetary reasons. The filmation was expensive and they didn't dumb it down. You watch any of those episodes, it's made as a Saturday morning cartoon for kids, but they don't dumb anything down from the original series. The language, the technobabble, all of it, even the plot lines and the characters are all carried over. So even in 1971, they didn't dumb animation down. And for some reason, there's just like this pitfall, like in the 80s, and not for me, not until Batman Animated Series.
Yeah.
Where it was really like starting to be taken more seriously for like,
with the exception of what I would like to refer to, as my first theatrical experience, Transformers the movie, where, as I love some people going, this was the red wedding of the 1980s, where you're just like, you didn't want to see your favorite Transformer on screen because that just meant they were going to die in that movie.
And this year they're going on an apology tour.
I'd stop with the apology tour. You did.
I like the joke about it. It's fun.
No, but they literally have called it the apology tour. And I
love
it.
It's a funny joke. It is a funny
joke because, like, no, don't apologize. That movie. I'm sorry. You go back and you watch Transformers the movie. That animation still holds up, man. Like that is. Like that is some.
We got lucky with our stuff, like movies and shows. Did. Like again, I go back and rewatch Justice League and Justice League Unlimited, and like there's stuff and now as an adult, I'm like, how the hell
Rona, don't ruin Fanimated. We're getting there, and we're going to make these points.
But you guys on Fanimated, you've already gone down a lot of the rabbit hole of episodes of how the hell they let us watch this.
Oh yeah, there's many times we're like, this is a kid show. We've said many times this is a kid show.
Man. That was the joke with Clone Wars. The Dave Filoni, George Lucas run. That was like, there's beheadings, there's this, there's
Clone Wars is a great example of something that got better.
The original one, yes.
Like the first, no, I did something because when I finally watched Clone Wars, I did the chronological order watch.
Ooh,
right?
Okay.
I jumped around, watching the episodes in chronological order.
That's a task.
That is a son of a bitch, but it's worth it. Yeah. It is worth it to do that. You watch them, you throw the movie in there, and it makes for a very enjoyable experience for the show. But it's also funny because when you're jumping between seasons, you're jumping between wow, this was season 1 and it was really kiddie, and then you get to like season 3 and you're like, oh, it got dark.
Oh, the Omara arc.
The evolution of me being an Ahsoka Tano fan literally went through, because I finally watched that. My buddies have been begging me for years to watch that show. I finally watched it in 2020 during work from home. And I remember when the Clone Wars movie first came out, I was highly annoyed with Ahsoka Tano. I did not want anything to do with the character. She annoyed the shit out of me. And by the time the series was over, I'm like, I need more.
Yeah.
She's like one of the baddest
Dude,
characters.
I need more and
ever.
fuck the Jedi.
Yes,
exactly.
Exactly. Yes,
because I thought it was Rebels, and then I did Clone Wars, and I was like, wow, it's her and Qui-Gon are the only Jedi. I'm like, there's some decency there. There's not that upstake history about like we gotta do it this way and this one. There's no breaking rules. Like no, like, and again, that says a lot about a character like her who's relatively new. She's not from the 70s. She's not from from 99. Like,
she's basically the Harley Quinn of Star Wars.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I can see that.
In many ways.
It's a good comparison.
Yes. And
Which
yeah.
Mara Jade should have been, but let me be better about that.
That should have happened.
Yes.
That is
the Legends canon.
Whatever it was. I read those books as they were coming out, and Mara Jade was the badass of the EU.
The rumors George doesn't like her. That's the one of the rumors why they won't put her in stuff, because Filoni's Filoni's obviously the student of Lucas, and like there's been a couple people like whoever production creates people have been like, yeah, George isn't the biggest fan of Mara Jade, so I wonder with Dave running and stuff if we'll ever see
Mara
her.
Jade existence completely defies everything George Lucas feels about a Jedi. I mean, it makes total sense why he wouldn't like a character like that.
Yeah,
I don't blame him. I'm like not. I don't know. I've never really been a huge Mara Jade fan to begin with, so it's me. But I remember reading like The Black Glove. Like there's a trilogy of books there.
Yes.
The young adult novel. Yeah, I still have that cover in my mind.
The Glove of Darth Vader.
The Glove of Darth Vader. Thank you.
That's
you.
what the book is
Young
called.
Jedi Academy. Yeah.
And that's another story involving the twins and their younger brother Anakin. It's a whole fucking different thing. But yeah, no, I understand it, but I'm more along the lines of like whatever Lucasfilm wants to do, that's what they want to do, and that's fucking canon, no matter who owns them.
Which is why I love what they did with Thrawn. Like it was
yeah.
perfect. That was a perfect scenario. Like, oh, bring it back early on, and yet you look at where the timeline is now, where projects and stories are potentially going. It still leaves leeway in case they want to do stuff from.
They're fully allowed to cherry pick from the.
Because they
it's not the Del Rey timeline, whatever.
And to me, I've always figured from the beginning that they don't want to tell adapted stories.
Right.
They don't want to find themselves in the same position as Game of Thrones fans who've read A Song of Ice and Fire and are sitting there, waiting to see how their friends react when a certain thing happens during the show. They're like, no, we don't want that. We want everybody like experiencing something new or newish, I guess, for people. They're gonna pick and choose what they want out of expanded universe / Legends and
but when they
it
did
into
bring
the regular
Thrawn into Rebels, it was like, okay, you did that right. Like that's because that was kind of like that was a gamble because Thrawn was such a. I mean, the Thrawn trilogy was literally the launch of the EU. That Timothy
foundational.
Zahn, I mean, I mean, the EU exists because of those three novels: Heir to the Empire, Dark Force,
and Dark Empire.
Yep.
Dark Empire brought it
Dark
to another
Empire
level.
was just a continuation of that, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Shadow of the Empire was a big one for me as a kid. It was everywhere.
Because it was funny because Dark Empire, because I didn't know about Dark Empire, because then the next trilogy that Kevin J. Anderson wrote references the events of Dark Empire. And that's when you realized how much the EU, because like you had to read the novels and the comic books because they all were canon as far as that was concerned, and they all referenced each other. And it was
not anymore. Nobody cares.
That's what they say. Thrawn is probably the best case scenario of a character plucked from that continuity into canon. Like and I don't. Nicholson. So what? Oh wait, right, exactly.
Perfect.
And for years we're like, okay, if you're gonna do it live action, you got to cast him in live action. And I there was a part of me that didn't believe they'd do it. So when they actually did it, it was like, okay, well, wow, you're actually all right. There you go. Because you just don't. And it's funny. I hate giving because I hate fan manips. Fan manips are annoying. Like when there's no actual image, but that's the one time where you're just like, okay, fine. You didn't do a whole lot, and neither did they. Okay, it works. It's the same thing, but No, that's probably, I don't know. I mean, I don't have I never read any of that, so I don't know if there's any other character that they will bring in that will be quite as strong as Thrawn into the canon.
No, there wasn't, because I enjoyed the EU, but I will be the first to admit that like there were entertaining novels, but the reason that Thrawn was such a big deal is because those first 3 Timothy Zahn books are like, they were great novels. The EU was just cool because it's what we had, and it kept on going, so it just developed this really deep, intricate, and because there was expansion, and there was a timeline, and everything fit on, like, it was like to the year. They told you when and where every story took place, so it was very thought out and even to the point where they were writing prequel novels with Obi-Wan and Anakin that would reference things that were happening, later. Like they tied it all together. It was, I mean, as a reader, it was a really cool way for the Star Wars universe to continue.
And that's such a weird place. That particular like continuum of time, that's like the 16-year period from like 1983 to 1999. I don't know that we'll ever see a period with a franchise like that again, where, like you said, that was what you had.
Yeah,
right?
Not anymore. Not nowadays.
There was no discussion at the time. Like no one was thinking about prequel trilogy. No one was thinking about, the Lucasfilm expansion through Disney and whatnot. All you had were the 3 movies and everything in those books. That won't happen again.
In the holiday special.
but
video games, right?
But you know what? They'll never happen again. But I'm also going to say I'm glad I had it. Like it's an experience that every generation has something that they kind of like get to like hold on to as their own, and so that feels like that's an experience that I had. Where like, ooh, the next Star Wars novel is coming out. When does it take place? You'd open up the front cover to look at the timeline to see, where it falls on the timeline. And it was the canon of the time. And it was and for a reader, it was great because, you'd find the books at like Walmart, back when mass markets, because, mass markets are now no longer a thing. They've literally killed the mass market paperback. RIP, man. Yep. That was a cool format,
And there's some stuff that I'm glad they didn't keep. Like, I think if I'm not mistaken, Chewie gets killed by a moon in the EU.
Chewie doesn't get killed by a moon.
Yes, Chewie's been killed by a moon. Chewie's also been skinned alive. Like Chewbacca has died multiple times.
Did he turn into a spider or something too? I heard at some point, right?
He's kind of like Kenny in the later years.
Yeah.
Oh my God, they
a lot of
killed
stuff
Chewbacca.
goes through him, man.
But what's really funny is the Solo children. Jason turns evil. Jaina has to take him down, and Anakin ends up dueling Jason and dying. Like there's some fucking dark shit in the expanded universe.
When you get to the new that was like the new Jedi Order. When they're fighting like these aliens from a different galaxy that are invisible to the Force. It was.
Which one of them, or is it one of their children that becomes kind of like the bounty hunter that ends up going back towards the Jedi? Like he's one of the last Skywalkers.
Okay, so you're thinking of Kate Skywalker. He's way down on the timeline.
That's what I'm saying.
He actually sees Luke as a forced ghost from time to time, and Luke kind of doesn't really guide him, but he's just kind of chuckling away like, "Oh yeah, I could see
like
a
he
little
does
bit
with
of myself
Rey,
in you." A little bit." but the thing about Kate Skywalker is he was a Jedi, he was a Sith, he was a sky pirate, he's a bounty hunter. He was all over the fucking place. Kate Skywalker's a jack of all trades kind of character in a lot of ways.
Chris, you laugh about that, but I'm sure somebody in the back of their mind might have thrown that out there.
I know,
This is as light inspiration for this.
I like poking that there every
yeah, just because I've never read those books. Because the one that turns to the Sith, isn't there kind of some comparisons with the Kyle? Not exactly, but there's some isms that I've heard about.
A little bit. Absolutely.
I've always wanted to read them, but I've never got around to it.
Because when I'm watching when I was watching the sequel trilogy, like, oh, that's Jason. Okay,
it's Jason and Jaina, more or less.
Yeah, exactly.
Combined, yeah.
Right.
I mean, like looking now at and again, it tells you who was a fan growing up with that stuff because Dave Filoni named Harrison Dula's son Jason. It's like, all right, that's a nod to Jason Solo, and Hera now has the kid, and they get to do that down the line if they want to eventually. But like, yeah, it's a rich tapestry. I know I've heard people want Dash Rendar. We've had again the similar ship to the Outrider. People want Kyle Katarn because we've seen the shoulder pad and other characters.
Was Rendar the one? Was he the main protagonist in Shadows of the Empire?
I think so.
I believe so.
The game. Okay.
Yes.
His ship, the Outrider.
But they also did a novelization of the game that is part of that that was officially part of that continuity.
I did not play that game until many years after it released, when the 64 was officially an ancient system, but I did play it. I have played that game.
What's really fun though is that I do the Nintendo Switch online pass for my boys.
And I'm playing something on GameCube right now,
and so Declan has started playing like he started playing GoldenEye because
Scott just got Parent of the Year award. How remind me, didn't Declan just have a birthday? He's 10 now, isn't he?
He's 10 now, yes.
You having your 10-year-old play GoldenEye. I love it.
I had to go in and change his parental settings because now that game is labeled as like mature, so I had to go in and expand his game rating approval to basically no limits, so that he could play, because it would not let you access the N64 app at all. Because GoldenEye is in it.
So they have on the NSO service, they have the N64 category split into two categories. There's E for everyone, and then the M for mature, where it has GoldenEye and like 2 other games on it. Oh, it's so funny. I love it.
So GoldenEye's not even gory.
It'd be Perfect Dark. And then
I think Perfect Dark is on there. Yeah. Let me save my game and find out, because I can pull it up.
But no, GoldenEye was not even remotely rated M back in the day.
So you guys know that GoldenEye has a online play on the NSO, right?
No.
I think I've heard of it. I heard it.
Yeah, I do, but I don't let them access that kind of like.
Don't. Yeah,
no. That's also part of my Parent of the Year award, where it's like I lock that shit down.
Yeah.
Okay. So the N64 Mature 17. That's what it's technically titled.
Wow.
Wow. So the games on this list are Shadow Man, Turok 2, Seeds of Evil, which I fucking love, by the way.
Turok makes sense. Yeah.
Perfect Dark, the original Turok, and Forsaken 64. But where is GoldenEye?
Every time I think of Perfect Dark, I think of that alarm sound that's in that game. It showed up in so much more media.
I never had it in 64. So, because like I was someone who went from original Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Game Boy, and I didn't have another game system until I got the original Xbox, after it was already obsolete, as the Xbox 360 and the PS3 were coming out.
See, I had a 64. The problem was the very next year I got a PlayStation. And I got into sports games for like the next 3 or 4 years.
The very first system I ever owned was a Sega Genesis. My uncle then gifted me a PlayStation, and that same Christmas we get an N64.
Wow.
Damn.
Yeah, PlayStation, Nintendo was the two systems for me.
Yeah. And then all these kids, like Scott's talking about, you can just click a button, and now the entire gaming catalog is there from the first Nintendo.
And
Sorry, Todd,
you
I
can
cut
play
you
it
off.
on your phone.
Well, or
anymore.
you know, like the Marvel, like now thing I'm excited for is that Marvel Maximum collection that's coming out.
With the arcade game,
with the arcade game, because there has never been, like, even X-Men the arcade game you could get on the PS3 digitally, but there has never been a legitimate port of Captain America and the Avengers for a console, because the Super Nintendo and the Sega Genesis versions were clearly lesser quality versions of that game versus what you could get from an arcade cabinet. And I've always been bitter about that, because I have a very special place in my heart with Captain America the Avengers, because there's a very special moment about a Boy Scout canoeing trip that got cut short, that my dad and I came home when the others stayed. And the day after we came home, because my mom and my sister were still out of town, my dad and I went to the arcade at a mall that doesn't exist anymore because they've even demolished the mall. But it was the one and only time I stood in an arcade and just fed quarters. And my dad was feeding me quarters, and I beat Captain America and the Avengers start to finish in the arcade. And then we went for burgers and fries afterwards.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
There's such a core memory. That's one of those father-son like core memories that I have, that when they announced the Maximum Collection and all the other stuff like Spider-Man X-Men Arcade's Revenge from the Super Nintendo, or Maximum Carnage or Separation Anxiety, and all these other games that own the Super Nintendo. Yeah, that's gonna be cool to have. But really, it's that Captain America. Like, I would buy it just for Captain America and the Avengers.
Oh yeah, man, crazy. And I think just like transitioning into from Spider-Man to another trailer that came out. But first, we gotta have
more Chuck Norris jokes.
We got more jokes. Yeah, we gotta go more Chuck Norris jokes because we're celebrating the great Chuck Norris. All right, here's a couple right here. When the boogeyman goes to sleep every night, he checks his closet for Chuck Norris. The flu gets a Chuck Norris shot every year. Chuck Norris doesn't need to throw out the trash. It always throws itself out. Chuck Norris is the reason that Waldo is hiding. And then finally, Bigfoot is still hiding because he once saw Chuck Norris walking in the woods.
I got one that fits with the theme of those.
What?
Chuck Norris doesn't flush the toilet. He scares the shit out of it.
Yes. Yes, I saw that one. Too.
That's a great play on words like that.
Oh, that's funny. Oh man.
But yes,
I woke up this morning.
Yeah.
And I see that news, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh fuck, both my parents are not going to be happy about this. And like, I walk out, look at my mom. I was like, Chuck Norris died this morning. She goes, oh no, I loved him. And I text my dad and I was like, hey, Chuck Norris passed away. He goes, yeah, I know. I saw your post. I was like, oh, okay. Well,
See, I saw the news story yesterday that he was hospitalized.
Yeah.
So when
he told me about that.
Yes,
I didn't
know that happened either.
I got that notification yesterday. So when Brent in our Squadcast chat sent the news that he died, I was kind of like, I was already mentally prepared for it.
It was funny because when I saw it, I was gonna quote tweet the headline, and I was, because it's just like, okay, well, we'll see what happens tonight. I was like, oh, let me do a Chuck Norris, and I was gonna say, Chuck Norris doesn't rush to a hospital; the hospital rushes to Chuck Norris. I had that in my brain, but I went, but what if he ends up not making it? I'm like, I was like, maybe I won't post that.
Scott, it was Jordan and Chris. What they posted was
I've already shared those. Those jokes have already been used on this screen. I made sure to include Jordan and Chris's jokes. Those were good ones. I also love Steven did a great one that was, Chuck Norris died 20 years ago. It just took death this long to tell him.
Yeah, I saw that one too. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, some people might be like, well, the guy died. It's like, nah, he loved those Chuck Norris. There's times
they're not malicious jokes.
They're not malicious.
He self-referenced it. He self-referenced it himself in Expendables 2.
And also in TV shows. And there's like other things too that people are passing around that he's also, recognized those jokes as well. He loved them. Even in interviews, he said, "Oh yeah, he loves reading those jokes, and they're fucking hilarious." I mean, that's the thing. It's when I saw people like already making jokes right off the bat, I was like, yeah, he would want people to do that.
Yes. I think that's the thing.
Absolutely.
That people need to understand that people grieve in different ways, and sometimes death doesn't always have to be like this. Wailing and gnashing of teeth. Sometimes it could just be a celebration. That's why I love a New Orleans funeral. It's like, let's make it a party.
Yeah. That's how I want to go out. I don't want to be
got the Buffy fandom acting exactly like Scott just said.
Yeah.
No, I mean, but
rest in peace. I don't.
Yes.
I
can't believe that.
That was crazy. I was
only
like,
54.
Yeah.
Young.
I didn't know he had heart problems. That was that was
Weren't the heart problems attributed to substance abuse?
Yeah, I think
yeah.
There's that, and then I read he had several spinal surgeries since 2023. So it sounds like he just had a tough couple of years. So hopefully,
I'm looking at the headlines that say he died in his sleep at natural causes. I'm like, he was 54.
Yeah,
what the fuck are you talking about? Natural causes?
It's natural causes for the treatment.
When you go,
Perry was 54.
Yeah.
It's so crazy. But Ronan and Taladia, I know you guys got to take off. So Ronan, you gotta help your neighbor or something.
We need you. I'm like, I'm busy. Like, no, well, we still need you. I'm like, fuck, I'm not gonna get into this.
Come on, Ronan, be the hero.
The people need you. Yeah, exactly. You're doing your good deed.
People's hero.
People. What about the people?
Yeah. What would Chuck Norris do, Ronan? What would Chuck Norris do? He'd go help that neighbor. You know?
Jump on a horse on his truck and let's go.
Yeah. But thank you for joining, man. Promote whatever you got to promote.
Claudia, please go ahead first.
You go first, man.
Okay. Covering Invincible each week for the show remains. Like what we've seen thus far. Gonna be doing a lot of Star Wars stuff until the Mandalorian and Grogu movie comes out. Rewatching the show, and then Maul's Shadow Lord should come out in 2-3 weeks. Could be wrong, so I'm pumped for that. And so yeah, a lot of Star Wars stuff. Daredevil comes out on Tuesday.
Tuesday.
We got Daredevil
already.
next week. Holy shit.
Yeah, a lot of stuff, boys. And I just dropped a review for Project Hail Mary, which was phenomenal.
Yes. All right. Well,
thanks, boys. Have a good night. Stay safe.
Take it easy, Ronan.
Take it easy, Ronan.
All right, Talati, go ahead and.
As for me, I've got some Marvel Rivals content this weekend, and then after that, I'm going to be talking about Invincible Versus, which is a new fighting video game that's happening. So I kind of want to tap my toes into that, get into the fighting game genre, leading into the summer, because the summer is going to be really big. So, but yeah, thanks for having me on, Dave.
Yeah, always, man. Take it easy.
Take care, everyone.
Have a good weekend, man.
Take care.
You two guys, take care. Bye.
But before we start diving into the Dune trailer, I mean, like now that we were kind of talking about Chuck Norris again, like, was there a movie that stood out for you? Because I posted that I would say the movie that I watched most from him was Sidekicks. And it's not like I didn't watch, like, the Delta Force stuff and, prior stuff. It's like I did, but for some reason, Sidekicks just hit that spot for me. I was probably 9 or 10. I just had moved to California. And I remember I was hanging out with my cousin a lot, and we would watch that movie all the time. And essentially, it is a Karate Kid ripoff, but it also has a Last Action Hero meta vibe to it.
It is kind of a white Karate Kid.
Yeah, it kind of is.
The white Karate Kid,
right?
Yeah,
a little bit.
But like I said, but then it adds the level of kind of like somebody actually responded when I posted. It's like it's got like also a Last Action Hero because Chuck Norris is playing himself.
That's true. Yeah,
that's true. And Jonathan Brandis, his character is like, he loves Chuck Norris so much that his imagination goes off where he's like having all this, these missions with Chuck Norris, and and I think that's what I liked about it because it had that kind of imagination and, and I thought it was kind of cool because I remember at the end when they do like the competition thing and he was like supposed to be the nunchucks guy. And then of course he had to visualize that he was like this ninja that was doing like the crazy nunchucks. So that was their way of like going, oh yeah, we can just show a cool nunchucks fucking demonstration because we got this professional that's in this, ninja, white outfit, and he's just, and then all of a sudden we just cut back to Jonathan Brandis going, it's like, oh, yeah. And I was like, crafty. And then you got Joe Piscopo as the fucking asshole, like the Reese character, or not Reese. What the fuck was in Karate Kid? Not Reese. I'm thinking of fucking Terminator. Who is the Cobra Kai leader guy?
William Zabka, Johnny Lawrence.
No, but who was?
No, you're thinking of the guy.
Who was the master?
John Kreese. John Kreese and Terry Silver.
Okay, I was almost right. Yeah. I was like Reese. No, that's
John Kreese.
Kreese. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
So it was like
by
similar
Martin Cove,
because you have the bully, and then of course you have, Winnie Cooper as the love interest, which is funny. It's like so it has.
Hey, I'll
all
take
the
Danica
same-
McKellar and
I mean, come on. And then of course you have the one dude who's like who runs the restaurant and then trains Jonathan Brandis' character. I don't even remember what the characters' names are, but of course he's like training him and doing. And of course Brandis' character has like asthma too, so there's that. But there was like some cool things where it came to him like overcoming like his abilities to not do. Like I remember the climbing the rope sequence. I don't know if you remember in the movie.
God, I always hated that.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, but it was kind of an interesting thing because like obviously he couldn't do it, and then all of a sudden like he looks over the rope next to him, and it's Chuck Norris, and Chuck Norris is telling him how to climb the rope, and then of course he impresses everybody, and it was kind of like a cool thing where he was always.
It was fantasy fulfillment, is what.
Yes, and then of course Chuck Norris ends up showing up at the competition at the end to fight Joe Piscopo, who is just so over the top. I mean, this movie it's not good, but I mean, for the time,
right there for the time, and
yeah.
I don't have because I never really watched his stuff. So like
there was always just that guy.
But it's weird, like in the 90s, like when you think of 90s action movies, like 80s and 90s, like there's like these tiers, these like unannounced, like unofficial tiers, and I feel like my dad stayed in the Arnold, Sly, Bruce tier.
I'm right with you, Ray.
With and throwing a little Lethal Weapon on the side, right?
Yeah.
But it was really just that. And you know what I think it is, and I don't know what this says about. I don't know if this says about me or him, but I think it was mostly like, okay, they have guns. It was always guns, right? Like gunplay was like our thing. You want to talk about core memory, Scott? Like watching Demolition Man or Die Hard with a Vengeance with my dad. Those are major core.
I respect that. I respect that so much
for sure.
Because I don't have like Chuck Norris movies. For me, it was always watching Walker Texas Ranger.
Right.
Walker, that was it. Like it was Walker Texas Ranger because it was there on CBS. It was on Saturday nights. It was part of that.
But the thing is his name just like there was something about his name and just his presence when you saw him. It was like, oh, it's Chuck Norris. There's the hair, there's the beard,
there's the hat.
Yeah. And stuff like that. And yeah.
What were you going to say?
Go on, Phil. Sorry. What were we going to say?
Sorry. Not trying to call my cohorts out here, but being the younger one of the
Oh, it's fine. I'm old as shit.
While these guys were in college watching
now
this shit
on the stream.
I'm sitting at home sick. Like, what the fuck do I want to watch? Walker Texas Ranger.
Yeah.
Because Chuck
I mean,
Norris.
to be fair, no, I was not in college watching any, like, not in the 90s.
Well, see, let's see.
I was
The
in
reason
middle
I
school
say
or
that
high
is
school.
because when I was 13, you guys would have been like 23, 24.
When you were born,
whatever.
Phil?
92.
92. Okay, so you're 1 year older than me, actually. So I got that on you. I'm still the young one on the panel. I'm 93.
I was referring to these
okay,
guys.
yeah, good. Yeah,
and I know Chris is older than me, and I know he falls under that category.
Ray and I have 10 years on this guy.
Scott is like, Scott, how many months old? You're in March of 82.
He's
Right,
got
and you're in
3 months
December.
on
I'm
you.
December of 82.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So,
Oh wait, no, I have that.
So then I'm a year later.
So officially on the stream, I'm the fucking old man.
Yeah, you're the old man.
Yeah.
You're the one yelling at the crowd, at the cloud. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I am Clint Eastwood in Gran Torino.
Oh my god.
Well, hopefully not.
Scott is my
Yeah,
favorite.
hopefully
we
not.
don't want you in that way.
Well,
yeah,
at the end, he was
but, because I was born in 93. I didn't see many of those Chuck ones, and just like Ray said, I feel like my dad's rotation was the Stallone, Arnold, Willis. Definitely Arnold. Arnold was our guy. Like I think Terminator and on. But I'll shout Chuck Norris from the greatest moments ever at Survivor Series 1994 because I watched him wrestling guy. He was the special guest outside enforcer to help the Undertaker win his casket match, and that was my introduction to Chuck Norris. He was like the special guest celebrity of that pay-per-view, and he roundhouse kicked a wrestler and helped the Undertaker win a casket match. And that was my core memory of Chuck Norris as a kid. And then it was Family Guy. Like I think they did those jokes multiple times. Right? Yeah. And then even in middle, because when that came out, I was in middle school, and that's when like the jokes you're like rounding off. that was always the thing of, okay, who had a Chuck Norris joke, right? So that's how I found out the other stuff later, but it was Family Guy and wrestling, is which I knew him from. So, but
once again, that kind of speaks to the legacy of the man.
Yeah.
Look at the thing. I just saw a clip today that he was in a Bruce Lee movie.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
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 They used to fight each other.
I'm like, dude, I need to check that out.
Yeah. They used to fight each other all the time.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like that, there was I forgot which movie it was, but yeah, people were passing around that clip.
The Way of the Dragon, 1972.
That's what it was.
That's what it is.
And that was probably
actually
getting back.
He's got a bowl cut and everything
if you want a core memory as an adult, go watch Enter the Dragon now.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I'm dead serious. That I watched that movie within the last 5 years, and I remember just being fucking glued to it.
Oh, that was the first time you saw it, like within the last 5 years?
Revisiting. Well, actually, no, I think for the first time. Yeah, because I hadn't seen it as a child, because obvious reasons, you know. Yeah. But yeah, I watched it recently within the last 5 years. Chuck Norris shows up. I'm like, oh fuck, that's right, because they used to fight and beat the shit out of each other.
Yeah, my buddy Brian that I mentioned many times, Scott, the one that says Antoine got a little hot under the collar.
Yeah.
He introduced me to Enter the Dragon like many years ago in college because he is a huge Bruce Lee fan, huge fan of like martial arts, and this extends to like Tony Jaa and Jet Li and stuff as well, and Jackie Chan has all that stuff. And so he's like, you've never seen a Bruce Lee movie, and he's like, if you're gonna see any Bruce Lee movie, see this one,
Enter the Dragon.
Yeah, I have.
It's in, and I got the Criterion Collection box set of.
I had that too.
Box set. Yeah, yeah.
Game of Death, Game of Death, where he's fighting Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is on that too.
If you watch Enter the Dragon and then you go watch like anything Chad Stileski has made, you see the influence.
Oh yeah,
absolutely,
yeah,
100%.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. But
I mean, it was funny because you had this young Chuck Norris who didn't have the full beard.
He's got like a bowl cut. He
had like his sideburns. He had that 70s kind of bowl cut, and man, did he have that hairy chest, and it went all the way to his shoulders.
Well, and he wasn't even like one of the main, because like Jim Kelly and John Saxon were the other two big ones in that movie.
That's right. Yes.
Like when you watch, I mean, it's funny because when you go back and watch this, and I even want to just pull it up because why the hell not? When you watch this, it's like, I mean, he's going up against Bruce Lee, and like when you watch like some of his later stuff, it's like people might be like, Chuck Norris, he's like movie style fighting, but when you watch the fighting here, I mean, it's quick. It's all quick.
That's all.
I mean, he was known for his roundhouse. Look at that hair.
Right. Yeah, dude.
But I mean, it was just like he was quick. I mean, look at that. Look at how quick that is.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, he was no. Look at that! And he grabbed
him by the chest.
I love that he grabs his chest hair and rips it out and does the thing.
Oh, Jesus!
Yeah, man. This movie fucks hard. I love it.
He was quick.
Yeah,
that's right. Look at him.
Right.
Oh man.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Yeah, just crazy.
I might watch that later.
I know,
right? Two legends right there.
Very tempting.
Two legends right there. Well, before we let's more jokes. Why not? Since we're talking about them, let's do some more jokes. So we're
wait a minute, real quick. Are you pulling the jokes from the list I sent you?
Yes, of course.
Awesome. Awesome.
Yeah,
love it.
All right. So Chuck Norris doesn't worry about high gas prices. His vehicles run on fear. Freddy Krueger has nightmares about Chuck Norris. When Chuck Norris plays dodgeball, the balls dodge him. Chuck Norris doesn't read books. He stares them down until he gets the information he wants. All right, there we go.
Nice.
All right. So let's talk about Dune Part 3.
Holy
shit. I got to see this.
Wait. I would just like to say something really fast.
Really
quick. I am officially happy to say I made more money on the Oscars than Kevin O'Leary did.
Good. Because Kevin O'Leary is a piece of shit. But you
don't need it.
I told you guys about this. I had money that Michael B. Jordan would win the fucking Oscar, and I won big. I was so fucking happy.
Happy that he won.
I was happy that he won. I would have been happy with him or Ethan Hawke.
That was a pleasant surprise. because I really did think the Academy was going to screw him over and be like, he played 2 roles. We don't know which one to give it to him for. They actually went the other way and said, no, he played 2 roles really well.
Yes.
They actually
I
did
love that.
Because I even said this too when I was on Film Junkie Live on Monday. I was like, you know what? It's like it's the reason why I think it was deserved, because he has to play the roles. I mean, they're twin brothers, so there's going to be similarities, but you have to have those distinct
distinctions.
Features. Yes, and he did it very well, where you could tell which one was which just by the mannerisms.
Have you heard Wunmi Masaku talk about the stuff that he did to be able
With
to
his
do that?
dimples and stuff like that?
Well, first of all, right there. First of all, Stack has dimples and Smoke doesn't.
Oh,
so he was literally changing his facial structure. But the other thing she said he did, this was on the Kelly Clarkson show. She said he was wearing different pairs of shoes. He would wear a tighter pair of shoes as Stack so that he would be lighter on his feet when he moved, but he would wear a size bigger shoe as Smoke so he would be more grounded.
See?
When he was doing method shit
why he
while acting against himself.
And he was so good in that movie. And
was
I'm sorry.
flawless.
I wanted more. I wanted that movie to win more.
So did I.
That's where I landed on this, because that was my, you know how usually every year when certain movies get nominated, there's that movie that you're rooting for.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Sinners was the movie I was rooting for this year at the Oscars, because it was, I even think and Dave, get me wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like even as we discussed, I think for 2025, I still said at the end of the year that Sinners was my number 1 movie of the year.
I think so. It was my number 2 because I just love Begonia because of
but I said Sinners.
I think Sinners was yours. Yes.
I think you're in Letterboxd. How are you not making lists? How are you not making lists? That's why I have Letterboxd, because I have a bad memory as well.
Look at your Letterboxd, Scott.
Yeah, I can tell you what my top 50 was for 21. Start making the lists. I'm telling you.
Okay, hold on. Maybe I made a list. I just forgot about my list.
Yeah, I got a
no matter what, it's going to be 1 or 2.
Scott, I totally feel you on that, and it's, I mean, there's so many emotions with that, because on the one hand, it's like, okay, they got 16 nominations. You know they're not winning all 16.
Right. You know you're not winning all 16.
Right?
4.
So so here's the thing. It's like, did I? Of course, I wanted to win more. For me, it was the best picture that I saw of 2025 by far, and like, I would have wanted it to have won Best Picture. You know, I would have loved to have seen Coogler win for Best Director.
Yes,
as well.
But he won for writer. That's what.
And
yes.
at least he did get that. Yeah, but that's the other thing. As much as I did want Sinners to win more, I still have to look at the 4 that they won and go, well, I didn't think Michael B. Jordan was going to win his. That was the biggest surprise. That was the most pleasant surprise.
Mm-hmm.
Coogler didn't necessarily surprise me. The one that might be the
how epic does that look right there?
Cinematography,
so well deserved.
Music,
all Arkapaw, like her cinematography, like that might be the big the most.
She was an underdog.
One.
She wasn't supposed to. It was between One Battle and Train Dreams.
But the crazy part is that of all these 4, the one who was the favorite was Goranson. This is his third fucking Oscar.
Yeah, he's Jason Williams. He's got 2 more to tie. Yeah,
but I think when go ahead, Ray.
No, go ahead.
Well, I think when you look at what's happening with One Battle After Another compared to Sinners, I think Sinners not winning Best Picture doesn't hurt it. I think everything else, I think where you look at One Battle After Another and Sinners, where who's going to spend more in the sense of what's going to keep on burning bright and keep on being evaluated and looked at that point, it's going to be Sinners.
Yes.
Sinners is going to stand more of the test of time when you've got One Battle After Another. I don't think it's a bad movie. I think it captures
Shot very
the
well.
moment in time.
That's what it's more going to be. I
Yeah.
agree. Like it's more that when people want to look, what was the mindset in 2024, 2026? It was that, and that's why when I saw that, out of the selections, I would have wanted Sinner to win. But when I saw Oba, I was like, that's the one that's going to win because just how politically charged things are right now, and that being a very political movie. If the world wasn't so political, I don't know if One Battle is winning, but because it is, and because of the message, I feel like it spoke to a lot of people to try. Okay, you want to represent that as like that. Look at this movie. This shows of what was happening at the time where we were. But I agree with Chris, where years from now, when you're getting those anniversary screenings, the thing sold out. I don't think One Battle after another is selling out those 20-year anniversary screens, but Sinners probably will be, right? But
there's so much little things of Sinners that you could keep going back to and talking about.
Well, I keep hearing people, because I just saw a clip today, and I don't know where this clip came from, but it's Ryan Coogler narrating never before seen the hair and the costume and makeup tests that they shot like 2 years ago for Sinners, and like people love hearing him explain the process. Like when there's that one video where he was breaking down like film, like difference of like perforation.
The screen sizes of
it was him and Michael B. They were promoting the film, and I think they were both there. Maybe it was just him.
That was the. So there's two, Dave. The one you're talking about is where they got the film cells.
Oh, that's right.
Because there was a giveaway they were doing at the IMAX. But there was another one where he broke it down, and this is why I love that. Like he's so buddy with Nolan. I love that he and Nolan are like that, or like thick as thieves.
Well, and they're very like. I always say Coogler's the new normal. Like you look at their trajectory as far as a few films made, and then a superhero film puts them on a trajectory. They both have it's sad, but they both have a legendary co-star pass away, and their scripts have to change, right? Like Rises changes because you lose Ledger.
That is a really eerie coincidence, but yes.
Isn't that weird?
It's not one-to-one, Phil. It's not one-to-one, but I just mean like there's parallels, and even though like I feel with after Dark Knight, like Dark Knight blew him up, but I feel like Inception really was like, okay, he's not just the Batman guy, and that's where I feel like Sinners is like that for Coogler, where Sinners always not just like a franchise. He's not Creed or Black Panther, and he didn't have to wait as long as Nolan though. Luckily,
And I would also say maybe supporting Phil a little bit here. It's also not quite 1-to-1 because Black Panther is a different movie for Coogler than Batman was for Nolan.
Not only
absolutely, but it is still very important in the comic franchise. Though. That's what I say. Like
1000%.
That's where I put it. It's like Dark Knight changed things, and look it's not 1-to-1, but what's the first comic film never get nominated for an Oscar? Is Black Panther, right? So that's the thing where it's like
won 3 Oscars.
Exactly right. And Nolan, The Dark Knight created the 10 movie role, so that's why it's not a 1-to-1, but I just feel like there's a lot of parallels. There's a lot of like mirroring of each other, you know, and they're close now. So
well, and they're both big film proponents. Like they love shooting on film.
It's funny is like a friend of mine actually had a film strip of Tenet. He's not too big on that movie. He knows I am, and I was like, you have that? And he was like, yeah, do you want it? I said, yeah, of course I do. I'll take an IMAX film strip of Tenet because I fucking love Tenet.
Is that your favorite Nolan movie?
I think. Okay, so this is actually a very difficult question because I feel like this can change on any given day of the week because my top 3 are Oppenheimer, Interstellar, and Tenet.
I'm kind of I hear you're on a difficult choice, but my number 1 is still Inception.
I think at the end of the day, ultimately, I'm still probably safely saying Interstellar.
And I'm an Interstellar guy too. That's my like.
There's no wrong answers.
No. When you think about the other two that I said, Oppenheimer or Tenet, I look at both of those movies and I'm like, well, the Oppenheimer movie is a fucking masterclass showmanship of how you make a goddamn biopic, IMO. Mm-hmm. And then I look at fucking Tenet and I'm like, this is Nolan having fun with science fiction and James Bond. How the fuck does anybody hate this movie? I will never understand it. I love
If
that movie.
They don't understand it. They're like, I don't get it. And it's like,
Or, they just
sit
sit online and bitch about not understanding it. What the fuck?
Listen, I still don't really fully understand it. One of these
that's
days,
good.
I'm going to sit down
good.
and I'm going to try and rewatch it.
Yes.
And try and understand it more. I still do not totally fucking get that movie. But
when it comes to me, I've always said that my favorite movie is Memento because that was my introduction to Nolan. And I love that movie because of how he tells the story backwards while also telling a chunk of the story forwards, and it meets. And I think that's like brilliant. And I've never, you don't see shit like that. But I always say that I would say that his best film is Interstellar because that is just holy shit. But my favorite film is Memento, and I don't think it's ever going to change because that inspired me to write things and just, I don't know, just made me look at movies differently. Because
here's where I think that Nolan and Coogler differ. I don't think Ryan Coogler has made a movie that I didn't like, whereas Christopher Nolan made Dunkirk. I'm not a huge fan of Dunkirk. Wow. And I would wager bet a lot of people would probably look at Dark Knight Rises and go, that's my least favorite Christopher Nolan movie. And I can totally understand.
I would actually say my least favorite Christopher Nolan movie was his first one. Because
Following.
Yeah.
Okay. Following's the only one of his I haven't seen.
And I saw it because it's Criterion Collection, and so
it's not bad. It's got a twisty little ending, but
it's also, it's got that student indie movie.
It was his first feature. Yeah,
it's the first feature, right?
Definitely,
And so it's always a style that I'm not always like. It's that indie.
It was in black and white, right?
Yeah, black and white.
It's definitely playing around with things.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
I have it. It's right here. I just haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, every summer when the Criterion sale goes on, I buy some more, and then I go, I really should watch some of these that I've already bought that I haven't even opened.
You do that too, huh?
I'm going to tell you right now, like 90% of my blind buys are Criterion. I went nuts. I went nuts a year ago like a year or so ago. I lost my fucking mind. I have 100. I have 100 fucking.
Gotta start working on that list, Ray. You gotta start.
I got look at I have an account on the Criterion website where I officially keep up with my Criterion
and gentlemen, what are we getting on Tuesday?
What?
That I don't know.
Criterion. What are we getting?
I haven't seen.
Killers of the Flower Moon coming out.
Killers of the Flower Moon.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
I haven't bought it yet because I'm waiting for Christmas in July.
You're waiting for.
I really enjoyed that movie. I really enjoyed that movie.
Like with Nolan, for me, it's I think it's best. Nothing. It's Inception for me. My personal favorite will always be Prestige.
I thank you for showing that out. I'm with.
I know.
That's in my top.
Prestige, I can watch over and over again. I could have that in the background. And I adore it. There's so much about the character dynamics, things like it will forever be my personal favorite, but Inception's my top for him.
And he fit that in the Dark Knight trilogy too. That was fit right in there somewhere.
It was before It was between Batman Begins and Dark Knight.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he had that right there in between those two. It was like he reinvigorated Batman, created another fucking great movie, and then Dark Knight.
And then Inception right after Dark Knight.
Yeah. And that's where he almost lost me. I feel like I'm on an island when it comes to Inception sometimes because
that's okay.
I've tried.
What I remember with Inception, I used to work landscaping. I was at a Wi-Fi for a couple months, and I saw Inception, would not sing a single trailer. I had no idea what that movie was about. It was the wildest experience of my life. I wish I could do that more, but no, I'm with Chris. I always got Dark Knight up there because the way you talk about with Memento, David, like that's like. Seeing a superhero movie like that was what made me want to be like, I want to make stuff. I want to create stuff. Because I just feel like there's a certain like a box superhero stuff was in, right? And when that happens, like, wow, like this is something different, So for me, it's always, Prestige, Dark Knight, and Inception. And my bomb's Insomnia because I feel like that's the least Nolan movie for me. I just I feel like it's not.
It's also a remake.
Yeah, it is. It just feels like it's. It feels like he's a younger director taking a gig, in my opinion, a bit. Which is fine. It gets him to Batman, but it just even Falling. It's like, I feel Nolan here. Insomnia, I really don't. I think Pacino's fine in it. Williams is fun, but Pacino, he's in that era where he's kind of he's stuck in between old school Godfather Pacino and like Devil's Advocate, like great at
I think I'm probably in the same boat with you on that right now, Travis. After I finally watched Following, I might be in Scott's boat on that one. I don't know. We'll see.
Because I also haven't rewatched Insomnia since I watched it the first time in 2002.
Same here.
I watched it a couple years ago, and it's a good movie.
Yeah, it's good.
But at the same time, I'm with Travis where it doesn't feel fully like a Nolan movie, because it does feel like, oh yeah, he took this, and it wasn't like, it didn't come from him and his brother. They just like, hey, we're gonna remake. There's a movie that's already been made and it's based on a book. And it wasn't quite there, you know. They didn't quite make it like some of their others, you know.
And the crazy thing about that, Dave, is like, so that just tells you how much of an imprint he made on Batman.
Yes.
That you still look at it and go, oh, those are Nolan's movies, right?
Yeah.
And I'm on, and of course I'm on that island along with our podcast brother Tim, of people that believe that still prefer Batman Begins over The Dark Knight.
And it's one of those cases where I get, and it's always like I get. It's one of those things that I don't agree with, but I understand it. Yeah.
Well, because you want to talk about more like the especially coming off of the 8 years, you know, after Batman and Robin. Where the franchise was at, and then we go into that movie and like literally just, you know. When I had moments in that movie where I was just grinning like a school kid, like
when they pulled the Ra's al Ghul thing on me and tricked me, I was just like, you got me.
When he gasses Crane and is interrogating him, and he's I still love that fucking part of the movie. Oh my god, that working for, because I wanted him all that, like I wanted the intimidation that he displayed in the animated series.
Yeah,
I never felt like we totally had it until then. I mean, that movie was the first time where it was like, he scares everyone.
Look at that drug dealer scene, right? Where were the drugs going?
Xbox game that was based is an underrated game that no one talks about, but it is like, it's got the fear meter in it. It's like a precursor for what we get in the Arkham games.
It is,
and
100%.
It is. The only thing that's disappointing about it is the boss fight with Ra's al Ghul is entirely anticlimactic. But but the gameplay is like a prototype for us eventually getting the Arkham games,
which are phenomenal.
And going back to a way back earlier in the discussion, like things that are in trailers that never showed up in movies, something always sticks out of my mind with that Batman Begins, where he says there's something out there. Something.
Yep, I know what you're talking about. Yep,
and it won't stop until it gets what it needs. Me, and that scene is never in Begins.
That's the first teaser. The first teaser for Begins.
That was strictly a trailer thing. Yeah.
And it was purely for the trailer. It never made.
But I loved it because it's like, oh, we might finally get it. We might.
Well,
finally get this right.
The lead up to it. I remember this was before social media and everything, and I remember being at my buddy's house and we were editing some fucking short thing that we were doing, and we just like, I don't know, we decided to we were looking on like it was like on a website, and I think it was Entertainment Weekly that dropped some images of Christian Bale in the costume perched, and we were like, holy shit. There's a fucking, that's Batman. Look at him. He's perched. He's staring down. He's, oh my God, look at that fucking costume. It was crazy. Like, we were like losing our minds. This is what, in 2004? Yeah.
The movie came out in 5.
Yeah, it came out in 5. So
he was cast in 03.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So, I mean, it's just, I remember the buildup and seeing those images of Bale and the costume perched. And it was like, and the cape just draped over him and shit like that. It was like, oh my God, finally, we're getting this Batman.
I can attribute The Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises being the first movies that I distinctly remember avidly following from. Dark Knight Rises more so because I remember in the Christmas of 2007 when that trailer dropped for The Dark Knight, and I was just fucking flabbergasted, right? Like, oh wow, they made a sequel to this Batman movie that I didn't even know existed to begin with, because that is the only Batman movie that I ever saw in the theaters up until recently. That was rectified in 2023, I think.
22.
Was it 22 when they did it for Batman
22,
Day?
yeah.
It was 22. Okay. They did the whole trilogy. But when it came to Rises, I remember seeing that first picture of Bane because Nolan dropped it on my birthday.
He showed his big
like,
ass back.
Yeah, he's got his fucking back. His
Yeah.
face is turned. You see the mask. I was like, holy fucking shit, it's Bane. But that then in turn like led to me being like, I want to follow movie productions from now on. And that in turn led to the reveal of Ben Affleck's Batman, because much like Dave with Batman Begins, I remember refreshing my Twitter page the previous night, like, you know, scrolling through Twitter, I saw Snyder share that picture of the Batmobile, and he goes, revealed tomorrow. And I was like, are we going to get a Batmobile picture? And then he shows the fucking picture of Ben Affleck as Batman, and it's the same exact reaction that you had. I was like, oh, but fucking God, it's fucking Batman. Like, he looks like Batman in a fucking movie for once. I'm so fucking jazzed. Yeah,
that picture is awesome. The one that still gets me is that front shot.
Yes.
That front on shot behind where he's in front of the white background, where you just see like how much fucking work Ben Affleck put into his body. Yep. Just like, oh my God. Yeah. This dude is ripped off the fucking page. Seriously.
Yeah.
But okay, back to the because I did want to say this about the Prestige, because Nolan he still infuriates me to this day. And it's not his fault, it's my fault. Because I remember
so you're mad at really yourself.
I am. I'm very mad at myself. I distinctly remember at one point, like close to like, I'm looking at Fallon, the other dude in the movie. I'm looking at him in the theater, and I'm like, that looks like Christian Bale in makeup. And I never put it together. I didn't put it together until the end of the movie what that actually was. I knew it. I saw it. It was there. He was right there, and it was like,
Yeah, it was like
you didn't pay attention to what he said. Are you watching closely?
The first lines. Yeah,
I was watching closely, but not for that. I was looking at the wrong thing.
And that's what's perfect. The movie's a magic trick. You know.
Yeah, that's what's so brilliant about that movie is it makes you want to go back and watch. I mean, it almost gives it away. Like when it comes to the Asian. Magician,
the magician,
and then Christian Bale's character is telling Hugh Jackman he's like, no, the whole bit is still this.
It lays the whole plot out.
He's like the whole bit is not just on stage. It is this where he's pretending to be this old man. He's doing the whole bit, and I'm like, that's what Christian Bale's character's doing. He's like, he's doing the whole bit with his twin brother the whole time, and then of course when it comes to the that's what's so brilliant about that movie.
And the movie
you had Hugh Jackman,
like the magic trick that they explained. The structure is the structure of the movie.
Yeah,
it is. And I love the debates. And I love going back and forth with people. And I'll take the opposite side just to see how they feel. It's like, who's the real villain of this movie?
Yeah,
it's one of the best gray character movies of all time because
they're both kind of pieces of shit.
Exactly.
Because that's what's so
all three of them. All three of them.
For the first act, Hugh Jackman is, let's say, the good guy, right? The protagonist loses his wife. He's just trying to get back, and eventually, it's near the middle of the second act when ScarJo gets that diary, and Hugh Jackman's like, "Oh, all secrets are right here," and she's like, "What about your wife?" He's like, "I don't care about my wife. I care about his secret." And then it's like, this guy's gone. Like he started this to avenge his wife, and now he's on a completely different. He doesn't even care about this woman he loved anymore.
But then you've also got to go to Bale's character and be like the fucking psychological torture you put your loved ones in.
His wife kills herself because of that.
Right. Yeah. They didn't know who you were. You kept flip-flopping on them the whole fucking time.
Not today.
And I love like that one you don't see, like Tesla coming in and even warning, don't go down this road.
Yeah.
Because they let me do it once and they rewarded me, and I tried to change the world again, and then they vilified me.
And Bowie's so good. You think on paper, oh, like Dave Bowie playing Tesla, like, oh, that's gonna be maybe a little hokey, a little cheesy. And when you see it, no, he's
you get lost in it. You keep on forgetting it's Bowie there.
Travis, I actually did not think that when I heard Bowie at the time when I heard Bowie was cast as Tesla, I'm like, oh, I like that.
Yeah, see, because when I was younger, I just knew, the art, like the music videos, the art, everything like that. So, and I think I'd maybe seen, what's the movie with
Labyrinth?
Yeah, Labyrinth. Wasn't really for me. So, but even then, that's a very like, I'm fucking David Bowie,
so it was for me.
Of course,
but I can understand Travis too. My friend, former friend, she showed me the Labyrinth movie, and she was all about it. And I remember the movie ending. She looked at me, she goes, "What do you think?" And I was like,
that's
it's fine. Like Bowie's cool, Jennifer Connelly great, but the movie.
Did you see the guy's bulge? My God.
He's packing.
For those of us that get really enthused to show our friends one of our favorite movies for the first time, our heart, nothing sinks your heart more than the.
I know.
Steven says this on X, and I really agree with him on this. It's like one of the most terrible ways that you can experience a movie is show someone's first time watching a movie is with you watching it with them, because you spend the entire movie watching them watch the movie, and that's such a terrible disservice to the person
it's horrible
watching the movie.
It's horrible. So but at the same time, when they like it, it's such a great feeling.
It is. It's
because I remember like, again, going back to my ex, when I would show her like stuff, especially when I introduced her to the MCU, she hadn't really watched it, and I was like, all right, we're gonna watch. And I knew which ones we would watch, and then I was like, I'll tell you what happens in this one. We don't need to watch that. And she was enjoying all of it, and it was like perfectly fine. And then when it comes to other movies, I remember one time I was like, "Hey, do you want to watch Face Off?" And I told her, I told her the plot, and she was like, "Oh, that's kind of cool because it's sci-fi." Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, about not even halfway through the movie, she was like, what the she was not having it. And I went,
a couple days ago, to the point of people getting excited about things you just want them to get said. Like I said, Aaron's having me read the Fourth Wing series at that point, because she really and it's not bad.
Chris, I just finished Fourth Wing, the first book.
Okay, so I'm in the middle of book 2, but she sends me a text message saying, just like how excited you get over new superhero trailers and all this, she sends me an Instagram from Rebecca Yaros and said, I got excited about this, and it's just her going to a whiteboard, putting the number 4 and walking away.
The Fourth Wing Man has a hold on women in this decade, or this 5 years.
Does.
It does. Emily's the same. She's always asked me to read. I'm like, maybe one day. I'm reading the Odyssey this summer, so I'm not doing that. But
by the way, sorry, tangent. Which translation?
Because I've heard he's based off the Emily Brown one, so I think that's what I'm doing.
Okay, I've read the Emily Brown one. Yeah. I do want to go back, however, and read the Robert Fagles one, because that's kind of a bedrock translation of the Odyssey. But going back, Chris, the deal I made with my wife was, okay, I'll read ACOTAR and Fourth Wing, but you've got to read the Dresden Files. Like, that was kind of like
compromise.
That was the compromise. And of course, I'm sitting here going, okay, Fourth Wing was like 600 something pages. I'm sorry, you have to read like 3 Dresden Files novels just to like equal the page count of what you made me read. So I need you to read Full Moon, and I need you to read Grave Peril before I read the next Fourth Wing book. It's so weird, because it's basically like, let's kind of do Harry Potter, but it's college, but it's dragons and a lot of sex.
Yes, that's why it's you need that smut out there. You need the 50 Shades era happened like a decade and a half ago, and now there's always that thing that comes around, and that's this right now. And
because it's a new subgenre called romantasy.
Yes,
and now that Amazon's already greenlit it for series. So
with Michael B. Jordan, he's producing that.
Already.
Yeah. The other one, Fourth Wing, is that the ACOTAR one, Hulu bought that, and they were going to go to series, and then they just cancel it. So ACOTAR's just like fucking stuck in Hulu, like rights hell. But yeah, if you because same thing about the Instagram and everything, she's always promoting like Michael B. Jordan, like this and this, and thank God winning Oscar, because his company's producing producing Fourth Win with Amazon, so
Okay.
they should be getting that going because that will be a massive hit. Like that should be like stat. Like there should already be a show now. Like they will make copious amounts of money if they can get like 60% of that adaptation rate.
I know Aaron was like whoever they just cast for, the main male lead at that point is like he said, "I'm happy." Like,
okay, that's a big thing.
Zayden would be the okay.
Zayden.
The sad part is that now I can talk.
Oh yeah, we know these.
Fourth Wing.
Oh yeah.
But at the same time, right? Like Chris, like you said, like our wives, like they know these type of things because, like again, Emily for 5 years watched wrestling before eventually she tapped out. But if I tell her what a heel turner is or a dirt sheet or kayfabe, she knows what I'm talking about. So like that, they put it with our stuff too. We just forget about it. It's our stuff.
There is a point where like I have to go back to like the years of the Snyder Cut and like the lead up to the Snyder Cut, and my wife, we got to a point where someone would just like ask a question about what is this? What's going on? And my wife would go, "You fucking put a quarter in that jukebox. I'm leaving."
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I was just like,
we would
educate before.
How can I say this in 5 minutes or less?
No, you can't. You can't.
Not possible.
You cannot.
I literally hand him the variety piece at that point. That won't do it, but I mean,
it's a start.
At that point,
Cliff notes.
A start.
Yeah.
Oh man! All right. Well,
okay.
I know we keep on teasingly talking about.
If you guys are heading to Dune, I have not much to contribute, so I'm going to.
Okay. All right. So you're gonna head out. All right.
Yep.
That's fine, man. All right. Well, appreciate you. Promote what you ever got to promote. So.
Yeah, as always, fellas, great to see you all as always. And but yeah, you can catch me on Thursday nights on Marvel Alliance at 9:10 Eastern Standard Time on the Geekverse Podcast YouTube channel. We broke down the entire Spider-Man trailer, and we're looking forward to 8, maybe 9 weeks of content with Daredevil Born Again. So that's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah. You're ready for that?
There we are.
You're in for a show.
They're about to shoot season 3 soon.
They are shooting.
They are shooting it.
Yeah, they're shooting it right now. Yeah. That's right. They're about to. And there's been some.
We got a bearded going in with Daredevil at that point because he went on Kimmel and he's all bearded saying he just shot an action sequence. So
that man better end up in prison. That's what I'm telling you, Chris. That's what I want.
Oh my gosh, that sequence. Hey, that Bendis and Brubaker run with him in prison. That's some good stuff.
Yes. So there you go.
Y'all have a great weekend.
Have a good one,
Chris. Have a good one,
too.
Later.
Take it easy, Chris.
Take it easy. But before we start diving into it, more Chuck Norris jokes. All right. Chuck Norris makes onions cry. Ghosts tell Chuck Norris stories at the campfire. The Flash discovered how to run at the speed of light when he discovered Chuck Norris was looking for him. Chuck Norris negotiates with terrorists. The terrorists negotiate with Chuck Norris. I said that wrong. Doesn't negotiate. Sorry. When Chuck Norris looked into the abyss looked the other way. Chuck Norris made a Happy Meal cry. Aliens are real. They are just hiding from Chuck Norris. All right. There we go.
Okay. All right.
Dune Part 3.
So I actually saw the trailer like in its entirety for the first time today at Project Hail Mary.
Oh, I didn't get because my movie started 40 minutes late.
Yeah, because yours,
and and by the time they got it working, they just skipped the trailers and started the movie.
That happened to me with Hoppers a couple of weeks ago. That movie started late; they skipped the trailers. But yeah, that's nice. Yeah, but
time.
But
I saw it last night too. And I was like, oh, thank God. I thought I was gonna see the Spider-Man trailer, but it was like, oh yeah, that didn't happen.
No, but no, with respect to this, I mean, look, after Arrival, I was sold on Denis Villeneuve doing science fiction, and obviously at this point, it's like I don't know what it is. It's like there's like this the practicality plus the visuals and plus the way that Fraser shoots it, like there is just a very primal, very elemental nature to how this story looks on screen with him. And like even when you look at the tech, it's like it doesn't seem shiny and like, you know,
Yeah, it's
like
lived in
like
the-
polished. It's complete.
But also
There
it's
you go.
the
Lived
idea,
in.
I saw someone. This is not my original thought, but there's also this idea of you're in a universe where it's like 10,000 years in the future, and they're flying around spaceships, but they still fight each other with knives and swords.
Yeah.
That's just something like cool.
Because it's different, because we're used to you hear 10,000 years in the future, like, okay, what lasers and what technological weaponry do they have? And you can go in that direction, but to see a franchise that isn't going in that direction, that just went back to melee, to brute strength,
and they've got the shields, but then what they do is it affects their ability to it affects their fighting style, because you have to fight in a way that will get through the shield.
Right.
Yeah.
So you have to be even more brutal. You have to be even more like violent to do it. Yeah. No, there's and I have not read. I
haven't read Dune Messiah either. So it's like it's got a timeline for me now. Like what I actually want to do before December is I want to reread Dune, and then I want to go into Dune Messiah. And maybe because I feel like they're going to incorporate elements of Children of Dune, so like I'm making a stretch goal to see if I can get through Children of Dune as well.
So the interesting thing with that is like the language of, you know, the epic conclusion to the trilogy. It's like, okay, so you're stopping here.
Because it's the end of Paul, because it's the end of Paul's story.
Right. It's the end of Paul's story. Yeah. And so, and Children of Dune, I obviously I've never read it, but I also never saw the miniseries, the one that was on Sci-Fi many years ago.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Paul does die in Children of Dune.
Is that what
I think you're right.
I think I remember he does in fact die in Children of Dune, because if I'm not mistaken, I believe the Dune Part 3 movie takes place 17 years after
it is 17 years. Yes, that's official.
Whereas the book Dune ends with the birth of their children. Like his children are born at the end of Dune. That is one big fat change that Denny made. And as we go into the trailer, you very clearly see that Paul and Chani are talking about his children. He literally gives them the names from the fucking book. Like, and I know, like, pretty sure we know for a fact that they are in the movie, because Jason Momoa said, "Oh yeah, my kid's in the movie." He's let him.
They have said that, yes.
Yeah. So,
well, they also made the change that his sister was in vitro throughout Dune Part 2,
right?
But in the book, his sister is born,
which also follows the 1984 movie.
Well, the 1984 movie is more accurate in that respect.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
For sure. But no, my favorite line, my favorite exchange in this trailer by far is when he asks Jessica, you know, what would my father have done? And she says, your father wouldn't have started a war. And I'm like, that is a cold line.
I know. And it's sad too, because like even Rebecca Ferguson says, like, yeah, I'm in like one scene, sadly. It's like, oh yeah, I mean, because you know, I guess in Dune Messiah, like Lady Jessica's not even in that, right? Or something. I don't know.
Well, I haven't read the book yet. But
I don't know.
I imagine that's like a flashback, and she's either past or something in between, or
there's going to be a lot of jumping in this, because obviously you could see that, you know, even when he's talking to her, he's got the long hair. But when you see him present day, he's got a fucking buzz cut, and he's looking all fucking like I am fuck everybody up kind of thing.
Duncan, Idaho coming back is a big pivotal plot point too.
Yeah,
right. And I don't, you know,
I don't even know how it happens.
Right, and I've had it spoiled for me technically how it happens, but I also want to keep it like spoiler free for other people. I also want to read the book and like actually like absorb.
Yeah,
I know the reason why, but I'm not going to say it because it's very pivotal to the movie, and even Denny has danced around it in the way that I know he's dancing around it. Let's actually. I'm going to look at the other side of that coin in terms of like the Dune characters. Robert Pattinson as Scytale's got to fucking make people flip shit.
Is that a character from?
He's the antagonist of Dune Messiah.
Okay, because all right, if again, coming from the perspective of somebody that has not read Messiah but has read the first book, so you see, I see Pattinson. Like there's an aesthetic to how Villeneuve has done these films that is just chef's kiss. To the fact that we've seen Robert Pattinson transform into other characters. He's been fucking Batman at this point, right?
He's a fucking chameleon of an actor. Yes.
Yes. And so then you see him on screen and just he has no lines in this trailer, and you just see. I'm like, I literally was like, I don't know who the fuck you're playing. I don't know what you're gonna say. I just know you're gonna be badass. I know you're.
I also know I'm gonna hate you. Like I just.
Yes.
Oh,
You look like a piece of shit.
The thing about Scytale is what when you see what that character can do, you're gonna be like, oh motherfuck, it's gonna floor you.
I mean, we got that with Austin Butler in part 2.
It's a tough act to follow, right?
If you thought Faye Rothman was fucking,
but he'll follow it.
Of course, yeah. I trust him
100%.
and he's very
100%.
versatile. Like, look at the past just couple performances he's done since Batman. You know, he can do that. He can do like a rom-com drama. And he come up with the drama, right? And even Mickey 17.
I want to see that specifically because of him.
I do too. I just really hope I don't get spoiled on whatever the fucking the twist is. I don't want, because I know it's been out there. I've luckily avoided it, but I do not want to get spoiled before.
See, that's the beauty of smaller movies like that, is you don't have enough internet assholes out there avidly trying to spoil shit like that. Whereas something with like
you don't
Batman
have
Part 2,
nobody's scooping the fucking drama.
Nobody's scooping an A24 movie
because it feels like every week I'm seeing this different casting for this alleged like Christopher Dent character in the Batman Part 2, and I'm like, is this character even fucking real or not?
About it. It's been given to fucking Robert De Niro, Ed Harris,
Daniel Craig,
Vito
Morrison. That came out.
Viggo Mortensen. I'm like, shut up. This is not even true anymore. It's like, are you kidding me?
It's all attention whoring. That's all. Attention whoring for headlines.
I know. I keep on. I don't even talk about it, or like. I talked about it at first when it was like the initial, like, oh yeah, it might be given, and then I was like, okay, we're just rounding. They're just putting out names now. I don't even know.
Because Pitt did turn it down. That was because either
that was the first one.
If you believe Deadline or Variety, but like from an actual trade, they did say he did turn it down. So that's the only one that was like from the trades that they said, hey, they were talking to him. It didn't happen. Yeah. So which I wish would have worked out, because I'd love to see Matt Reeves and Pitt work together.
That would have been interesting.
Yeah, but
definitely. And speaking of Brad Pitt, man, when they announced the Cliff Booth movie releasing on Netflix in August, I'm like, hey, Teddy Sarandos, remember that whole thing when you were almost getting WB and you were going to be like, hey, we're going to release movies in theaters. Can you release that fucking movie in theaters? But
that'd be nice.
We might get it though, because like they did the Peaky Blinders movie. That's how I saw it.
I wouldn't close the book on that, because
I hope so. I just saw the information that it's releasing in Netflix. On
Frankenstein.
Netflix isn't entirely allergic to theatrical releases, especially if they want it to be in contention for.
I want to watch that
Oscars, like Frankenstein. So and I could see them wanting to do that.
Well, I fucking won an Oscar for this role, right? Yeah, like you would like the idea would be like, let's see if there's any more.
It's written by Quentin Tarantino, directed by David Fincher. What the fuck are we doing here?
Yeah, right. Yes, exactly.
And then also, it seems like Netflix, like with the announcement that Arrow Films is releasing a box of the entire series of Stranger Things. It's like there's this weird slow cracking of like. We get a little theatrical releases. We get a little physical media. You know,
Scott, thank you for bringing that up, because yesterday that was a shock.
Yeah.
Like did you or anybody else? And mind you, I am still completely in the Stranger Things bubble. I still have not watched a single solitary second of that show.
I'm a little
however,
envious.
but that. Was there any warning whatsoever that was going to
none whatsoever?
That came out of nowhere yesterday. I'm like, what the fuck? What?
It did. I was actually shocked myself.
Well, it was like, they're releasing a complete series box set of Stranger Things, and Arrow Films is doing it, and it's like this, like you can get like this. There's two versions. There's three versions.
Where's the third? What's the third version?
There's standard. There's special. And then there's deluxe.
I don't think I saw
McDonald's or some shit.
Why does it sound like a GameStop?
I don't think I saw. Well, because Phil, honestly, it is because
it is, right? It is.
Because I think I've only seen the deluxe, and what was the one before? What was the one between that and standard?
Special.
Because is the special the one that's still in the black box and comes with an art book?
I
don't know if it's an art book, but it's a
I think
book.
the art book is only in the deluxe edition.
So the deluxe edition
Comes with
has
the
a
secret
map.
final episode.
The deluxe edition has a map of Hawkins, 148 page book, 25 art cards.
The new artwork on the box.
Yeah, like it's that's the big tamale. Like
that's
the
one.
big
That's the one
enchilada.
I pre-ordered.
Yeah.
So,
But it's also coming in a box that doesn't like fit neatly on a shelf, whereas I think the other one does. But
Yes.
what's the standard one? How much is the standard one?
I don't even know of
Because I didn't even see a standard one. I just
well,
saw.
I follow enough of the physical media accounts on X that like I was getting like all because it was funny because the standard actually went on pre-order on Amazon. Like they went standard first, the pre-order links went live, then they went special, then they went limited, but I skipped Amazon and I just ordered directly from Arrow because I also get rewards points. So I spent rewards points from Westworld and Excalibur on Stranger Things, and then the amount of points I'll get from Stranger Things will automatically get me a $15 reward just by that one thing being ordered.
Is the special because I'm on the Arrow site. I only see the standard. I'm guessing that is the 200. There's a Blu-ray and a 4K version for each one of these.
Yes.
Is the standard like 180 and like the 4K 200?
No, maybe because when I went on the Arrow site, the standard wasn't even on the Arrow site. It was just a special.
That's what I'm saying. The standard's not on the Arrow site. I don't see it at all. I guess it isn't. I don't see it at all. So is that like Amazon exclusive? I don't know. But either way, like that was a shock. Not just because of the show itself, but Arrow hasn't really done shows like that. At least not that I've seen. Like all my Arrows are like all movies.
They're all movies, yeah.
Yeah, and even the ones that I have coming in, like my Spaceballs, the UHD just arrived a couple of days ago.
Oh, I
saw that.
I had to get that overseas
because it was one of those UK only.
It's a UK one. Same with the Dollars trilogy that's coming out later this year, and also Hard Boiled. Those are also UK only. So I had to switch the currency in order to be able to order those. But no, it is there is this, getting back to the Netflix thing. There is like this that they're not 100% allergic to theatrical or physical media, and it seems like the way to coax them out of it is to deal with third parties.
Well, it's kind of like how all their movies are Criterion releases,
right?
Like
exactly.
Like that's like something that I just pre-ordered today. The 4K Criterion of K-pop Demon Hunters went live today on Amazon.
Oh,
so
wait a minute, it went live today?
Yeah, went live today.
I pre-ordered that like a week ago.
The Blu-ray went live. The 4K had not.
The one. Okay, now I have to double check my.
Double check that
because I only get Blu-ray. Son of a bitch. Okay.
So I'm looking. So like I'm waiting on Frankenstein to go live, because also if I pre-order on Amazon, the best part is that if it is available during the Barnes and Noble sale in July, Amazon will drop the price to match. Barnes and Noble, and so I'll still get 50% off.
Yeah, no, the one I have is 4K. But this was a week ago.
Well, maybe
that's weird.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Well, I don't know, but either way, it's there. But yeah, that's right. That's another one. And again, was that one released in theaters? Was it?
It was
after the fact.
After the fact.
When they're like, "Oh, people will pay money. Let's do this." They did it twice. They did it whenever, and then Halloween, right?
Yeah, because Halloween was when I saw it in theaters, but they did it like a month, like after it had like blown up on Netflix for like a month.
Yes,
they did do a single, but it was always a single weekend. Like they did the single long because it was
they could have made more money.
So Dave, that might happen with the Cliff Booth movie, where either they'll do the Knives Out thing where it's like a week before, or they'll do what they're saying, where it's like after the fact they'll put it out for a week or whatever.
Yeah, so. I mean, I don't have doubts. I just like saw that, and there was like, it was just a report of like, oh, it's releasing on Netflix in August, and I'm like, hey, come on, man, this better be out in theaters. I'm sure it's going to be, because again,
I
it is
really would
Brad
be
Pitt-
surprised if it isn't. I
Yeah,
really
it's
would.
Brad Pitt's Academy Award-winning character. It's written by Tarantino. It's directed by David Fincher. I mean, all the pieces are there to have a nice little, limited release at least.
Yeah.
I want to see it on the big screen. I just,
Absolutely.
but I was just, commenting about that. But back to Dune. I mean, obviously, I think we could all just kind of look at it ain't moving. It ain't scared.
Oh, you think they're
you think they're of Avengers Doomsday.
Because they've also got the exclusive IMAX.
I beg to differ.
So that is true. They got the leg up on the IMAX.
Yeah, they've got the IMAX locked down.
Okay, then in that case, Phil, no, they're not moving. If they have the leg up on IMAX, they're not gonna. Yeah, they're gonna stay there. That's it.
Well,
that's very interesting.
They can. I don't think they're gonna outgross Avengers Doomsday though.
Well, but I don't think. But look at what the first two did. I don't think they're looking to. I don't think that's.
I don't either.
That was in the cards.
They can't outgrow
anyway.
Spider-Man.
I was talking to a friend of mine about this, who's a huge, bigger Marvel fan than I am, and even he's like, it's going to do well, but it's not. When it comes down to it, at Christmas time, are families really going to go see an epic science fiction film, or are they going to go for popcorn superhero for the kids?
Well,
especially when considering it's an Avengers movie, not any other lesser tier Marvel movie.
Yeah.
It's the Avengers.
But I also think that, like, from a fan perspective, that's why I personally am like overjoyed that these movies exist, because I never expected them to be box office darlings. They really haven't been. They really haven't been. I mean, I know that they've gotten like critical acclaim, and I know that the second one, I know that part 2 did really well.
It did better than the first. Yes,
did better than the first one.
714 million. I had to look it up because we were talking about box office.
But I've never, we've never had like the $1 billion conversation, which I fucking hate that conversation now. But like, we've never had that conversation or the thoughts of it with Dune. It's never been thought of as like a franchise to like compete with Marvel and whatnot. So I could see them sticking to that date.
They're totally,
especially with the IMAX.
They have to now. I mean, I think with the IMAX stuff and everything like that, it's like, and they can try to do a Barbenheimer thing. Yeah, they're not going to beat Avengers Doomsday, but it's going to be, I mean, we're at a moment where, the Marvel.
Well, because that's a really interesting point. Because Barbie did, Oppenheimer had IMAX.
Yeah, I like
Barbie did more money, didn't it?
Yeah,
it's a $1 billion movie.
Yes.
Oppenheimer's like 9 something.
Right, and I like that comparison because Phil, that could totally happen.
See, I am more with Phil on that one where I if you ask me if they're still releasing, I don't know. I'm a 50-50. I think Dune will stay. I don't think Avengers can move because maybe they can move up or something. I don't know. I know some people in the industry were like, Jumanji should really move, which they should because they're the week before.
Jumanji's going to get
Jumanji's going to get trampled.
So what should happen is Jumanji should move and then Avengers should go, let's go the week before. That's what they should do. But the only thing with Dune, I wonder, because I've not read any of the books, but all I hear from my listeners that have read the book, they just say it's super fucking weird. And that's to Phil's point where when it's Christmas time, I could see this one not bombing, but doing less than part 2 because you got Avengers. And if it is a weird kind of, well, I don't know if you're going to psychologically like this type of stuff. Well, I'm going to go with Avengers. And that's the other case I have. I just think Barbenheimer had it's the depressing biopic of man, the world sucks. And it's Barbie. It's a good time. These are both maybe 3 hours movies about possible character deaths in both of them, right? There could be some, like, if Doomsday acts like Infinity War where there's maybe some depressing moments. I don't think it's the same. Like, do you want to go see Dune, which also could be 3 hours of like, which I'm fine with, like dark and depressing shit going on.
But do we have a runtime confirmation on Dune Part 3? Because I only bring that up because
either movie.
Right. Because one thing I will say about Dune Messiah is if you actually physically hold the books in your hand, Messiah is like a twig.
It's like a fourth of the size of
it is literally the shortest of any and every Dune book. Messiah is like most of the times when Messiah gets published, it is published in a volume that is Messiah and Children of Dune. Like they don't even bother making Dune its own separate book.
I
They
think I
published
remember
the two of
even
them together
Okay.
because the Children of Dune miniseries that you referenced from Sci-Fi was actually a combined adaptation of Messiah and Children of Dune. They just called it Children of Dune, but they did both books in the miniseries.
that makes sense.
All right. Well, then in that case, if that's the case, then yeah, that movie may not be the 3-hour long epic.
It probably won't.
And Travis, to your point, yes, I've heard the same things you have about Messiah, how it's super fucking weird. But Denny has already shown with Dune Part 2 that he is willing to make adaptation choices.
Yes, choices changes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So
Yes, definitely.
I am not one of those Dune fans who was upset by that.
The Chinese thing didn't piss me off at all. It really didn't.
There was nothing about the adaptation changes in Part 2 that pissed me off because I knew where the story was going, so I knew that Denny was already like projecting forward on themes that were going to be addressed later. And I've seen my favorite books get changed.
Yeah,
but
books are still there.
You're a Stephen King fan, of course you have.
Yeah, so
It's
and
a
that'll
different
be
medium.
interesting. I'm all down for it as from a film fan. I will be there as a podcaster, not as much because that's hard for me and the boys to like coordinate to do both. And if they are both still 2.5 hours, so but as a movie fan, I'll be as long as I'm just hoping the theaters then do early screenings. I hope it's like 11 a.m., 2 p.m. Like I hate when it's like the early showing we have here for the Mario movie is 7 p.m. It's like I got I got a 4-year-old, and luckily we're gonna go to a different town. Her family lives there, and that's like 3:30. But still, my town, it's like 7 p.m. for a kids movie.
For a Thursday night showing?
It's the Wednesday because it comes out on the
okay.
That's
Right,
the
right, right.
Comes out on
early
April 1st.
Okay.
Yeah, but
because
it's like,
because it's Easter weekend, so they're giving an extra early.
so
day.
as long as the theaters do that, I just don't want to be seeing Dune Messiah or Doomsday at like 10 p.m. And like I'm sure I'll be up, but I don't want to be seeing those long ass movies super late. So
No.
See, I will have to probably be
college.
seeing those super late, or unless I'm lucky enough that my day off falls on one of those days. But to your point though, like me, I'm the random weirdo that like if it's between Dune Part 3 and Doomsday, Dune Part 3 has got my number one spot. Like I'm going to be rushing to, but also I'm the guy who like I saw Nightmare Alley instead of seeing, whichever Marvel movie came out the same day as
No Way Home.
What's the last Marvel movie you saw in theaters?
Yeah.
The last Marvel movie I saw?
Yeah.
Fantastic Four.
Right? Oh, right.
Oh, you did see Fantastic Four.
Because last year was crazy because I saw 2 of the 3 movies that came out. Because I saw Thunderbolts in theaters and I saw Fantastic Four in theaters.
Oh, you saw the better ones. Good.
Yes, I did. and Thunderbolts was still my favorite of,
I would actually agree. I think I have both of them. Both Thunderbolts and First Steps are in my top 10. They're in my top tier of the MCU.
Mine as well.
I cannot remember which one I have ahead of the other.
Higher.
But once again, when I talk about my flavor, Thunderbolts landed in my
It's a Scott movie.
It's a Scott movie.
I am
It's
not
definitely
surprised.
Scott movie.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Phil, you make me laugh because I just love it when people go, "This is a Scott movie," because because the last time someone did that to me was Meg telling me, Scott, have you like right before I saw Black Bag, and she was like, "This is a Scott movie."
Yeah.
Okay, you know what the funny? Okay, so the funny part about that, because you and I have talked about John le Carre novels and Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy and stuff before, and so when I finally saw Black Bag, and then Dave was like, "Oh, Scott fucking loves that movie," and I'm like, "Yeah, I figured he'd love that movie." I figured
it
he
totally is. Like, there's like, Black Bag was. Like,
I need to watch Black Bag.
It's really fucking good.
It's really fucking
really good movie.
But it's really funny. I just I don't know what it says, but I just love the fact that my friends can watch a movie and go, "That's a movie for Scott."
Yeah, it's like No, it's always good to have that, and yeah, I know.
Amen to that.
It's cool. Yeah, it's cool to have that. But yeah, the Dune trailer was nice to see it in front of Project Hail Mary, and I was like, of course, my dad. It was funny because my dad was like, "Oh yeah, the new Dune's coming out," and I'm like, "Yeah." He's all, "They're so long though," and I'm like, "Yeah, but they're good." He goes, "Oh yeah, you're right."
Yeah,
I'm like, "They're good."
That's the thing that gets me. Like, I'm like, our attention spans are like, are they so destroyed that like, okay,
but
three hours of good? Come on,
but 3 hours.
What is wrong with
3 hours with good? Cannot feel like 3 hours. Like once
exactly.
again,
Project Hail Mary was 2.5 hours.
Does not feel like a 2.5 hour movie.
No. Does the Batman feel like 2 hours and 57 minutes? No,
it doesn't.
No, it does not.
Not for me. Some people it does, but sadly. But I'm like,
once
no,
again,
I love it.
It's like who you are, but it's also how is the film made? Like I still go back to things like Zack Snyder's Justice League that goes it does not feel like 4 hours.
Okay. And again, as
guys, I got to dip.
Sorry.
Sorry. No, it's fine. Much love, everyone. Take care. Enjoy the rest of the conversation. But I gotta go, guys.
Phil, once again, tell me which theater. I will make it happen for you.
Will do, Scott.
All right.
Much love, guys. Take care.
Take it easy.
Yeah, man.
No, but I was just gonna say, like the night it released 5 years ago. It was 5 fucking years ago. Can you believe that?
That's crazy.
5 fucking years, crazy. But no, the night it released, I did the marathon. And I started it on time. I had started Man of Steel at 9, and then got to 9 or 9:30, and then got to BVS at midnight. So that by the time BVS Ultimate Edition was over, it was available on HBO Max at 3. And I was like, I'm dragging. I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna make it. I don't know. I might have to take a nap. And dude, as soon as the movie started, like all manner of second wind just hit me, and I was so alert. For that 4 hours and 2 minutes, it was like, oh my god.
Well,
like,
I've told you the story, Ray, because we were doing our Conan the Barbarian review, and you all would call me a fucking son of a bitch because I'd already seen the movie. And
that did right.
Yeah, because I saw it that Saturday, and we were recording our Conan the Barbarian review, and it cured my COVID side effects from the shot because I was dealing with the 24 after the vaccine, and it hit me like I forgot if it was the first. I don't think it was the first shot. I think it was the second shot.
You know what? Because now that I think about it, the Conan review, wasn't that also the first episode of Scott as a Dead Man?
I don't remember.
I think it was
Scott as a Dead Man.
I think it was the first episode of Scott as a Dead Man we did for sure. Because how did all this happen 5 years ago?
It's so crazy.
How's it been?
About that.
How the hell has it been 5 years?
I know when it comes to the the Snyder Cut and stuff like that, it's like,
Dave. By the way, you know who tried to sneak into the stream tonight?
Who?
Callum.
Oh,
because he was like, "Daddy, are you down there?" I said, "Yes, son." I put on my PJs. Because what you guys don't understand is that 2 weeks ago, Callum tried to bust onto the Fanime stream, but he was in his underwear. I said, "Go away!" And so then he put his PJs on, and then came back and then snuck into the stream because, like, I got PJs on now.
Yeah, and the infamous I don't know which stream it was, but it was it was like 5 years ago probably or whatever.
Oh, it was like 7. It
was longer than that. It was before the Snyder Cut came out. But yeah, when he was just a little tiny guy, and of course. Scott had his beer like over here, and then he had his laptop, and then he just knocked it right over onto the laptop. And I mean, I think Steven actually
got the
screenshot it. We could probably find it on Twitter. Where
I wasn't even on these shows yet, but that traveled Twitter to me seeing.
Yeah, I know. This was like you guys
pre the second class of people coming in.
Yeah, and it was like, but it was like seeing I remember Steven he had like 3 screenshots. He's all look at it was Scott's face just like It was like one of those things where it was like, okay, I'll hold the baby, but then the beer was right there, and he just knocked it right into the laptop. So funny.
Yeah, that is interesting, Dave. You've had you had a couple waves.
Oh yeah, I've had waves totally.
Right, like
over
the years.
Ray and I were the second class. I say I don't know what type of
we're part of the second wave.
Because first class was like you two up there, Meg, Garza, Ben, Steven, and then a couple of them trickle
Chris
over.
Wong Swinson.
Chris Wong Swinson. Yeah. And Scott and Steven were in the class too for a little bit, and then
it was funny because I mean, even Ben, he posted like when we first talked to Zack on a stream, which was right after DC Fanimated, when the Hallelujah trailer came on.
Fandom, you mean?
Yeah, so it was like us, and it was the comic movie marks. Those guys aren't even around anymore. Shane and Matt.
Oh
they
yeah,
used to be a part of the group too.
I remember those guys on Twitter.
Yeah, but they, life happened, and they just kind of lost interest.
Their truer words were never spoken.
Mm-hmm.
Life happened.
Yes. Life happens. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a mixture of life happened and the Snyder Cut got released, and they were part of the push for that, at least in the YouTube space. And that's what was cool about it. And then of course they did like Army of the Dead stuff too, because they were, big time Snyder fans. But I remember talking to Matt and I was like, dude, like what's going on? And he's just like, I'm moving. Shane's having another kid. We're trying, but yeah, that was the last time I talked to him.
That's like, so weird because it's like what happened with Squadcast. It was like, Ray, you got a new job. Jordan moved. Chris had 2 more kids, and I went through all kinds of shit happened.
Changes.
Changes.
But you kept it up. You kept up at least a little bit, at least with our stuff.
Well, I think because it was the one thing. It was the port in my storm. In that was I needed something that was still the same with everything that was going on, which is what made Squadcast kind of dissolving hard. Like it hit me emotionally a little bit because it was like it went away, and I felt like it just like I felt like I was still here, but then everything else went away, and I was just like, what?
Yeah, like
what happened?
Yeah, and it was. You know what? Honestly, thank you for bringing this up. Because I've like in the last year,
late hours, we're gonna talk about lives. I love it. Let's go.
Juicy stuff.
No, I'm excited because it's true. Like with 5 years, so much has changed, right?
I've been thinking. I have been thinking about this like over the last year because one of the last show that kind of like turned the lights off, if you will, was DC TV.
Yes,
that Scott and I were doing, and part of the fizzling out was my schedule just got wonky. You
took a break from even coming on this stream for a bit too.
Yeah, well, that was
I credit myself for bringing you back because I got the chat because I made a joke that you were dead, and then everyone was like, "What happened to Ray?" And then he reached out to you. I'll take full credit for getting people. People always ask. People always ask for you. Every week they ask for Scott. Scott's always a person. Every week in the chat, there's someone like, "Where's Scott? Where's Scott?"
There may have definitely been a butterfly effect to you doing that because I don't know. I don't remember what it was that made me go, "Hey, what are the guys up to? Let me see what this going on." But no, it's just like when you work like second shift for like 10 years and then you find yourself in a situation where you really need for survival purposes to take this other position, but it's now 4 a.m. to noon and it upheaves your entire schedule and to this, it's been 3 years, believe it or not. And it's like, I'm still not entirely certain. Like now I'm doing this overhaul with Flightcast, and it's like I'm still trying to figure out how to get all of this shit to work schedule wise. And so unfortunately, I always felt like in the last year or so, like DC TV got caught up in that. And part of me always thought that Scott probably fucking hates me at this point because
there were feelings. I'm not gonna lie. There was what I will say, Ray, because if we're clearing the air, there would be a lot of I felt like I was being left on red, and there was like, what the fuck's going on? And then you would say something like later going, "Oh yeah, I haven't watched it yet." It's like, well, why didn't you tell me?
Yeah, because literally it's like communication, like when somebody brought this up. Somebody said this like a couple weeks ago, and I totally agree with this. Like we have like our brains are like web browsers, and we can totally have too many tabs open.
Yes.
And I will be honest. I have too many fucking tabs open. I have way too many tabs.
Yeah.
And so you know how like you can have like one of your tabs is playing music. You have no idea which one is playing music. Close, but you can't close all of them. You gotta like, which one is it? Where the fuck is the music coming from? So you can't like send the, and then there could be another one where like, okay, the chime is happening from the message from the IM that you started because you're talking to somebody over chat, but you don't have the headphones in, so you never hear it. Like that type of thing. Like that is the best way that I can approximate my communication nonsense with that regard. But I have always felt bad that it fizzled the way that it did, because I didn't necessarily want to see it die, but it was the thing was like Tim definitely wanted to move on.
Yeah. Right. I think okay, and I think the hard part was that talking about the communication part, he never just flat out said that.
No, because he wanted to somehow, like, he didn't want to kill it. He wanted to be the one to like just say it's dead.
Yeah.
Like he'd even approached me at one point about me like basically assimilating it into Flightcast, and I was like, well, that's a big undertaking. I don't really know if I want to do that. And I just kind of let it go and didn't do anything. Didn't like say anything about it. Because that was something that the six of us had built, that the six of us have like contributed and put together. And I didn't want to just all of a sudden become the steward of it, but I also didn't want to see it die. So it was like, it was this weird nebulous thing where it's like, okay, how do you let it go and not let it go at the same time?
Yeah.
You know,
I can imagine he had mixed feelings about it too, right? Because especially I think you guys went quite a bit of a journey from all the cast you did, and then especially when, speaking of the 5 years, when the Snyder Cut did come out, I remember because we had talked about this before with Tim, he'd even acknowledged that like after the whole what was the article that came out with what was the term, cul-de-sac thing?
Cul-de-sac.
Yeah. Cul-de-sac. And that was
cul-de-sac was, see, those are two different articles.
Okay.
The cul-de-sac was like before the Snyder Cut was before the
was
Snyder
it?
Cut got
I thought it was like the Sunday or Sunday or Monday after.
No, the Monday after was the Sarnoff article.
Oh,
okay. I thought they were one and the same.
No, cul-de-sac was Hamada.
No. It wasn't that.
I thought
the cul-de-sac was Hamada, and then Sarnoff was the Monday after the Snyder Cut.
Because I always thought it was like to get. Oh, go ahead.
For some reason, Scott, I'm remembering Sarnoff as cul-de-sac.
Yeah,
because the reason I remember this, and when I can speak, and we'll get back to Squadcast in a second, because I have some stuff to say there, because not anything controversial, just like opinions. But I've always said before that I was meh on Man of Steel. When I first saw it, don't get mad at me, I fell asleep when I saw it. It's because I was working the shifts that Ray was talking about. I remember waking up, I literally woke up to Superman snapping Zod's neck. It was so loud, and I missed the whole 25 minutes.
Slept through all of Black Zero?
I was working at 2 a.m. Like, I was very tired. It was one of those where it's like not a good time to see it. And that's when it wasn't not the 7 p.m. screenings yet. It was still like the 10, like before we got.
It's still a loud movie, Travis.
I was tired. I was tired.
Hey,
but then
I'm not judging Travis. I hear you, and I understand you. Okay, I'm just
so right. It happens, and I usually don't now, but now. So I thought I was mad on Superman, or Man of Steel, and then I liked BVS, and I had issues. I never loved as much as you guys, and I always will admit that I was somebody that. Obviously, it's all retrospect. I didn't know about the whole 5 movie plan or this and that. That was the idea, right? I was somebody. Dave played the clip. I fucking hate Jared Leto's Joker till the end of time. I can't stand that. So when you would tell me, hey, this guy's going to be like Loki, where he's going to be playing this role for 20 years, I go, oh my goodness. And I could never see it as the MCU type of universe, right? Which what it was being compared to at the time. When you learn the stuff after the fact of, it would have been something that was finished and done, and then you move on, I was completely fine with that. But even before that, when the Zack Snyder Justice League came out, and I did not like the whatever that was in 2017. I didn't like that at all. Yeah. I loved that movie. It's my second favorite Snyder movie. Watchmen's always my number one. I love Watchmen. But the other movies I liked enough, and then this one I absolutely loved. And I remember being like, I can't believe it. I would take more of this universe. Where we asked me about Man of Steel and BVS, even though I didn't hate them, I went, I'm not exactly sold on this. Just like James Gunn universe right now, I'm not exactly sold on. I'm not. If you were to say, hey, it's dead, I wouldn't be like, oh my god. I'm like, okay, it's fine so far for me. But after Justice League, I was like, you know what? If we keep going with this, I'm all in. And then that's why I remember the Monday being, finally I get on board. Finally, I'm like, you know what? Sure, let's start doing more of these movies. And they're like, yeah, this thing's it's dead. And I never understood it, because it's like, even wait a couple weeks. Why would you say stuff like this 2 days, 3 days after?
It was Dan Sarnoff that said cul-de-sac. I just looked it up.
Yeah. Okay.
I remember specifically talking to Zack about that.
And I could not believe it when it was, and there was other people like myself that did not love these movies that did love this movie and were like, I would be down for more of this universe. And you chop the legs out.
The saddest part of that, Travis, the saddest part of everything that you're saying is that if they had just stuck to the original fucking plan in 2017, literally your reaction would have happened with so many other people, where they didn't necessarily care that much for Man of Steel. They may have even hated BVS, but once they saw Justice League, they're like, all right, let's go.
That
was the whole fucking point.
Yeah.
I remember like when the Snyder Cut came out, I had that one dude, Mario, on here who was very much he was like a big Superman fan, but he was all about the Christopher Reeve Superman. And so like he wasn't liking what Zack was doing. But then when he watched Zack Snyder Justice League, he was like, oh, that's where Zack was leading him to. And I'm like, yeah, that's what we were trying to tell you, man. It was like, and he was like, yeah, okay. Now I see, like, we got the Superman, like when he came back and he fucking saved the day. And I was like, that's the Superman that I wanted. I'm like, yeah, Zack was leading it to that.
To be on defensive though, because I would have been like that guy. Yeah. You can say that, and we've seen it in franchise where like, oh, this is gonna happen, and it doesn't, right? Where that's where it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna lead to this, and then something happens, and you're like, well, I don't know if that was the intentional plan or that's where we're really going. Like we talk about Amazing Spider-Man 2, you can talk about the Star Wars trilogy. Like that was the era of stuff kind of like, oh yeah, there's a plan. Actually, there's not. We're just going to cut and run and do this. We're going to put out Tom Cruise's Mummy movie and we're not going to do this anymore. You know?
I think even going deeper with that, Travis, is that there were plans, just not everybody at the studio was on board with those plans. Yeah. And so, and that's purely what it was in this case.
Oh, totally.
Because a plan was there, it was being like enacted, and then as a result of all the BVS stuff, the studio knee-jerked and pulled the rug out from under all of it like way too quickly. Like had there been any patience, I mean any patience whatsoever. I mean, consider the fact that now you said Zack Snyder's Justice League is your second favorite Zack Snyder movie.
Yeah.
Now, remind yourself that 90% of that film was shot in 2016.
Oh, I know. That's the crazy thing. The stuff they add on later on is like that. That's a nice like epilogue to the movie, but the movie still ends with its the Justice League standing. That that's just like look what else is going on.
But I'm just saying that's how part of the original
it was all
plan
there.
It was all fucking there.
Yeah.
We should have seen it in 2017.
And then to your point, Travis, you could just tell that after that Sarnoff article that broke Tim. And, and that was
and I get it. It's so invested, you get this big win, and then it's literally like getting married, and then 3 days later, someone be like, you know what, this was a mistake. Let's not do this. And you're like, what? We've for years been building up. So I get why he would have been disenfranchised a little bit with Warner Brothers.
The hard part though was that then and the hard part for me though, I'm sorry, Ray, you can speak to this as well, is that because then work stuff got crazy for him and he pulled away from social media. And my problem was I was the one left on social media fielding all the questions.
Yeah.
But I wasn't the one that I wasn't the one stopping the production. Right. So it was just kind of like,
no,
sorry, guys, I don't have the answers for you.
It was a very interesting time because I've even mentioned it before too. It affected everybody in our spaces because, I mean, again, there was people like that we've associated with and who was like, we met through here, who's been on here too, who just kind of went like, I don't want to talk about anything. I'm like, and it was actually kind of disappointing too at times where it was like, you meet people, you you talk with them, you have discussions, and you were like, oh yeah, this person's like, yeah, they like movies and shit like that. But then as soon as like the Snyder Cut came out and there was going to be nothing else, they just checked out. And I went, really? You just checked out? Like you're not going to do anything like this anymore or anything? You're just completely checked out of like all like pretty much just talking about just movies. I'm like, and I saw that, you know, with people, and I went, wow, you're just completely just checked out. I'm like, your whole
again, we talk about the different classes of vodka stream. I feel like you can see that type of happening. Where some people are like, you know what, I'm ready to move on from just talking about this stuff in general. You know, which I'm happy to be here because StreamYard only allows 10 people. Don't understand it. I don't understand how StreamYard can't go up to 20. Like, come on, 10 people. But like, that's the thing where it just seemed like there was like I think even if that article didn't come out, maybe it wouldn't have been such a blow to people, but it was such like it just felt like a spin in the face of just like, I hope you enjoyed that weekend. It's over, you know, like it's like you were partying and the dad came home and turned the lights on, went, it's done. And I never, from a business standpoint, never understood that. And that's where for you guys though, I always wish that you guys did like a final episode of them, because I didn't know you. I started listening to you guys because of when I started the podcast network, they all fucking loved you guys, like Travis Hines, Chris Balga. Like I learned about them through that way, and then that's how I learned about Dave, was because just X, Y, and Z. And Dave luckily had me on here after Extra Life. But that's where I always wish for those people that were listening to you guys from maybe not the get go, but early on, that even if it was just like one last powwow that would have happened, because it was like obviously like you said, it was just like a slow kind of okay, what's going on? And
well,
what's
I think here's the thing. Okay, this is me spilling some tea here. But our last episode, I would have loved the last episode too if someone had told me it was going to.
I know, of course. Yes. No, I'm not putting that on you guys. Just saying, of course, that would have been the perfect thing on the feed to have that last,
I agree. And to this point, that's always been that's been the bug up my ass, is that we never had that.
Yeah.
Because Tim produced the episodes.
Yeah.
So when we recorded our Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom review, that is officially the final episode of Squadcast. That's the last episode of the main show. Like, because like Ray said, we kept DC TV limping for a little while longer. He put our signature, when we were still the Suicide Squad cast, we had a bit at the end of every episode where he made this bomb blowing up sound that was like the bomb in the necks of the Suicide Squad getting their heads blown off.
Yes.
And that was the way you signed off every episode, because we would do a bit where we would either do a sketch or we would take a outtake from the episode and plug it at the end, and then the bomb blowing up was to say, show's over now.
Right.
He put the bomb blowing up at the end of that episode. Chris from DC Comic Squad Cast texted me after that episode dropped and asked me, is DC Squadcast over? Because to him, that's what the bomb blowing up meant.
That indicated that it was
that indicated the show was over.
Yeah.
I thought at the time he was just doing it as a way of saying the DCEU was over.
Yeah.
But then it turned out, well, did he mean the show was over? And he just didn't tell me? And so but Chris Rimmer texting me has always been that moment of, is that what it actually meant? But then it never got communicated to me that, no, the show is dead. And once again, I was still left holding the bag on X with everyone asking me what was up. And that's when Tim then came by and said, hey, the leftover Patreon money has run out. Basically, so we have no additional funds to keep paying the hosting fees. So the show's going to go away. And that's why I finally had to post a video, because I was like, well, guys, since we've left everyone in the dark, I feel like I've got to be open and transparent about what's happening with the network. And I mean, we still have never gotten around to getting those YouTube videos put up on the YouTube channel to archive, because the shows are gone now. Like, we have them archived between various members of the network, but you cannot,
you can't go to the site and listen to them.
And you can't, and if you have the RSS feed, they're like, you can't listen to them because they're no longer hosted. And there's a part of me that really hurts. And Ray, I guess I'm sharing some feelings right now. That's 8 years of my life.
100%.
Yeah.
No, dude, listen. Okay, so
that's 8 years of something that I created.
Worked hard. And you guys were like on the outside from, because I don't fall, like I fall, the most I followed the Snyder Cut stuff was all upon release, because I was somebody that was like, I don't think this thing's ever coming out, but I had heard Dave's name, I'd heard Meg's name, I heard Colbert, I heard Real Anarchy, and same with Squad. There's a couple others, but you guys were, if there was like a tier of like 6 to 8 people that were always around or had big fanfare, you guys were. So not only because of that, it's just like, that was like, you guys worked hard to get to even be like you guys fucking talked, like you, especially Scott, like you talked to Scott, like Zack Snyder, and also you get those good memories, but it's like you guys built something to get to those point, like
no,
it wasn't for nothing.
I don't get to sit down and do 40 minutes of director's commentary on Batman v Superman in Pasadena without all that. Like, my Wes Caller doesn't email me, as I'm stuck in the Atlanta airport, without doing that work. So there's a part of me that just feels like, you
want to show it. Like, this is the work.
Well, I mean,
that was the work.
And I was just, I don't mean to cut you off, Ray, but I mean, this even happened a little bit to, like with Ben and his channel, Real Anarchy, is like, he was building up his channel, and then it was him and Garza. And then as soon as like the Snyder Cut and everything came out, Garza kind of went, I'm done.
Yeah.
Like, there's not going to be any more of this. There's not going to be this. I'm going to do my own thing. And then he just kind of, he just left, and then, he's popped up on here every now and again when it comes to certain things. But, him and Ben were like building like a whole thing where it was like them two discussing things. And then he just went, yeah, I'm out. I don't know the details when it comes to that. I don't know if it was like anything like where he just one day said, hey, I'm done, and that was it, or if they just knew. I don't know. Who knows?
And some people like that, right? Some people are just like, I'm done. Geekverse used to be 7 people. It's down to 3 because over that time people say, you know what? I can't, either they don't have time or just, I've hit the end of the road of what I want to do this,
Okay, Ray, what were you going to say? Yeah.
Well, like, just to add my context, because there's other stuff that was going on my end of this, and because really this kind of started like even a year or two before everything went down, because when in the beginning I was doing 2 shows. We were doing it was Brent and I doing DC TV, and we were doing Fans Without Borders. And the whole point of Fans Without Borders was that even though we were on a DC podcasting network, the both of us still wanted to talk Marvel. And we also wanted to talk about stuff that was happening when DC TV was on break, because at the time we were only doing the CW shows. We hadn't incorporated like Gotham or, Krypton or any of the other stuff, right? So we're doing 2 shows. And it was, I remember this is really like putting some tea out there. This was, I want to say it was 2019. It was the week that we were doing, it was either the week before or the week after we reviewed Batman 89 for Squadcast, for the Patreon. Brent had called me one day while I was at work and said he wanted to leave the show because he didn't feel that it was like necessarily like welcoming anymore. Like he was feeling alienated. And he has, like, between the 6 of us, he's always been the one that has like he's not a fan of, like, he likes Man of Steel. He does not like BVS. He refuses to share his thoughts on Zack Snyder's Justice League, even though he has seen it. To the point where when it came time to do that episode of Fans Without Borders, it was me, Jordan, and Scott for a little bit. Like, we did that review episode. He did not participate in it at all. And so that was kind of where that started. And there were a couple of times when we were recording like either of those shows, and we get into feedback, and we'd get into a bit of it. Like I remember we had a dust up over, like one time we were arguing at like 4 a.m. We were literally throwing like screenshots. He was throwing screenshots of Civil War at me. I'm throwing screenshots of BVS at him because I'm trying to impart to him how shooting in a giant green screen room is not the same as shooting in the rain, in the dark, with all the, and like how the balance is different when it's just 2 guys as opposed to 12 people. And like this was a thing. Like this was a thing.
This is such a thing that I know the story already. Like I got the download after it happened. Like,
So there was that. I remember we had there were a couple of our reviews. I remember the Far From Home. He and I really didn't agree on the whole J. Jonah Jameson cameo at the end of in the mid credit scene at because he liked Far From Home way more than I did. I still don't really. It's in my low tier of the MCU. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. Yeah. But it just
all agree.
So it turned into him doing more Marvel. Like he was doing more Marvel Alliance stuff. He tried doing a Marvel Squad Cast show for a little bit, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he did.
And then it just it started to really fall out of favor with him. And then it was like before our review of the Batman that we decided mutually that was our last episode of Fans. And he had already ducked out of DC TV at that point. He was only doing Fans at that point. DC TV was essentially handed to me, and I was picking people. Like it was mostly Scott most of the time, but there were other times where like I think like the 3 of us did like Harley Quinn. I remember me and Chris talked about Swamp Thing, for the 2 months that show existed in all of its glory. And it just turned into Ray's hosting DC TV in a rotation, right?
Of whichever other network host was really passionate about what the show was.
Yeah, because one of our best ones was me, Scott, and Tim talking about Watchmen. That was like one of our best ones. I felt personally, and so that rotation was happening. So he was only doing Fans, and then he wanted to duck out after we did our Batman, after we did a review of the Batman. So this is 2022. So at that point, he was out. Like after that episode, he was out, and it was already a tough time for me because I had time to record, but I was out of work. I'd been out of work for 14 months at that point, and it was the most stressful time like in life itself. Like, and it at that point in my life, it kind of I relate to what you're saying, Scott, about it being about the network being the constant, because I don't know. I can honestly say I don't know what would have happened necessarily to my psyche. It was, and I won't go into all the details of all the personal shit that I went through while I was laid off, but there was a comfort in being able to do those shows and being able to at least talk about the shit that I enjoyed with other people that I enjoyed it with. That's also why I was glad I finally got to be here. Yeah, because this was a show that I admired from afar. Like, hey, Tim and Scott are on there, and everybody else, they're talking this, they're talking to fucking Tom Hulkenborg, and they're talking to Zack, and they're talking to Ray, and everybody is like, and it was cool. And then at some point, Tim was like, he wants to bring you on. He knows who I am. He wants to bring me on. All right, cool, awesome, it's great, it's awesome. So, but that
I remember I even told Scott and Tim, I'm like, you guys got to show up, And they showed
up. Oh, we did. I brought the bingo card. Remember?
Yeah. Yes, the bingo card. Yeah. No. So yeah, it was definitely like a point of stability in the middle of a lot of instability that was happening with me personally in life. And then I finally, got my job back at my old place, and then like 2020, the rest of 2022, from like summer on, started to stabilize a little bit more, and then it got a little bit rocky, and I had to take this other opportunity to keep things afloat. But by that point, like I said, Brent was gone, Tim was on his way out. Like he was already thinking at that point. What was the last Squadcast movies review that we did? Was it wasn't Dredd? No, it wasn't Judge Dredd. I forget the last movie review that we did, Scott. Was it Forever? Was it Batman Forever?
No, that was the last time we all got together. Whatever it was, the next episode that we never recorded was going to be barbed wire.
Yes. Yes, we were that was and we didn't mean for that to be like we had intended, because Tim was at least still wanting to do that. He was still wanting to review those movies, but as far as the DCEU was concerned, now he was ready to roll at that point, and then life just got more complicated for all of us.
Well, it was like all of us. Crap happened to all 5 of us at the same time. It was really, because we got to the point that our group chat was more about the various shit that was happening to us. And because like I was going through my year of bouncing around, there was that year after I lost my last like long-term teaching job, that like I jumped around before I got with the grocery store, and then I picked up a second job. So, 2023, I don't know if I've ever shared this before, but I went on a 65-day stretch without a day off, because if I wasn't working at one job, I was working at the other job. And my first day off was Thanksgiving, because both of them were closed on Thanksgiving. And so, but the problem was, because I was working part-time jobs, it was, if I wasn't working, I wasn't making money. And I had a wife and 3 kids.
Yeah.
And, I'm down tens of thousands of dollars of annual salary of what I was making as a teacher. So I was dealing with all of that. And honestly, that DC Fanimated became my lifeboat. It was weird because I felt like Dave became my co-host in a way. Like, for so many years it was me and Tim, but then suddenly it was me and Dave, because me and Dave were there every week talking about, cartoons.
Yeah.
I mean, it got to the point that I even said, Dave, I need a DC Fanimated banner, because I need to I need to replace the DC Squadcast banner with DC Fanimated, because DC Squadcast isn't a thing anymore. Like my show is DC Fanimated. And so it's weird. And I know that I know this is weird how this has turned to a therapy session here at the end, but it really is about the 5 years. Like, this is what's happening.
It's crazy. It's crazy how much has changed. I mean,
this,
somebody even in the chat was just like going like, Chris Swenson, he just stopped completely. And it's like, yeah, he did. It was like, I talked to Chris behind the scenes a little bit, where, I mean, he's doing his own thing in real life, which good on him. He moved to Japan, I think. Yeah. And was like, he's trying to, he's like creating like, I think over there, even like low cost living, apartments or whatever the hell. And I mean, for a stretch there, he was doing a good job of like his channel. And then of course he was excited because he's a Superman fan. I mean, what I liked about Chris, he wasn't just a Snyder fan. He actually he liked what Snyder did with characters and with Superman. And then when it came to that's not happening anymore, he was looking forward to Superman, but he got so much shit from rabid fans on Twitter, on his channel. And then of course he pivoted to Power Ranger stuff, and he blew up. Like the Power Ranger stuff, when he was covering Power Ranger stuff, he blew up. But the thing is, with Power Ranger stuff, there's only so much you could talk about when it comes to Power Rangers.
It's no new content whatsoever.
There's nothing new with Power Rangers.
Every 2 years they announce, we're rebooting it, and then it gets canceled. They start again.
Yeah. So when there was like a stretch where there was Power Ranger stuff to talk about, and he blew up. Like I remember looking at his channel, and he rearranged. He even turned off he changed his channel into a Power Rangers channel. Totally just like got rid of the DC stuff because he got tired of the crap that he was getting, because fans of him, like that were Snyder fans, fucking just went at him, and he was getting all kinds of shit because he was looking forward to new Superman, because he was a Superman fan. And then he tried to come back and he tried to do something, and then he was like, nah, it's not worth it. I don't know if it was because he still got fans that were coming at him, or he just was like, I'm not feeling it.
Well,
Right.
don't know.
And this is a lot of effort, guys.
That's
Like,
what I was
this,
just gonna
it
say.
is.
Some
Yes.
people
Yes.
don't understand, like, and that's why it's like, because I'd always talk to Brent about with you guys with Squadcast and about not having ads on there. Because I was like, why don't you guys? Because that time Squadcast did like bigger than Geek. It's like, why don't you guys have ads on your podcast feed? And I like Tim didn't want to do that. That's fine, everything. But that's why when people say that to us, like that's why we offer free feed. But it's like that pays for all 4 of our time and effort, because we release about like sometimes 5 to 6 episodes a week between the 4 of us, and it's like the time to get together, edit the show, and that's just like one show, put the work in. And if you're watching something, it's like, okay, well, I gotta watch, or if it's a show, especially like you guys knew in that era back then when Netflix was doing the binge stuff, that fucking sucked. Like my week wouldn't be like, oh, I'm watching Luke Cage all weekend, sorry, this is what I'm gonna do, right, to hope that this does well. And that's the thing, like you still do it because of passion, of course, but there is a time where even like last year when I took 2 months off when the twins were born, when it was time for me to come back, there was part of me like, maybe I don't. Like I was always coming back, but there was just like when you didn't do it for so long, just that break of, oh, I don't gotta watch this. Like you get a notification, oh, Trey, I gotta watch it. I gotta prepare notes. It was like, oh, I don't gotta watch this. Like I still have never finished Creature Commandos because I didn't have to. It was just like, oh, it's just there, and I'll get to it when I do. Right. So there is a time of like all the stuff, the watching, it's not a chore per se, but it becomes that rotation of somewhat homework. And like Scott said, people don't understand, like it just seems like, yeah, you sit down, you're recording. There's times like this where, yeah, we're just having fun, but for our actual channels and stuff, that's where it's like, it can take a lot of time, Dan. We all have other things going on, right? It's not like if the people that get to pay to do this full time, that's great for them, but that's not like,
I mean, when I was teaching and we were doing the news stuff, you know, I'd be sitting there at the lunch table, like on my phone, you know, or on my Chromebook, like, you know, copying, pasting, editing, trying to build up, because we would record in the early days, we recorded on Friday night. Well, I've been working all week. So like, I'm trying to piece together show notes throughout the week, trying to catch all the new news that come, like, was there anything that I missed? And you have to read all the articles, because the whole point of our show was don't read the fucking headline, actually like dig into the article. That was a lot of effort, and that was a lot of strain on some marriages. I mean, I can't tell you how many times Tim or I would call each other and go, we ain't recording tonight if I want to stay married. Like,
and listen, quiet as it's kept, there that definitely was a, you know, I'm still not married yet, still in the engaged phase, but yeah, absolutely.
You've been with her for a while, so.
Very much so. But like Travis, like, you know, in the heyday of DC TV with the CW shows, how many shows were Brent and I watching every fucking week?
Oh yeah, you guys had 4 of those, right? Because you had Flash, Arrow, eventually
Flash,
Batgirl or Batwoman,
Legends, Supergirl. We were watching
Batwoman.
Black Lightning at some point got in there as well.
Right, Black Lightning, and at the time I was working for a CW affiliate, so I got a hold of the pilot, and I could watch the pilot, and I talked about that for an episode. There'd be the crossovers. Right, that's when Scott would come in and we'd talk about, you know, the fact that they, you know, the General, would you care to step outside, or the crazy Ezra Miller cameo in Crisis,
or the musical episode where I would come in because it was a musical, or
right, you know, there was a ton to watch, and again, back then that was one of our shows. Right, so we're watching all that shit for DC TV, and then what are we going to talk about on Fans? Oh, the Marvel movie that just came out, or you know, because we talked about. I think our first episode was Wonder Woman. Actually,
it was. The first one was Wonder Woman. Your last episode was the Batman.
Yes, so we were talking all the comic book movies, and we included Sony in that. We did talk about Venom, which I like more than Brent did, and we talked about Joker, which I also like more than Brent did. But no, we were doing all of it. Like we were like, because we wanted, it wasn't, and again, you're right, it wasn't a chore. It wasn't like it was,
but it was time. It was a lot of time, and it was a lot of effort. And eventually, when we say that life happens, the time to do all that stuff, and not only that, we're all in different freaking time zones.
That's the worst, man.
I mean,
so geographically, here I've got here's how it works. So Jordan and I are in the same time zone. We're in the Eastern time zone because he's in like
And Tim was there too.
And no, I think Tim might be Central.
No, he was Eastern because I was in Central.
Okay,
and we always had to coordinate that.
So, but Tim's like Indiana, I'm Michigan, and like Jordan is like
Pittsburgh at the
time. And then you have Scott, who is in Central. Then you got Brent. But I think Brent and Chris are in the same. They might be in the. I think
they're in Central because Chris was Louisiana, I was Alabama,
right.
and
Brent's Missouri.
That's
Missouri.
Right. Yeah,
yes.
Scott's right, because that's why I had to stop hosting Marvel Alliance with Chris, because for his time zone it was already late, but for me it was like dinner time. I was like, I just can't come home to work and then right away like, hey, wife and kids, I gotta go podcast. Like I had it going for a bit, and at one point we did on the weekends, but that didn't work for him because his stuff. So that's where luckily Brent came in, and they were on the same timeline now. David is, but
here's another crazy stat. I have met Meg, Steven, Anthony, Enosh, and a couple of others. I have met them more times in person than I have met Scott.
Because the number of times that he's met me is zero.
Yeah,
I have never met Scott.
I've only seen Scott once.
And the only member of our network that I've ever met in person is Tim, because he and his wife came up for the AFSP charity showing of Zack Snyder's Justice League that was in Birmingham, Michigan, up here, which was that same year, because this is 2021 again, 5 years ago. The BVS Comes Home event was at the Palladium, which is my favorite theater to go to in Birmingham, Michigan. Because of course, Batman v Superman was shot in Detroit. It's like a big it's like one of our proudest like pure Michigan movies, truthfully. Because I know people that were in that movie and worked on that movie. I took a picture with the dude the Cherry Jolly Rancher senator. He is a local actor from here. I know him. I've met him before. Taken a picture with him.
Nice.
And Tim's the only one that I met, and it was only because he and his family were driving to Florida for a vacation.
I remember that. Yeah.
And the interstate that takes you to Florida is literally the exit to get to my house. And so we met at the Subway that is 2 minutes at my house for them to eat. And Heather and I went down there, and Tim's kids sat in a booth, and Tim and his wife and Heather and me sat in another booth, and we just visited like adults. And that was the one and only time that Tim and I ever met in person since 2015. But he's also the only member of the network that I ever met. And the one major regret I ever had is that for Full Circle, Tim wasn't able to be there.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
That is one part of that event that just felt like it was the one missing piece that Tim and I didn't get to do that together. Because by the time the dates and everything got announced, he had a work thing.
Mm-hmm.
And he couldn't be there. And that's my big thing, is like it felt wrong us not doing that together.
After everything, everything you'd built,
covering it and stuff like that.
Well, that totally
it is kind of like a weird thing, because I mean, when obviously when it came into my channel on MySpace, well, my space has been, when it comes to all
my
this,
space.
Yes, my actual space, when it came to all this, it was like when I started, branching out and having people like, when I was like, oh, I'm going to start a podcast. And I started a podcast. Who was my first guest? Stephen Colbert. And it was funny because that Saturday night, I forgot who it was. Somebody pulled it up and said, let's listen to their first podcast. We were drinking and shit like that. And I think we started listening to it. And of course it was like, this is horrible. Stephen and I were like, we don't want to hear ourselves. But it was funny because Stephen was like my first guest, I guess you could say. And then Swenson, and then when it came to the vodka stream, when I first started that, it was just me, I'm gonna sip vodka, and I'm gonna pour a little, about this much, and talk to the chat, and as soon as it's done, the stream's over, and that was the whole gimmick of the vodka stream at first. And then it was like, well, I'm gonna start bringing some people on because there's some things that are happening, and I brought on Steven, brought on Chris, and then it just started growing from there. When it came to like all that stuff, and it is kind of interesting how things do. And then, like I said, you build up a relationship, and then it just falls flat, and you don't even really, talk to that person anymore or whatever the hell. It's all, it's crazy how it is, but I think sometimes it's for the best, and sometimes I'll even be like, it sucks, so and so doesn't.
But you know what? It's like real life.
Yeah.
I talk to you you people on my screen.
Yeah.
The only people I talk to more than you guys are like coworkers. Like I have real friends. I have like, and when I say real friends, I mean like in real life,
in person,
friends. In person friends. Because I will also say that when I went to Full Circle, it was incredible.
I have real life friends, I'll tell you.
I swear to God,
it's not just you guys. I have real friends.
But it's like my girlfriend in Canada. So it's like, but there are people who literally live 10 minutes down the road from me.
Yeah.
Who we've been friends since college. We were in each other's weddings, and that kind of thing. And I see you guys and I talk to you guys more than I talk to them.
Yeah.
And it's crazy.
That's a crazy thing.
But then, like when I went to Pasadena, Dave and Phil, picked me up at the airport after all that shenanigans.
Yeah.
And it was amazing because it wasn't this weirdness. It was just like, hey,
it was amazing. Like we finally saw you. We just immediately just hug,
and honestly, that's how it was at the AFSP events up here. Like everybody that we had seen, I mean, even Tim, like everybody that we had seen, it was just like, hey, we're all here for the same. Like there was it wasn't awkward. It wasn't awkward at all. No, to be honest with you, like, but I hear you when you say, Dave, that like sometimes it's for the better. Because listen, we're throwing everything on the table here. I will say this: under no circumstances, like 4 or 5 years ago, would I've ever thought I'd ever be talking to this dude? Because
I blame Travis Hines for that. He was
because there was definitely a point of contention in the early Twitter days. I'm like, who the fuck is this Travis Snell guy?
I said the same thing about you.
Why does he keep saying this shit? Whatever.
Me and Travis Hines didn't talk for a while after that. Now he hosts DC Alliance. They just had their 300th episode tonight, so it's funny. And that was a learning lesson multiple times, as I've said on this show and my show. Never had those conversations really on Twitter for new people, if you're on Twitter or social media, because you lose context, you lose all this stuff. Because we could have that, we've probably had that, but we could have that same conversation about Suicide Squad box office. And I think that's what it was. Again, Dave's showing that stupid clip again tonight. It was something.
PTSD, are you?
Yeah. That was I did not even plan that. I just thought that's a good idea.
Yeah, because I can't remember what it was, but we were just arguing the levels of success or lack thereof of Suicide Squad, and it just got heated. But then it's just like, time goes by, and then again you do go, well, one, it's just those, and that's why it's just like I credit anybody that still does it. Those were my times. My war times were like 2015 to 2017. Now I can't do it anymore. I can't spend the arguments. I can't do it. That's why I feel sometimes so out of the loop when I see things going on, because I'm like, I have no idea, and I just can't. It's probably better.
And I don't care. And
I am completely there with you on that. And that time period you just listed, pretty much the same for me. And like, and it did feel like in a crazy way. It was like when we started coming here, that was really when it was like, okay, well now I'm talking to him in person, and I was like, oh no, he actually thinks this, and he actually thinks that. It's like, oh shit. There's shit that you and I agree on that Brett and I don't agree on.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, it's crazy that way.
And I also remember Travis, you reaching out to me on DMs and introducing yourself, and I loved it because we started giving each other shit, and it was an act.
Oh yeah,
it was like a wrestling thing.
Oh yeah,
and I got DMs with people who were concerned, and I had to go, no, we're acting. It's a whole shtick. It's okay. Like It's fun.
I'm very lucky that way. I don't know why I think people just get annoyed by me, so they must believe it. Last year for the trivia stream, and that's why you listen to Vodka stream very late, with all the stuff me and Chris did, I got many DMs of people thinking me and Chris actually disliked each other. Even one of my longtime fans that is into wrestling is like, "Oh, you even got me. You hooked me," because I said something like, I just said like, "Oh, I'm not going to name this person for now," and then for weeks, and then I just poked Bear the fire. So yeah, that was a fun era. And I still that's the prestige thing. I like doing the magic trick, and that's
cool.
the
it's cool that I mean, I knew I knew there was all.
Oh yeah,
but at the same time, and I was like, yeah, build it up like a wrestling match. Fuck it,
Yeah, it was fun times. But that's what, and I think everybody that is online goes to those periods, right? Like especially now, like the way we were in that Civil War BVS era. There's people now doing that with like Superman and Avengers coming up, right? Like they're fighting their wars, and that's where it's like, you know what? That's where it's like, I'm a veteran, I've retired, and that's where it's funny. Like you guys even talking about the 5 years in Snyder Cut and equating it to real life. I feel like the way you guys talk about it with Squadcast, it kind of feels like a middle school or high school, right? Like it feels like when the Snyder came out, that was almost reunion. And like you're saying, Dave, like some people stick around in your life and some people don't. There's people in high school that were my best friends I talked to every day that I haven't talk to it all, like, and that's sometimes just because I think also Facebook's a bad thing for that, because you just get updates from people now. You go, oh, that's what they're up to. But back in the day when you didn't know, you'd be like, oh, I'd have to see what that guy or gal's up to. But now it's like, oh, okay, they're married, oh, they have kids, and it just updates you, right? And same thing, there's probably one good friend that I see that's like Scott says, like my real life friend. I have other friends that still live around here, but it's always me and the podcast guys that when we meet up and do that, and it's just that camaraderie. But that's what it feels like. It feels like at a high school where it's like, and that's the same thing. Even for the 10-year, at least, if you're still doing this, Dave, you just try and get some of those people around that were around for that. Like, try and make
I like the metaphor, Travis, because it's like when the Snyder Cut actually got released, it was like graduation.
Absolutely, yes. Happy day.
Yep. I know, like when we had that stream, I mean, we had so many people on there. Like I said, Liz Wonder was on there, Meg, and so
Amanda,
and Steven and all that. It was just like, it was a big, huge group of like, oh wow, we did it. And then it's like, we just I don't remember the last time I talked to Liz. I think it was like the Rebel Moon premiere. I actually met her in person. We hugged and we were like, oh my God. It was like a brief little thing. And that was, and yeah, it's just crazy. Like, and everybody's doing their own thing. I know, like, when it comes to Meg, she just kind of, when it comes to that, at least the superhero space, after that, she wasn't interested, which good on her. ACS, like Anthony, not too much interested. Some of those guys, like, because they had like a little podcast together with Joey, but they ended up just like not being interested in that space anymore. They're not James Gunn fans. They're not sitting in there. You're not going on every day and trashing the dude.
Because Meg's going off being like a legitimate film critic.
She is.
Oh, yeah. She's off
being she's just like, hey, I love movies. Here's a movie. And I'm like, good on you.
She's I think she's still here in St. John's, like up at like Northern.
Well, she got named. No, we still catch up every once in a while, and she's got named to like the Michigan Critics Association board. Like she's doing real thing. Anthony is out there like doing sports stuff.
Yeah, he is.
Which is great. Yeah. Which it was fun, 2 years ago when I got to meet him in Atlanta for the Twilight of the Gods premiere. He and I took that opportunity to go, hey, you live in Georgia. I can drive 2.5 hours. Let's meet up. Because he was actually the one who sent me the link going, these tickets are free. I was like, cool. And
that's go ahead.
But you take those opportunities, but then it's like, but then you just go, but you got people who, you still interact with, you're still friendly with, but you also don't feel like you have to talk to them all the time. You maybe wish you talked to them more, but once again, that's real life.
Yes.
My best friends in high school, there is no one from high school that I still talk to.
Nope.
I've got like 2 couples who like we were in each other's weddings, our kids play together, but like even then we do the adulting thing where we don't talk for 9 months and then we call each other up and we have a hangout and then we go another 9 months without talking, but we also acknowledge we're all married with kids, with jobs, and this is just life for us. And we don't get offended because we go, I didn't call you. Yeah, well, I didn't call you. So, no one's blaming each other. We just go, that's life, and you move on. And why wouldn't this internet space thing be different? Because we all came together for various reasons based on, common interest. Like, now, a lot of it did center around the Snyder Cut. I mean, that's the whole reason Steven got me hooked. I had questions. Steven hooked me up with Dave, but Steven had to ask Dave to follow me so I could DM him. There are just some crazy stories. And I will say this, there is a mutual of ours who was writing a new book, and he did send me a questionnaire.
Oh, this recently?
Just recently. So
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Right. I don't want to say anything, but I am really looking, because it is a very extensive questionnaire.
Yes, it is. And I haven't done it yet.
I haven't either, because I want to take the time for some of the questions that are on this questionnaire. I want to answer them very thoroughly and honestly.
Yeah.
And I am... there are some questions that are going to lead to the ability for me. I think enough time has passed, because Tim and I have always talked about the things we know that we never spoke about. And I feel like now with this questionnaire, I feel like whether it ends up being used or not, I feel like it's going to be my catharsis to finally, I'm going to stop tap dancing and beating around the bush. And actually, if I can answer the question, I'm not going to tease. I'm just going to no, this is what happened. Yeah. Because I think what I get frustrated about with this whole Snyder Cut thing 5 years later from the release is how much bullshit is out there about what did or did not happen or how things went down. And I want to go, what the fuck are you talking about? Because I was fucking there.
Yeah, you were in the center of it. I mean,
I know what happened. I was having the conversations, or I was taught, or I might be second party to conversations where people who were involved in these conversations told me what was said. So, it wasn't like I was hearing it from a third party. No, the person who had the conversation told me shit. And so there is in my head, at least from my lived experience, a history of, 2017 to 2021 and beyond about what happened in that period. And reaching back to 2015 when the podcast started, it's like, I know shit. I probably forgotten shit that people never knew happened. Oh. And it's so frustrating to see people who can manipulate crap or just make shit up and go, who are you? And because you weren't around, I can testify.
Well, and
so many people that when I've seen, like I even said it at the beginning. I mean, there are people when you look at, wait, who's this person? And then you look at when they joined Twitter, it was after the Snyder Cut came out. I'm like, what?
But I feel like there's a statute of limitations that has expired that I feel like I have respectfully kept my mouth shut.
Yeah, you're good at that.
I feel like right, but I've respectfully kept my mouth shut for so long that I feel like that this project, and I told the person, I was like, I think I'm going to be very thorough and very honest.
As you should.
And I feel like that's the best thing that I can do, is sort of like you say, Travis, if I'm going to tip my hat and take my final bow as the curtain comes down, I just feel like I need to at least share everything the way I remember it and the way I remember it going down. And I feel
nothing to lose, that's the time to do it now. Everything.
Right.
It is. I think it's a good opportunity to do that. Yeah.
I don't know what this is, but you guys are selling me whatever this is.
Oh yeah. There's something in the works where
I imagine it's about that era. Something about that era.
Don't say who it is, but is it somebody we know?
He's been on the Vodka.
He's been on the Vodka stream.
Okay.
but it's
not
just like,
not a frequent at all.
no, not at all.
He was a guest.
But it was kind of like I had an opportunity. I had one opportunity. I didn't get really used as much, not with this person, but with somebody else. And this I'm seeing as someone who I have a level of trust in. That's like, if I'm going to open my mouth, this is probably my last time that I can finally just go, what the hell? And just share all the things, not for shock value, but just to get more information out there that has been kept, under wraps.
It'll be a level of catharsis for you. I think we all have that in life. All of us had those moments that it's just, whatever it is, you got to get it out there and you'll feel better, because then it'll be in your rear view mirror, but at least it's kind of like wrapped up as well as it can be,
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be interesting because, like, when it comes to the Snyder Cut movement, no matter when people want to do anything with it, no matter what, and I'm sure there's going to be, I wouldn't be surprised there's going to be more, because it was this crazy thing that happened. Yeah. So when they start digging into, and even talking to Zack, and then Zack goes, well, there was also these people, and then so who's ever going to be working on something, they're going to start reaching out to those people, and I'm not saying like this person right here is like directing a fucking Netflix doc or something like that, but there's always going to be people who are going to be like, this movement was something interesting, and then they're going to talk to people who are involved, and that's kind of what it is. I mean, he's done something already before. That's why I said he's been on the stream before.
Okay.
So it like he hit me up and it was kind of interesting, but yeah, I could totally see where Scott's coming from, where it's like, yeah, you could just kind of, because he's asking very thorough questions when it comes to things. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. And I'm even like going, oh yeah. How do I answer some of this stuff? Because I'm still very much in the thick of a lot of things. I'm still talking about things.
And that's the
You're
thing.
still running a brand. Yeah.
I've pretty much walked.
You walked away. Yeah.
I've pretty much walked away, or at least I got left
behind. Same as Steven, same as some of these other guys.
Yeah, and it's just like, I feel like this is, like Zack said at that first interview we got to do after Fandom, it's like, I think this is my turn to shoot on my bullets.
Yeah.
And because I can light the match, throw it on the gasoline, and I'm not trying to blow stuff up, but I also feel like I've done the respectful thing for so long that I better get it all out there before there's no longer an opportunity to put it out there, just for, I know this sounds really pretentious, but for the sake of historical record, let me get some facts out there.
And that should be like the primary, I mean, other than the catharsis, that should be the primary motivation, because the only thing that I was going to say with respect to what you're talking about in terms of like the other people that are saying things, I mean, dude, the disinformation that's something that has gotten way worse in the last 5 years. And I don't just mean with the Snyder Cut. I mean like in life in general.
Oh, with everything.
The disinformation and misinformation is off the fucking charts for everything. And to the point now where the attention whoring is not just from human beings. Now it's from 100 cell phones hooked up to a with fucking Lex Luthor monkeys typing, right?
Yeah.
That shit's real. It's pocket dimension fake in the DCU, but there's a real life approximation. It's an allegory for it. So that's where when who the real people, you can tell who the real people are and who the bots are, but so much of it is just for attention whoring and engagement sake and rage baiting, and it's just what, fuck you, block, or
just clicks
block,
for the money,
block.
just clicks and that no, it's crazy. It's almost like anytime you see a big image for geek stuff or there is bad news, I feel like at least, I think this is a smaller percent, but at least 50% of the time, we as people have to check, is this AI now? Almost every, and it's just, it's so annoying. It's just and honestly, it's still first world stuff, but it's first world problems right now until it's bigger stuff down the line, right? But it's just I'm not trying to get in a soapbox, but just for the job we do, there's so much oh, what's this? No, that's AI. What's this? No, that's fake. And it's just oh man, it's just, again, it's a great tool, but
when the lanterns teaser leaked,
Right.
the first thing I said, is this AI?
Right,
Like I'm checking to see if it's AI, and I'm like, okay, this doesn't look like AI.
Look at all the Doomsday shit last year when it was like,
my
oh, concept art. This is, and
Still
then it's like,
happening.
what's real? You know, it's just
Even when I woke up, because like fucking they post a goddamn Spider-Man trailer at 4:00 our time, Travis. I was like,
Oh, yeah.
I woke up and I'm like, I woke up at like, just before 5, and I was like, my Davy tingle went off, and I was like, wait a minute, and then I look, and the first thing I thought, I was like, is this AI?
yeah.
I literally thought that, because I'm going, wait, are these this image, the first image I'm seeing, is that fake? And then
We're like Roddy Piper and the fucking They Live Now. We have to check every
we have to put on my goddamn shades.
Yeah, and again, it's not like if people are doing stuff for fun, that's okay. But it's just the people that are just like, oh, I can get some money off this, falling off this.
There's a shitload of manipulation, and sometimes it's not even AI. Sometimes it's as simple as here's one from a couple of days ago. The Starfleet Academy just wrapped up its first season, right? But season 2 just wrapped filming, and they're in post-production for a release next year. So fucking Yahoo.
Oh yeah.
Headline that says, Starfleet Academy season 2 sees multiple major characters leaving. The 2 characters that are leaving are characters that we already knew were going to return and are not part of the main regular cast. But you don't know that unless you read the fucking article. But headlines, that's just what headlines fucking do now. That's just what they and especially in these circles with dude. And now it's not just DC. Now it's Marvel. Because I'm seeing all the shit that we were talking about before in terms of like whenever people talk about why doesn't DC control the narrative and do this, whatever. Now that shit's happening with Marvel. Like the scoopers are like going there, like, oh well, this is happening in this movie, that's happening in that movie. It's like, why are people freaking out over nonsense? It's the same. It's cyclical.
Yeah, and then I'm still fucking fighting these scooper grifting fucking assholes. It's like, that gets frustrating, and I mean that's the thing is like,
the Snyderverse is coming back tomorrow, right? That's
I know. It's like, everybody like, and then it's funny because I'm trying to take an approach. I mean, obviously, when I push back on certain things, like when I got dogpiled on like last Friday about the Green Lantern tweet that I put out, when people were like, obviously that side of the fandom was saying, because I said there's no Zack Snyder Lantern footage, I meant there's no Lantern footage that was released, and of course these guys were like, oh, apparently Zack didn't record anything and he doesn't have any. I'm like, and then of course certain people wanted to jump on that, which was funny. And I'm like, oh, I know what you're doing, because very well that I've talked to Zack and even Wade T. Carr. I know that there's actual footage, just not released, where we can compare it to the Lanterns footage. That's what I was meaning. And exactly I was doing that, but you were jumping on what the people that follow you jump on. So then, of course, I'm calling people out and still in the thick of all that kind of shit. So, I mean, I have like a whole rant about that for like 40 minutes in the beginning of last week. But it's like, yeah, I'm still in the thick of it, which is like, other people are still not, other people were like Scott, you're not into it, which is good. I'm glad you're not in the thick of all that shit.
But you know what? I think the
you never were.
I never were. I would give Ray so much shit for getting. I called myself his therapist on multiple occasions because I was like, I was trying to teach you better, and he just wouldn't listen.
It was really dude. Just when the the when you believe that like injustice is happening and you got to fix it. You got to yell louder than the assholes, right? That's when you believe that they're important, right? Because you're like, you can't let this nonsense continue, right? Like that's just what you convince yourself.
Yeah.
And so that just turned into quote. We do the fucking quote tweeting thing, and then just thousands.
Oh, I know. There was so many times when you were arguing with people, I would click. I'm like, where the fuck does this thing start?
Yeah, but it was you're really right. But and one that kind of became my brand was I didn't get into all of that,
which is good.
Which is funny because when I went to Pasadena. Yeah. And I was surrounded by everyone on the spectrum, all the way,
Yeah.
And it was kind of funny because nobody came at me. And people would talk to me and go, yeah, because they would look like assholes if they tried.
Yeah.
Right.
I know. And meanwhile, there's two assholes staring me down.
Exactly. As I'm looking at them and I'm
which you knew about, and you're like,
because I would go,
those two guys over there,
right? Or I would go, oh, that row of
Those
people
guys.
3 rows behind us are all the assholes right next to each other.
Oh yeah, and then there's the altercation that happened with the TPZ guys, where it was like, but
Jesus,
those guys were on a whole
TPZ
different
guys.
level, because that was a different thing where it was like, the guys that they were dealing with, that was just pure internet squabbles. Mine were 2 YouTuber type people, obviously one that I did call out last week, who was teamed up with somebody else who, is very unstable, who could probably do physical harm, which sucks. But it gets to that point.
But Travis and I have talked about this, and it's just beautiful when you just don't care.
Yeah,
It's
I know.
It's like I come on here, Travis. I appreciate you saying, Travis. When people are like, "Is Scott going to be on tonight?" It's like, well, do I have to be at work at 6 o'clock the next morning? Because if I do,
it was like perfect, because Travis hit me up today, and I was actually wanted to hit him up, but I hadn't I was going to message him, but then he messaged me, and I was like, this is perfect because Scott's going to be on tonight. I'm like, it's kind of like a nice little reunion kind of thing tonight.
Well, but it was also nice because we had Project Hail Mary, which it was like I was super excited to talk. And that's the thing. It's like now I don't show up just to show up. It's like I show up if my work schedule allows for it, but also to the point we're kind of making is that I only want to show up if there's something that I'm like super excited to talk about, because that's the point of me being here.
That's why I had a feeling. That's why I had a feeling you were going to be here tonight, because I did see. I think you did post a letterbox.
Oh, I did.
Yeah, you posted a letterbox on Facebook last night about Project Hail Mary. I'm like, oh yeah, he's gonna because I assume you've read it. You've read the book
5 years ago, yes, when it first came out.
Indeed, yeah.
What are you new?
And I
how long have you known me, Ray?
Right,
Of course, he's read
exactly. So and I had planned to see it today anyway, and I had my coworkers who love The Martian are like, let me know how it is. It's like, all right, cool. And I figured, like, yes, if there was any and then I saw that Dave was going to be talking about that and the Dune trailer. I'm like, that's 2 Scott signals. That's 2 bad signals for Scott
signals.
basically. So
no, but that's that's what's cool about, we still like I said, Travis hadn't been on in a while, and he was like, hey, it's time to make a return. I'm like, fuck yeah, dude. Like that's what's cool about, we're all doing our own thing. And Ray, I send you a link every time, and if you don't make it, I don't get offended. I'm like, okay,
that's a relief, because there are definitely, but my anxiety. There are definitely times where I'm like,
every week, even when he knows I'm not going to join. Yes. Because we talk about it on Wednesday after Fanimate. He's like, are you making it this Friday?
But when it comes to Travis, when Travis hits me up, I'm like, you're getting a link. Like I'm like, but I know he's busy. So
I usually only hit you up when I know, because there was a time before.
What I've learned over time.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to just drop a link to Travis every week. When he tells me that he wants to come on, he gets a link. Like no matter what. I'm not going to be like, no, sorry, man, too many people. No,
new class don't like you.
Yeah, Chris, that's what I love about Balga. Every Friday, I know I'm going to get a message from Balga, and he's always like, hey, if you have a spot for me tonight, I'm going to come on. And he always has a spot. Like he doesn't even have to do that. But I just appreciate that he does that, But when it comes to like certain people like Phil, Ray, Scott's in like a group chat with like the others, where it's just like, here's the chat.
I was talking about that with my parents today. It's like a group chat that the only thing that happens now in it is you dropping the link.
Yes.
But it is that OG class.
Yeah, it's the OG, because that's where, Ben and Steven and Garza, they're all in that. We don't talk anymore in that. But I dropped the link, so if they want to join, they always
doors
get a
open.
link to join every week because that's that.
Yeah.
You know,
Here's a little secret. It's called the round table.
Yes. yeah.
That's
I
our
think
group
you
chat.
guys have drunkenly revealed that before.
Yeah,
so
I think we have. Probably have.
But that's the problem, Travis. I was drunk at the time.
Yeah.
So.
Well, yeah, strange guy that's never drinking anything on this podcast. Like, I remember the round table.
But see, that's what's kind of cool about that. But with Ray, like we communicate through Patreon, messaging through there. So I just like drop him a link, and I drop Phil a link through there too. So it's like that. And then if Travis wants to come on, he hits me up. You're getting a link, But I know you're busy, and I know you're all that kind of stuff. So that's the kind of relationship with different people that I've made when it comes on that. And I've even said that to other people. I'm like, because sometimes there might be like a missed thing, and I'll hit people up like the normal people like William, but William is doing his Project Hail Mary thing tonight, and Ronan Taladio, like I just hit him up, I'm like, hey, in? And then I'm like, cool. But yeah, then there'll be some people that like hit me up. If you want to hit me up and be like, hey, can I join tonight? I'm like, yeah, fine. I'm not going to be like, no, fuck off. I don't want you on here, something like that. But, but there's been other times too, where it's like, there's been miscommunications and whatever the fuck, but yeah.
Yeah. No, and I totally understand that, but there's always there's always a little devil voice in the back of your eye, like he hates your fucking guts because you haven't clicked on the link in 2 weeks.
No.
He's sitting there like, this son of a bitch is ignoring me.
Ray, I haven't clicked on the link in 3 months. Like it's.
But Ray, sometimes I have the reverse thing where if I forget, I go, fuck, I didn't send Ray the link. Shit, he probably thinks I'm a piece of shit. He hates me. God, no. That's what we do. That's what we do, though. Yeah, no, and that's what we do, though. But when I send you the link and you don't come on, I go, I don't get offended at all. I'm like, oh yeah, Ray didn't make it. He's busy. There's nothing like that. But when you show up, I'm like, sweet.
Yeah, let's remember, except for Travis. Travis is the baby.
Yeah,
here, but the rest.
I know.
Of us
Every time
like,
Travis shows, I'm like, God damn it, he actually.
I know. But the rest of us are like in our mid 40s and have all kinds of. Even though Travis, I got to be honest, with your life experience, we could add 10 years. Like,
yeah. No,
I could give you a complimentary 10 years if you want to join the 40 club up here.
No, I need those 10 years. I have 5 kids. They're gonna suck the life from me already.
I was about to say, man, the family unit you've constructed, you've definitely got you're a veteran at this point.
Oh yeah, and that's definitely why I'm on less nowadays. 'Cause it's not even that. It's not even just because of busy. It's just also just trying to spend time with them as well, right? Well, sleep. Even though now I feel like I've been permanently fucked forever, I cannot get more than 6 hours. And now my bedtime is 12:30 because I wake up at 6:30 in the morning for work, and I've tried before to sleep longer. It just doesn't happen. Maybe when the kids are older, but there's been too many. I've been having kids since 2017. I'm finding them since 2017. It's been like a kid 2 years, kid 2 years, kid 2 years, and then twins. So I think permanently it's gone. But that's most just the time. It's just because like things pop up, and now with like we do the podcast, that's a lot. Now we film, it's great. But like at least with the podcast stuff, I do get paid for it. It's not a lot, but it's a paid enough that I can justify doing this, or it pays for things. But the filming stuff, sure, we want to grow that, but that's just still passion project. But that's still like on this Sunday coming up, I'll be other than seeing the movie with Emily, I'm gonna be filming all day for that, and it's great because that's my passion. But at the same time, it's like, and the kids, like, and Scott knows, it's like they grow up so fast. It is like my oldest is gonna be 9 next year, and it does not feel like that at all, right? So I'm trying to, especially now, I'm trying to get as much time as possible before they do the heel turn and Dad's not cool or something like that, right?
Oh, dude,
that'll happen.
Oldest,
my
oldest turns 13 in like 3 weeks.
Oh my god!
Yeah, so you're
Liam. It will officially be a teenager. I'm already not cool. I'm already getting the teenage boy vibes. It's really funny since his bedroom is like right there. Since we moved him, since he became a middle schooler, he got his own room downstairs. Now at least all 3 of the boys. But it's crazy to think that Liam is 13. Declan just turned 10. Liam was born the year Man of Steel came out. Declan was born the year BVS came out. And Callum was
basically famous. Scott gets horny after these movies.
No, they were born. They were born
saying that out loud.
But it's really funny. They were born before
watching Man of Steel
the movies. They were born before the movie. But here's the thing. This is really
It was the
crazy.
anticipation. He couldn't hold it in.
But I know this sounds like a stupid Snyder fan thing, but this is crazy if you think about it. I was married the year Watchmen came out. Liam was born the year Man of Steel came out. Declan was born the year BVS came out. And Callum was literally born the Tuesday after the first Justice Con. I left the stream to take Heather to the you can watch the stream. I left the Vodka stream to take Heather to the hospital that night because her blood pressure was spiking. It's like it's weird because I have my children have become like these weird measuring sticks.
Yeah.
And then I still remember Liam after we saw James Gunn's Superman. Liam said, "Hey, Dad, am I old enough? Can I watch Man of Steel?" I went, "Nothing. We haven't done it yet because we got to sit down and find the time." Yeah. But there was that moment where I went, "Nothing would make me prouder."
Okay, but I'll tell you what, if he starts listening to The Arms of Orion, you're screwed. You're so screwed.
But it's just weird because, like you said, Travis, like you see your kids grow up, and like at least I can still do the Fanimated stream with Dave. But even then, sometimes if I show up in my work shirt, Dave's like, "Oh yeah, you had a fucking day."
Oh yeah. Anytime that he shows up in his work shirt, I'm like, "Oh yeah, you've had a day."
Oh yeah.
I didn't even bother to take a shower and
Yeah.
turn into a fun shirt. No, I'm still wearing the button up from work. Yeah. But once again, it's because I'm I gotta get home. I gotta get showered. I gotta snuggle with Callum to make sure he actually goes to bed so he doesn't decide to show up and make a cameo. And it's like trying to do these things.
Cameos.
Yeah, I know. Well, considering that boy has made more fucking cameos in the last 6 years. I mean, he was there when we interviewed Zack, on Binge Channel. He killed my laptop live on air. He's popped up multiple times on the early days of DC Fanimated. I remember he ruined us trying to do Beware the Gray Ghost. Like, stop interrupting on the good episodes.
Which child scared you during one of our?
Oh God, that was Liam.
That was Liam. Yeah,
I remember hearing about
that. I will never forget that audio.
Because it ended up in the show.
It did.
You fuckers cut it out and put it at the end of the show.
That. I didn't fucking do that. Didn't put it in the show. But no, but I remember when it happened. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, just like, what the fuck happened to Scott? And then he immediately, because your reaction scared Liam.
Yes,
and you had to calm him down and it was there was. Of all things, guys, I think it was the Batman 66.
It was the Batman 66.
Batman 66 review very early on in Squadcast movies.
It's funny, Scott, you're talking about your proud moment of the Man of Steel thing. I had that we've been getting ready for brand new days. We're watching all the Spider-Men. And now they've read a couple comics, especially my oldest one, Gwen, who's named after Gwen Stacy, and they've watched the animated stuff. But when we got to Spider-Man 3, and James Franco shows up and explains them the Goblin and everything like that. I'm like,
she's like, you off, but look at that.
Oh yeah, no. Oh, look at that! Wow,
wow. How about that?
Look at that.
How much time's passed now?
Right? There's even a different poster behind me now.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's just funny right there. That was like when I typed in under your name, Callum. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's okay. But anyway, so we were watching this, and James Franco's the Goblin comes up and he's doing all his Goblin stuff. And Gwen asked me, like, well, who is this? I'm like, well, he's called the New Goblin. And she goes, well, why didn't they just make him Hobgoblin? My heart grew 10 sizes. I was like, you're already becoming a comic nerd. Like, all of us in 2007, it's like, why don't you just make him orange and call him Hobgoblin? It was right there. Why you call him the New Goblin? That was unprompted. I never said, oh, well, we felt. She just said, why didn't they call him Hobgoblin? I'm like, I don't know. I said we had the same conversations back then. So I was like, okay, some of the stuff is rubbed off, and that's where it's so that's why I always would love to be on as much. And same thing with Geek First. We do a lot more mass recording nowadays where we get together for a day and record a bunch of stuff instead of layered throughout, because sometimes it's just tough because now Taylor's got 2 kids and other people's got stuff going on and everything. And yes, chat, I do have 5 kids. It was supposed to be 4. The last set were twins. So
the twins
if you don't
kind of like threw that in.
I'm not completely crazy. And unlike Scott, I don't have it all mapped out because me and Emily don't even know how we got pregnant with the twins. But every time I could tell you the situation. We just ended up pregnant and then it was twins. Don't even know what happened. I blame, again, to circle back to the beginning, Fourth Wing. It was a Fourth Wing era. Lots of stuff was going on. Twins popped
and
up.
Man, that shit makes the girls so horny.
It does. It does. It's like our version of watching Heat being like, I want to fucking rob a bank right now. Like that's I want to be running down the street like get in the van and doing the shit. Like the Fourth Wing is our Heat, you know. It's
really like our equivalent of like, you know.
Oh, exactly. I've said to Emily, I don't have the money, but I would love, and Kelowna's not big enough. I would love to run like how people do like LARPing and stuff, to do like a fake bake heist where you can sign up. You're with a group of guys. There's like maybe you own a warehouse. You got to go in there. No violence, nothing like that, but just that. And it's like you got to complete this heist within 20 minutes, or the fake
breakout room. It's like a breakout room, but it's for a bank heist.
Yeah, but you're doing a heist because there's nothing more. When I watched Heat again this year, it's like, man, it's that Dane Cook joke. Like that's the adrenaline. But yes, Fourth Wing does that.
Like either that or Baby Driver.
Well, exactly, right.
Like,
all those
for me, it's more like watching like Ocean's 11 and wanting to do like one of those, like do a casino heist.
Yes,
I know. What? Yeah, I mean,
someone steal that idea from you. Some rich man make it, and I don't have the funds, but I will sign up to do a fake heist. I will go.
Yes,
I'm
with you.
Yeah. Until there's a movie where someone makes it where it's a fake heist, but like it's actually a real heist. And then you get arrested and everything like that. So no one steal that. I'm gonna write that movie.
So because you went back to Spider-Man because I know you guys talked about it earlier.
Yeah.
And I did come in talking about the CGI stuff. I did want to say that to me, this looks like it will be. It may be the most, I don't want to say adult, but like maybe the most mature Spider-Man movie we're about to get.
To the MCU, yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Because to the whole tone of that trailer, and yes, I know, I'm the first one to tell you we've been duped by MCU trailers in the past.
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
Yes.
Most certainly. But I do have faith in Destin Daniel Cretton because again,
I like Shang-Chi was great.
Yeah, so I got faith in him, but yeah, the tone of that trailer just we may be in for I can't. It's Spider-Man, so it won't fail. Spider-Man does not fail. Spider-Man and Batman did not fail at the box office. I don't know how much he'll earn, but I do think this could be the potential. This has the potential to be the most matured Spider-Man film, certainly in the MCU. That we have seen.
I think that the only one, not the whole film, the only one that has portions is No Way Home to When May Dies. And it's that conversation on the roof with all 3 Spider-Man about like, I lost MJ when I lost Uncle Ben. I feel like that's what this movie could be, but throughout, also you don't want to just be sad the whole time, right? You don't want 2.5 hours just depressed, but I think, and it works too, because there's gonna be people that grew up with this, like we were talking about before with the Spider-Man 2 stuff. There's people that grew up with this Spider-Man already, right? That are ready to have like a more mature. It's like the Harry Potter thing. People grew up with that franchise, so when it got more mature, those kids were ready to be more mature.
It is crazy to think that Tom Holland has been Peter Parker for 10 years.
It's pretty crazy to think about.
It is insane. He said 10 years. 10 years, and I mean, like 10 years, 3 solo movies, and what, 3 or 4 more appearances?
Yeah, right? Civil War, Infinity War, Endgame.
Infinity War, and Endgame.
Yeah.
So this is lucky number 7 for him. So.
Right. So I mean, for him to be already at that point, I mean, it's a natural progression for him as far as the character is concerned. And yeah, no, I have cultivated my algorithm well enough on Threads that I don't see the stupidity anymore. I see the people complaining about the stupidity. And so then that's how I find out the stupidity is happening. And when I see the stupidity that they're complaining about with what people are arguing with on this trailer, it's even more like, wow, that's just so fucking stupid. Why are we arguing?
Oh, there's so many. I mean,
like the inside the mask shot. Oh my goodness. or
Yeah. I thought that was kind of cool. Like when
I liked
that
it.
clip came out, but then people were like, "Wait, I thought the I thought the mask was tied on his face."
But it's like, who cares?
That's not the point. If you didn't complain about Tony Stark,
I would say if you're not complaining about Tony Stark, you can't.
I mean,
about
the mask in there was not tight, but it was still very close.
One of my favorite quotes, and I can't remember this, so I'm paraphrasing. Sean asked, and he's talking about Lord of the Rings, and he's talking about a day of filming, and there's filming a nighttime scene. There's him and Elijah Wood were listening away, and he goes up to the guy, he's like, "Well, what about this light?" And he goes, "Well, what do you mean?" It's like, "Well, it's nighttime. This light shining down on us. Like, are people gonna believe that?" And the whoever the guy is that's working on the set, he says the lights are coming from the same place the music's coming from, and this thing where it's like, like that's like he's not a real spy. This is not a documentary, so it's like if this shot looks cool where it's inside his mess, which I think it looks cool. Let's not worry about the physics of he has a camera there, and it's like it just looks good. Like that's not like, and that's where it's just like that's where it's like if you're mad about that stuff, that's where you gotta find a new hobby, or then you're in too deep, and sometimes maybe you don't know, maybe you generally don't know, but it's just like there's just a fictional thing that they want to make art. You know, it's like you don't have to love everything. Yeah, you don't have to love everything, but why are you mad about that thing? It's just like you said, Dave, like they already did a Tony Stark. It's a movie. It's supposed to look cinematic and feel cinematic. It's not supposed to feel realistic. Just take documentaries. Then there are millions of documentaries in the world. Start watching those and you'll get real, you know,
the film, the audience is omniscient with respect to the world that they're observing. And this is literally why people like David Fincher, right? One of the reasons that I really appreciate David Fincher as a filmmaker is because he's an old school director that specifically now uses digital cameras because it allows him to place the camera in places that he can't place a film camera, which means that the shots that are really unrealistic, that are never going to be possible in practicality, he's going to get them using a digital camera. So if you're ready to complain about his work, go right ahead, but I bet they won't. I bet they'll be all manner of silent with respect to that.
I just want to go when you hear about that kind of stupid, which I hadn't heard that kind of stupid, but it also doesn't surprise me because I've experienced a lot of stupid in my life. I used to be a school teacher. I dealt with stupid on a daily basis. But it's just like, who the fuck cares?
Yeah, that's exactly
just go watch the fucking movie.
It's not gonna fail.
Right. Well, and it's kind of like, okay, I'm gonna rewind to a topic I didn't get to talk about because I wasn't on the Vodka stream at the time. But it's kind of like, and this does not mean that I am. It's kind of weird. It's like I'm kind of dismissing some criticism, but I also don't mean that everyone who feels a certain way, I'm not generalizing them. I'm just taking an idea of like the people who bitched and moaned about the Lanterns teaser, and you could tell where their complaints were coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Part of me wanted to go, it's a teaser. They're not going to show you everything. You understand what a teaser is, right? It teases. So no, nothing was glowing green or anything like that, or there wasn't cool superhero shots.
2 minutes out of 8 hours.
Right.
2 minutes out of 8 hours.
2 minutes out of 8 hours
of a show that we already know is going to be more grounded in the first place.
This is what they've been selling from the very beginning.
Right. They've told you this. They've told you this the entire time. And also, there's going to be some glowing green crap in this show. You know it's going to happen, but they're not going to give it away in a 2-minute teaser. It's called Watch the Fucking Show. And this is what really got my cuckles up. If the people go, it looks like a CW show. Fuck you. Have you seen a CW show? The first thing I said when I looked at that was like, that looks HBO quality.
Yes. Anytime that I get
looks more HBO quality. Honestly, and here's the thing. I loved Welcome to Derry, but it didn't look HBO quality. It did not have that HBO texture to it. It didn't look like, name the prestige HBO shows. It didn't have that look to it. Yeah, all that stuff.
It didn't look cinematic?
No, it looked TV. It looked more TV. There was a lightness, there was something that as soon as I watched it, it just didn't have that there's a certain texture. Like it's kind of like how you can watch TV shows, and if you've watched enough TV shows, you can tell what network they're from, because all the shows on a network look a certain way for that network.
No, absolutely. Like there's a similarity. Sorry, but there's a similarity between the visual aesthetic of The Penguin and Game of Thrones. There just is.
Right.
Like there's a thing there, like in the visual image.
Right.
As different as those shows are, but there's a signature that HBO has.
Right.
That you just know, that you just catch.
And Welcome to Derry didn't have that. Now, I'm not holding it against it, but I'm just saying, but it did. But I look at Lanterns, and Lanterns has that.
Has it. Yes, it does.
Right.
I agree.
Lanterns has it. So you want to throw some bullshit criticism that it looks like a CW show. No, fuck. I watched how many hours of CW TV?
Okay. Here, Scott, the hilarious irony of that is you and I both know that if it was the CW, they would have seen green glowing shit in the trailer.
You know,
right?
So it's just, you know, that kind of thing is like when you can tell that people are just rage baiting or just complaining for the sake of complaining. When you look at their asinine arguments. Now, if someone wants to say the show is not for them, I am A-okay with that. But sometimes I want to look at some people's criticisms and I just want to say, do better. Like if you're not going to like something,
I say that too.
Just do better. Like have a legitimate criticism that I feel like is
thank
actually
you.
Because
and that's what I even said too. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Ray, but I was like, when I got people in my mentions and they go, it looks like CW, I'm like, hey, great, I've never heard that one before. And then I tweeted out, I was like, hey, kudos to the people who actually had good criticism on the trailer as opposed to just saying the same shit that everybody else has said over and over and over again, that it's CW. You know, it's like, I hate that. I'm like, it just makes me pucker up.
And they do that for two reasons. One, because they don't wish to take accountability for their own feelings and their own opinions. And two, they want to make it authoritative. It isn't just so much that they feel that way. They want to make it seem like the way they feel is the rule. Like there's some type of objectivity to it, which again is where it's all subjective is born out of. The fact that they started arguing like this.
It's like when you go back and look at, I think even Steven and Tim and me will go back and you look at some of the Twitter activity in 2016 leading up to BVS, and you can tell that there was a organized effort because you could almost look at the cut and paste comments at the time. And I know that sounds conspiracy theory. I understand it sounds that way, but when you were there and you were actually like looking at it, it was the same thing over and over again. Like it's like it doesn't organically happen.
Well, and truthfully, like I could even stem back to I don't know who made this graphic or where it came from. I just know that it exists. I remember not too long after, there were two complaints about Man of Steel after it released that I saw more often than not, and neither one of them, believe it or not, was about Zod's neck being snapped. The first complaint that I saw was about the desaturation, about how it wasn't colorful enough.
Oh yeah.
The other complaint was somebody had made an infographic comparing the dollar amount of damage in Metropolis to the dollar amount of damage in New York from the first Avengers movie the year prior, and claimed that it was way higher and that it was far more destructive and that there was no regard whatsoever for the audience in this consideration. Like, that makes any fucking sense. That was in 2013. So the idea that it's not far-fetched that they were already in their feelings after Man of Steel and they just carried it through because they're like, whatever he gives us, whatever the next movie is, it's not going to be more of what we don't want.
And then the funny thing is that as I've been binging and catching up on like the second half of season 2 of Invincible and season 3 of Invincible, trying to get into season 4, and the shit that goes down in that show, and it's like the number one show on Amazon. I just want to sit back and go, because it's not Superman.
Because it's not Superman.
It's like
it's not Superman.
So much worse shit happens on that show, and it's crazy. It's like you don't mind the stuff that's happening because it's so much worse on this show, and it's a superhero show. And I've not read I have the 3 compendiums, so I still have that question. Someone who hasn't read the comics, like, how much is the show still following the comics, or have they branched off at some point, or are they still just working their way through the run in adaptive style? I don't know. I'm just enjoying the show, but it's crazy to me to look at like the death and destruction and violence in that show, and it's so freaking popular.
Scott, from 1989, and you know that what I'm about to say, from 1989 to 2015, multiple generations of Batman fans watched him murder on screen. And suddenly in 2016, it was a problem. Why? Because he was sharing a movie with Superman.
Could be part
and
of
it wasn't world's finest.
Yeah.
But so that's the only thing, is that like that's why I can't get up in my feelings about. I know I just kind of went off because I occasionally just need to like let the pressure out. That's why I can't get up in my feelings about people's criticisms, because I just think if 75-80% of the time the criticism is just stupid, and I don't respect it. And when I don't respect it, I don't like care. Like, if Travis has something to say, I want to listen to what Travis has to say. I don't even have to agree with it.
Really?
But at least if it's coming from Travis, I can say, but I know he's thought about it. I know he has an opinion. And I can still disagree with
He's
him.
not just reacting.
But I'm not going to just. But Travis is not going to get my utter disregard.
When we actually, when I could actually hear the full, this is what Travis was talking about earlier with context. He's 100% right, because when it was just Twitter, there was context clearly being missed between what he was saying and what I was saying. And then here it's like, oh no, it's full context. And I'm like, well, he's a rational human. And now hopefully he knows I'm a rational human most of the time.
So, the jury's still out on that one.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Say a prayer for me. But
it's a crazy thing.
But no, like the just in terms of like having a cogent argument and knowing that, yes, you may think strongly about this, but at least you have reasons. At least you're willing to take accountability for your own feelings and say, this is how I feel. This is not how the world feels. This is not how everyone should feel. It's just how I feel. If you happen to agree with me, okay. If you disagree with me, also okay. No one needs to be a dick about it in that regard. So
but it's just never gonna happen. But that's what it's all about. But I think this is I'm starting to fail, because I'm like, well, I've been up for a bit. We're going on 6 hours close.
I mean, come on, we had to do, tonight had to be
tonight was going to be a special one, I know, but we can't leave without reading more
Chuck Norris jokes.
With some Chuck Norris jokes right here. So we'll let's read these, and then we'll go around the horn and we'll promote ourselves and stuff like that. All right. Chuck Norris beat the sun in a staring contest. Chuck Norris destroyed the periodic table because Chuck Norris only recognizes the element of surprise. Chuck Norris doesn't breathe. He holds air hostage. Chuck Norris wrecked his bicycle and skinned the sidewalk with his knee. Chuck Norris does not get frostbite. Chuck Norris bites frost. There has never been a hurricane named Chuck because it would have destroyed everything. When Chuck Norris enters a room, he doesn't turn the lights on. He turns the dark off. Chuck Norris can build a snowman out of rain. Oh, okay.
Those are some of the best ones. I'm not going to lie.
Man, that was good. That was good.
Those are good. Yes. Very good.
Fun stuff. Yeah. Rest in peace, Chuck Norris.
Yeah.
Legend. It's crazy. This year's been pretty crazy when it comes to celebrity deaths and stuff like that. But I mean, but he lived a full life. Chuck Norris definitely lived a full life at 86, so at least there was that, you know. Sad when it comes to Nicholas Brendan, who also passed away today from Buffy at 54. That is way too young.
Yeah.
Especially after the whole revival controversy. It's like crazy.
Well, and then after Michelle Trachtenberg passed away,
Right.
God,
That's where it's like Chuck Norris, very lucky to live full life, did a lot of things, but everybody don't take life for granted. Do whatever.
Exactly.
You know, that couple of weeks ago, Eric Dane, he was 53.
Right, Eric Dane,
Eric Dane.
It's that's crazy thing. So whatever you need to do in life, make sure you're doing it and having a good time, because you never know what's gonna happen. Life's
don't dwell on stupid Twitter.
Exactly. Yeah, that in the grand scheme, that's not gonna matter if you're seeing the lights at the end of the day. You know?
This Christmas, Home Alone is going to be a more emotional watch.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, she lived a pretty full life too, but at the same time, she was still going at it.
She was in the studio
doing some of her best work. You know.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
She was doing some of her best shit at 71.
71.
Yeah. But, you know, and even Chuck Norris was doing, I mean, it was kind of crazy because I saw like a big long commercial. He was like, you know, talking about health and stuff like that. Him and his wife, they were promoting this product. And I was like, good for him. He's still at it, doing it. He's punching the bag. He's still doing it in his 80s. And then, we hear about that. It's, you know, you just never know. Even Chuck Norris, who, you know, pushes the earth away, not does push-ups, whatever.
He pushes the earth down.
Yes, he pushes the earth down, you know, and it's just, it's just crazy. It's crazy. So, but 2026 has been pretty crazy. But let's go around the horn. Start with you, Scott. What do you got to promote?
Well, of course, you can join us every Wednesday night here on the Film Junkie YouTube channel for DC Fan Stream. This past Wednesday, we just wrapped up season 2 of Batman Beyond. We are taking the week off since I will be out of town for spring break. But when we come back, we will be starting off with season 3 of Batman Beyond. And don't forget, right on the heels of that, we will be beginning season 1 of Static Shock. So the DC animated universe is alive and well, because we are about to get into some fun bouncing around between season 3 of Batman Beyond, season 1 of Static Shock, and season 1 of the Zeta Project. So we're getting into the thick of it now. So make sure that you are there. The cool thing is, if y'all don't realize that when we start talking about Static Shock and Zeta Project, these are going to be first watches for Dave and me. This is not going to be.
I didn't watch these. We didn't watch these.
We didn't watch these. So like this isn't going to be like nostalgic for you. This is going to be us watching it for the first time as 40-year-old men. So this is going to be a whole different dynamic for the DC Fanimated stream. Fun. So, of course, make sure that you're following me on X at ScottDC27. You're following me on Vero at Scott McClellan. And you're following my letterbox at Scott McClellan at ScottDC27. As referenced earlier, please check out my, spoiler alert, 5-star review of Project Hail Mary. Because when I love something as much as I love this movie, I write. It's not just like a little thing. I write. And so please check it out. Give it a like. Share it on any of the socials. I'd appreciate it. And make sure to keep tuning in. I think the next movie I'm going to be reviewing, honestly, is probably going to be the Super Mario Galaxy movie. So that's going to be fun.
All right,
Cool. All right, Travis, what do you got?
Yeah, you can find me at Travis B. Snail and mostly at Geek First. Like I said, we're usually combination of us are 3, 4, 5 times a week there doing news or reviews. Me and Taylor reviewed Project Hail Mary, like I mentioned earlier, which was fun because he had read the book and I hadn't, so it was good. I loved it as well, so it was a good time. And yesterday we celebrated the 2-year anniversary of our film Adrenochrome. It's still in film festivals right now, but this fall it will be released to the public after that, unless some big billionaire company buys it. But I'm a realistic man, and I'm just happy that making movies and living life and doing passion. So hope everyone has a good weekend. Love being back. Love talking to you guys. It was a fun time. So hope to join soon again. But whenever I will, it's always a good time. So
dude, just hit me up like always, man. You always got a seat. You always got a seat here. And I can't believe it's been 2 years since that movie, which I really enjoyed.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to getting it out there in the future. I'm looking forward to the other ones. So it's it's been a fun time. So
yeah, cool. And Ray, what do you got?
So you can find me on Threads and on Instagram at the Flightcast, on Blue Sky at Flightcast. There's also the Flightcast Facebook page. The Flightcast right now is undergoing a major transformation. It's now primarily on YouTube because it's now primarily a video show. That's right. All the main shows that I do are primarily at the Flightcast channel on YouTube. Today I posted my review of Project Hail Mary on the way home because that show, Flight Review, has pretty much turned into an on-the-road show where I record on my way home because, generally speaking, because I work so far away from where I live, I will go to a movie theater closer to where I work and then on the way home record my thoughts. So, yes, spoiler-free. So you don't have to worry about any spoilers or whatnot. I do share my very honest thoughts about the film, sans spoilers. And I even talk about maybe a controversial thought that I have with respect to what so many readers of the book were upset about with respect to the marketing. I may or may not be in favor of that decision that they made based on what I think of the movie. But I still managed to keep it spoiler free. So even if you don't know what that is, you'll still know at least what I'm talking about. The next movie I'm going to review next week is actually going to be They Will Kill You.
Oh, I can't wait for that. Oh.
I will be seeing that next week, and then Super Mario Galaxy after that for sure. So going to be a busy time. The movie season is really, award season just ended. Movie season is kicking up.
Hell yeah. I mean, that's what Project Hail Mary. Yeah,
Yeah.
Project Hail Mary is kind of like the first technically summer blockbuster, even though it's spring. But, you know, they always put that one in March where it's like, yeah, here's the big one. This is setting it off. And then it kind of, you know, relaxes for a little bit. And then all of a sudden we get the Mario movie. And it's like, all right. Here we go.
We'll hit the ground running for that point. But yeah, stay tuned to the Flightcast YouTube channel for that. The podcast is still also available. However, if those of you who listen to the podcast and are using the RSS feed has changed on the website. I'm in the process of upgrading and updating the website and whatnot. So if you don't have the new feed, it will be there, or otherwise message me for it. Chris, Balga, and Anthony, a couple of others have messaged me for it as well. I can get you the new feed for that going forward, and I will get it posted on the website as quickly as possible. But primarily, the Flightcast is now a YouTube show and podcast separate as well.
Awesome. Well, all right. Thank you, of course, to Chris Balga. Thank you to Ronan. Thank you to Taladia. Am I missing anybody? Phil. Yeah, Phil. I know it just hit me. Phil also. And, of course, thank you to Scott. Thank you to Ray. And thank you to Travis. And one last joke. There is no theory of evolution, just a list of creatures Chuck Norris allows to live. All right. Rest in peace, Chuck Norris. We love you. And yes, guys, we will talk to you later.